Do you notice it? The Countess answered. Yes, that was the opinion of the artist who copied the picture. He gave it to me as a surprise. She rose and took another little picture from the wall. Look, this is a portrait of me when I was 3 years old. There really is some resemblance. The ladies all assented, and the gentleman, delighted to have an opportunity to interrupt the discussion of the fashions, came forward and noticed with astonishment the striking likeness between the girl and the boy. It is really the Christ child in the Sistine Madonna, very exquisitely painted, said the prince. By the way, cousin, cried a sharp, high voice, over Prince Emile's shoulder, a voice issuing from a pair of very thin lips shaded by a reddish mustache. Do you know that you have the very model of this picture on your own estates? The Countess, with a strangely abrupt, nervous movement, pushed the copy aside and hastily turned to replace her own portrait on the wall. The gentleman tried to aid her, but she rejected all help, though she was not very skillful in her task, and consequently was compelled to keep her back turned to the group a long time. It is possible I cannot remember, she replied, while still in this position. I cannot know the children of all my tenants. Yes, the jarring voice persisted. It is a boy who is roaming about near your little hunting castle. Madeleine von Wildenau grew ghastly pale. Apropos of that hunting box, the gentleman added, he was one of the disinherited Wildenaus. You might let me have it, cousin. I'll confess that I've recently been looking up the old rat's nest. Schleierheim will lease his preserves beyond the government forests, but only as far as your boundaries, and there is no house. My brother and I would hire them if we could have the old Wildenau hunting box. We are ready to pay you the largest sum the thing is worth. You know it formerly belonged to our branch of the family, and your husband obtained it only 40 years ago. At that time it was valueless to us, but now we should like to buy it again. The Countess shivered and ordered more wood to be piled on the fire. She had unconsciously drawn nearer to Prince Emily as if seeking his protection. Her shoulder touched his. She was startlingly pale. The recollection of her husband always affects her in this way, the prince remarked. Well, we will discuss the matter some other time, Belle Cousine, said Herr Wildenau, sipping a glass of chartreuse which the servant offered. Prince Emile's watchful gaze followed the little scene with the closest attention. Did you not intend to have the little castle put in order for your father's residence, as the city air does not agree with him in his present condition? He said, with marked emphasis. Yes, certainly we were speaking of it a short time ago, stammered the Countess. Besides, I am fond of the little castle. I should not wish to sell it. Ah, you are fond of it. Pardon me, that is difficult to understand. I thought you set no value upon it. The whole place is so neglected. That is exactly what pleases me. I like to have it so, replied the Countess in an irritated tone. It does not need to have everything in perfect order. It is a genuine forest idol. A forest idol? Repeated the cousin. Yes, that's a different matter. Pardon me. Had I known it, I would not have alluded to the subject. His keen gray eyes glittered with a peculiar light as he kissed her hand and took his leave. The others thought they must now withdraw also, and the Countess detained no one. She was evidently very weary. The prince also took leave for the sake of etiquette, but he whispered, with an expression of friendly anxiety, I will come back soon. And he kept his promise. An hour had passed. Madeleine von Wildenau, her face still colorless, was reclining on a divan in a simple home costume. Prince Emile's first glance sought the little table on which stood the crayon picture of the infant Christ. It had vanished. The Countess followed his look and saw that he missed it. Their eyes met. The prince took a chair and sat down by her side, as if she were an invalid who had just sustained a severe operation and required the utmost care. He himself was very pale. Gently arranging the pillows behind her, he gazed sympathizingly into her face. Why did you not tell me this before? He murmured, almost inaudibly, after a pause. All this should have been very differently managed. Prince, how could I suppose that you were so generous, so noble? She could not finish the sentence. Her eyes fell. The beautiful woman's face crimsoned with shame. He gazed earnestly at her, feeling at this moment the first great sorrow of his life. but also perceiving that he could not judge the exquisite creature who lay before him like a statue of the Magdalene carved by the most finished artists, because he could not help loving her in her sweet embarrassment more tenderly than ever. "Madeline," he said, softly, and his breath fanned her brow like a cooling breeze, "will you trust me? It will be easier for you." She clasped his hand in her slender, transparent fingers, raising her eyes beseechingly to his with a look of the sweetest feminine weakness, like a young girl or an innocent child who is atoning for some trivial sin. "Let me keep my secret," she pleaded, with such touching embarrassment that it almost robbed the prince of his calmness. "Very well," he said, controlling himself with difficulty. "I will ask no farther questions and will not strive to penetrate your secret. But if you ever need a friend and I fear that may happen, pray commit no farther imprudences, and remember that, in me, you possess one who adds to a warm heart a sufficiently cool head to be able to act for you as this difficult situation requires. Farewell, _share Amy _. Secure a complete rest." Without waiting for an answer, like the experienced physician, who merely prescribes for his patients without conversing with them about the matter, he disappeared. The Countess was ashamed, fairly oppressed by the generosity of his character. Would it have been better had she told him the truth? Should she tell him that she was married? Married? Was she wedded? Could she be called a wife? She had played a farce with herself and Freyr, a farce in which, from her standpoint, she could not believe herself. On their flight from Oberammergau they had hastened to Frankenberg, surprised the old pastor in his room, and with Josepha and a coachman who had grown grey in the service of the Wildenau family for witnesses, declared in the presence of the priest that they took each other for husband and wife. The old gentleman, in his surprise and perplexity, knew not what course to pursue. The Countess appealed to the right of the Tridentan Council, according to which she and Freyr, after this declaration, were man and wife, even without a wedding ceremony or permission to marry in another diocese. Then the loyal pastor, who had grown grey in the service of the Frankenbergs, as well as of his church, could do nothing except acknowledge the fact, declare the marriage valid, and give them the marriage certificate. So at the breakfast table, over the priest's smoking coffee, the bond had been formed which the good pastor was afterwards to enter in the church register as a marriage. But even this outward proof of the marriage between the widowed Countess Wildenau and the Oberammergau woodcarver Freyr was removed, for the Countess had been right in distrusting her father and believing that his advice concerning the secret marriage was but a stratagem of war to deter her from taking any public step. On returning from the priest's, her carriage dashed by Prince von Frankenberg's. 10 minutes after, the prince rushed like a tempest into the room of the peaceful old pastor, and succeeded in preventing the entry of this scandal, as he called it, in the church register. So the proofs of the fact were limited to the marriage certificate in the husband's hands and the two witnesses, Josepha and Martin, the coachman a chain, it is true, which bound Madeline von Wildenau, yet which was always in her power. What was this marriage? How would a man like the prince regard it? Would it not wear a totally different aspect in the eyes of the skeptic and experienced man of the world than in those of the simple-hearted peasant who believed that everything which glittered was gold? Was such a marriage, which permitted the exercise of none of the rights and duties, which elevated into a moral institution, better than an illegal relation? Nay, rather worse, for it perpetrated a robbery of God. It was an illegal relation which had stolen a sacred name. But what did this mean? Today, for the first time, she felt as if fate might give the matter the moral importance which she did not willingly accord it, as if the deity whose name she had abused might take her at her word and compel her to turn jest into earnest. Her better nature frankly confessed that this would be only moral justice. To this great truth she bowed her head as the full ears bend before the approaching hailstorm. Spite of the chill autumn evening, there was an incomprehensible sultriness in the air of the room. Something in the brief conversation with her Wildenau, and especially in the manner in which the prince, with his keen penetration, understood the episode, startled the Countess and aroused her fears. Why had her Wildenau gone to the little hunting box? How had he seen the child? Yet how could she herself have been so imprudent as to display the picture? And still it was the infant Christ of Raphael. Could she not even have one of Raphael's heads in her drawing room without danger that someone would discover a suspicious resemblance? She sprang from the cushions indignantly, drawing herself up to her full height. Who is she? What did she dread? Anything but cowardice, Madeline, she cried out to herself. Woe betide you, if your resolution fails, you are lost. If you do not look the brute gossip steadily in the eye, if so much as an eyelash quivers, it will rend you. Do not be cowardly, Madeline, have no scruples, they will betray you, will make your glance timid, your bearing uncertain, send a flush to your brow at every chance word. But she sank back among her cushions, but unfortunately this very day the misfortune has happened. All these people may go away and say that they saw the Countess Wildenau blush and grow confused, and why? Because a child was mentioned. She shuddered and a moan of pain escaped her lips. Yet you exist, my child, I cannot put you out of the world, and no mother ever had such a son. And I, instead of being permitted to be proud of you, must feel ashamed. Oh, God, thou gavest me every blessing, the man I loved, a beautiful child, all earthly power and splendor, yet no contentment, no happiness. What do I lack? She sat a long time absorbed in gloomy thought, then suddenly the cause became clear. She lacked the moral balance of service and counter-service. That was the reason all her happiness was but theft, and she was forced, like a thief, to enjoy it in fear and secrecy. Her maternal happiness was theft for Josepha, the stranger, filled a mother's place to the boy, and when she herself pressed him to her heart, she was stealing a love she had not earned. Her conjugal happiness was a theft, for so long as she retained her fortune, she was not permitted to marry. That was the curse. Wherever she looked, wherever she saw herself, she was always the recipient, the petitioner, and what did she bestow in return? Where did she make any sacrifice? Nothing and nowhere. Egotism was apparent in everything. To enjoy all, possess all, even what was forbidden, and sacrifice nothing, must finally render her a thief in her own eyes, in those of God, and who knows, perhaps also in those of men, should her secret ever be discovered. Woe betide you, unhappy woman, have you not the strength to resign one for the other? Would you rather live in fear of the betrayer than voluntarily relinquish your stolen goods? Then do not think yourself noble or lofty, do not deem yourself worthy of the grace for which you long. She hid her face in the cushions of the divan, fairly quivering under the burden of her self-accusation. I beg your pardon, your highness, I only wanted to ask what evening toilette you desired. Madeline von Wildenau started up. If you would only cease this stealing about on tiptoe, she angrily exclaimed. I beg pardon, I knocked twice and thought I did not hear your come in. Walk so that you can be heard. I don't like to have my servants glide about like spies, remember that. At Princess Hohenstein's we were all obliged to wear felt slippers. Her Highness could not endure any noise. Well, I have better nerves than Princess Hohenstein. And apparently a worse conscience, muttered the maid, who had not failed to notice her mistress' confusion. May I ask once more about the evening toilette? Street costume. I shall not go to the theater. I will drive out to the estates. Order Martin to have the carriage ready. The maid withdrew. The Countess felt as if she were in a fever. Must that inquisitive maid see her in such a condition? It seemed as though she was surrounded like a hunted animal, as though eyes were everywhere watching her. There was something in the woman's look which had irritated her. Oh, God, had matters gone so far? Must she fear the glance of her own maid? Up and away to nature and her child, to her poor, neglected husband on the cliff. Her heart grew heavy at the thought that the time since she had last visited the deserted man could soon be counted by months. Her interest in the simple-hearted son of nature was beginning to wane. She could not deny it. Woe betide her if love should also grow cold. If that should happen, then she realized it with horror. She would have no excuse for the whole sensuous episode, which had periled both her honor and her existence. Chapter 19. At the child's bedside. The stars were already twinkling above the grease. Here and there one looked as if impaled on a giant flagstaff, as they sparkled just above the tops of the lofty firs or the sharp pinnacles of the crags. Countless shooting stars glided hither and thither like loving glances seeking one another. The night was breathing in long regular inhalations. Every 5 minutes her sleeping breath rustled the treetops. For horses drawing a small calash whose wheels were covered with rubber glided across the grease as noiselessly as a spectral equipage. The animals knew the way, and their fiery spirit urged them forward without the aid of shout or lash, though the mountain grew steeper and steeper till the black walls of the hunting seat at last became visible in the glimmering starlight. Josepha was standing at the window of the little sitting room upstairs. "I think the Countess is coming." At a table, by the lamp, bending over a book, sat the _steward_. He evidently had not heard the words, for he did not look up from the volume, and it seemed as if the gloomy shadow above his eyes grew darker still. "Joseph, the Countess is coming," cried Josepha in a louder tone. "You are deceiving yourself again, as usual," he replied in the wonderful voice which gave special importance to the simplest words, as when a large, musical bell is rung for some trivial cause. "No, this time it really is she," Josepha insisted. "I don't believe it." Josepha shook her head. "You must receive her. She is not coming on my account, it is only to see the child." "Then I will go." "Oh, heaven, what a life," sighed Josepha, going out upon the green moss-covered steps of the half-ruined stone stairs where the carriage had just stopped. "Is that you, Josepha?" asked the Countess, in a disappointed tone. Where is Freyr?" "He is within, your Highness. He would not believe that your Highness was really coming." The Countess understood the bitter meaning of the words. "I did not come to endure ill temper," she murmured. "Is the boy asleep?" "Yes, we have taken him into the sitting room. He is coughing again and his head is burning, so I wanted to have him in a warmer room." "Isn't it warm here?" "Since the funnel fell out, we cannot heat these rooms. Freyr tried to fit it in, but it smokes constantly. I wrote to your Highness last month asking what should be done. Freyr, too, reported a fortnight ago that the stove ought to be repaired, and the child moved to other apartments before the cold weather set in if your Highness approved, but we have had no answer. Now the little boy is ill, it is beginning to be very cold." Madeline von Waldenau bit her lips. Yes, it was true, the letters had been written and in the whirl of society and visits she had forgotten them. Now the child was ill through her fault. She entered the sitting room. Freyr stood waiting for her in a half-defiant, half-submissive attitude, half-master, half-servant. The bearing was unlovely, like everything that comes from a false position. It displeased the Countess and injured Freyr, though she had herself placed him in this situation. It made him appear awkward and clownish. When, with careless hand, we have damaged a work of art and perceive that instead of improving we have marred it, we do not blame ourselves, but the botched object, and the innocent object must suffer because we have spoiled our own pleasure in it. It is the same with the work of art of creation a human being. There are some natures which can never leave things undisturbed, but seek to gain a creative share in everything by attempts at shaping, and, when convinced that it would have been better had they left the work untouched, they see in the imperfect essay, not their own want of skill, but the inflexibility of the material, pronounce it not worth the labor bestowed and cast it aside. The Countess had one of these natures, so unconsciously cruel in their artistic experiments, and her marred object was Freyr. Therefore his bearing could not please her, and she allowed a glance of annoyance to rest upon him, which did not escape his notice. Passing him, she went to their son's bed. There lay the infant Christ, a boy 6 or 7 years old with silken curls and massive brows, beneath whose shadow the closed eyes were concealed by dark-lashed lids. A single ray from the hanging lamp fell upon the forehead of the little Raphael, and showed the soft brows knit as if with unconscious pain. The child was not happy or not well or both. He breathed heavily in his sleep, and there was a slight nervous twitching about the delicately molded nostrils. "He has evidently lost flesh since I was last here," said the Countess anxiously. Freyr remained silent. "What do you think?" asked the mother. "What can I think? You have not seen the boy for so long that you can judge whether he is altered far better than I. Joseph." The beautiful woman drew herself up, and a look of genuine sorrow rested upon the pale, irritated countenance of her husband. Whenever I come, I find nothing save bitterness and cutting. Words open and secret reproaches. This is too much. Not even today, when I find my child ill, do you spare the mother's anxious heart. This is more than I can endure. It is ignoble, unchivalrous. Pardon me, replied her husband in a low tone. I could not suppose that a mother who deserts her child for months could possibly possess so tender a nature that she would instantly grow anxious over a slight illness or a change in his appearance. I am a plain man and cannot understand such contradictions. Yes, from your standpoint you are right in your eyes, I must seem a monster of heartlessness. I almost do in my own. Yet, precisely because the reproach appears merited it cuts me so deeply, that is why it would be generous and noble to spare me. Oh, Freyr, what has become of the great divine love which once forgave my every fault? It is where you have banished it, buried in the depths of my heart, as I am buried among these lonely mountains, silent and forgotten. The Countess, shaking her head, gazed earnestly at him. Joseph, you see that I am suffering. You must see that it would be a solace to rest in your love, and you are ungenerous enough to humble my bowed head still more. I have no wish to humble you, but we can be generous only to those who need it. I see in the haughty Countess Wildena a person who can exercise generosity, but not require it. Because you do not look into the depths of my heart, tortured with agonies of unrest and self-accusation? As she spoke, tears sprang to her eyes, and she involuntarily thought of the faithful, shrewd friend at home whose delicate power of perception had that very day spared her the utterance of a single word, and at one glance perceived all the helplessness of her situation. True, the _latter_ was a man of the world whom the tinsel and glitter which surrounded her no longer had power to dazzle, and who was therefore aware how poor and wretched one can be in the midst of external magnificence. The _former _ a man of humble birth, with the childish idea of the value of material things current among the common people, could not imagine that a person might be surrounded by splendor and luxury, play a brilliant part in society, and yet be unhappy and need consideration. But, however, she might apologize for him, the very excuses lowered him still more in her eyes. Each of these conflicts seemed to widen the gulf between them instead of bridging it. Such scenes, which always reminded her afresh of his lowly origin, did him more injury in her eyes than either of them suspected at the moment. They were not mere ebullitions of anger, which yielded to equally sudden reactions. They were not phases of passion, but the result of cool deliberation from the standpoint of the educated woman, which ended in hopeless disappointment. The continual refrain, "You do not understand me," with which the Countess closed such discussions expressed the utter hopelessness of their mutual relations. "You wonder that I come so rarely," she said bitterly. "And yet it is you alone who are to blame, nay, you have even kept me from the bedside of my child." "Indeed?" Freyr with difficulty suppressed his rising wrath. "This too?" "Yes, how can you expect me to come gladly, when I always encounter scenes like these? How often, when I could at last escape from the thousand demands of society, and hurried hither with a soul thirsting for love, have you repulsed me with your perpetual reproaches, which you make only because you have no idea of my relations and the claims of the fashionable world. So, at last, when I longed to come here to my husband and my child, dread of the unpleasant scenes which shadow your image held me back, and I preferred to conjure before me at home the Freyr whom I once loved and always should love, if you did not yourself destroy the noble image. With _that _Freyr, I have sweet intercourse by my lonely fireside with _him I obtain comfort and peace, if I avoid this _Freyr with his petty sensitiveness, his constant readiness to take umbrage." A mournful smile illumined her face as she approached him. "You see that when I think of the Freyr of whom I have just spoken, the Freyr of my imagination, my heart overflows and my eyes grow dim. Do you no longer know that Freyr? Can you not tell me where I shall find him again if I seek him very earnestly?" Freyr opened his arms and pointed to his heart. Here, you can find him, if you desire. Come, my beloved, loved beyond all things earthly, come to the heart which is only sick and sensitive from longing for you. In blissful forgetfulness, she threw herself upon his breast, completely overwhelmed by another wave of the old illusion, losing herself entirely in his ardent embrace. "Oh, my dear wife," he murmured in her ear, "I know that I am irritable and unjust. But you do not suspect the torment to which you condemn me. Banished from your presence, far from my home, torn from my native soil, and not yet rooted in yours. What life is this? My untrained reason is not capable of creating a philosophy which could solve this mystery. Why must these things be? I am married, yet not married. I am your husband, yet you are not my wife. I have committed no crime, yet am a prisoner, am not a dishonored man, yet am a despised one who must conceal himself in order not to bring shame upon his wife. So the years passed, and life flits by. You come often, but I might almost say only to make me taste once more the joys of the heaven from which I am banished. Ah, it is more cruel than all the tortures of Bel, for the condemned souls are not occasionally transferred to heaven only to be again thrust forth and suffer 1,000-fold. Even the avenging God is not so pitiless." The Countess, overwhelmed by this heavy charge, let her head sink upon her husband's breast. "See, my wife," he continued in a gentle, subdued tone, whose magic filled her heart with that mournful pleasure with which we listen to a beautiful dirge even beside the corpse of the object of our dearest love. "In your circles, people probably have sufficient self-control to suppress a great sorrow. I know that I only weary and annoy you by my constant complaints, and that you will at last prefer to avoid me entirely rather than expose yourself to them. I know this, yet I cannot do otherwise. I was not trained to dissimulation, self-control. As you call it, I cannot laugh when my heart is bleeding or utter sweet words when my soul is full of bitterness. I do not understand what compulsion could prevent you, a free, rich woman, from coming to the husband whom you love, and I cannot believe that you could not come if you longed to do so. That is why I so often doubt your love. What should you love in me? I warned you that I cannot always move about with the crown of thorns and scepter of reeds as Ecce Homo, and you now perceive that you were deceived in me, that I am only a poor, ordinary man, your inferior in education and intellect. And so long as I am not a real Ecce Homo, though that perhaps might happen, so long I am not what you need. But however poor and insignificant I may be, I am not without honor, and when I think that you only come occasionally, out of compassion, to bring the beggar the crumbs which your fine gentlemen have left me, then I will speak frankly, then my pride rebels, and I would rather starve than accept alms. And therefore you thrust back the loving wife when, with an overflowing heart, she stole away from the glittering circles of society to hasten to your side. Therefore you were cold and stern, disdaining what the others sought in vain. For, however distant you may be, there has not been an hour of my life which you might not have witnessed, however free and independent of you I may stand. There is not a fiber in my heart which does not cling to you. Ah, if you could only understand this deep, sacred tie which binds the freest spirit to the husband, the father of my child. If I had wings to soar over every land and sea, I should ever be drawn back to you, and would return as surely as the bird bound by the silken cord. No one can part me from you except you yourself. That you are not my equal in education, as you assert, does not sever us, but inferiority of character would do so, for nothing but greatness attracts me. To find you base would be the death knell of our love. Even the child would no longer be a bond between us, for to intellectual natures like mine the ties of blood are mere animal instincts, unless pervaded and transfigured by a loftier idea. The greatest peril which threatens our love is that your narrow views prevent your attaining the standpoint from which a woman like myself must be judged. I have great faults which need great indulgence and a superiority which is not alarmed by them. Unfortunately, my friend, you lack both. I have a great love for you, but you measure it by the contracted scales of your humdrum morality, and before this it vanishes because its dimensions far transcend it. Where, my friend, is the grandeur, the freedom of the soul which I need? Alas, your words are but too true, said Freyr, releasing her from his embrace. Every word is a death sentence. You ask a grandeur which I do not possess and shall never obtain. I grew up in commonplace ideas. I have never seen any other life than that in which the husband and wife belong together, the father and mother reared, tended, and watched their children together, and love in this close, tender companionship reached its highest goal. This idea of quiet domestic happiness embodied to me all the earthly bliss allotted by God to Christian husbands and wives. Of a love which is merely incidental, something in common with all the other interests of life, and which, when it comes in conflict with them, must move aside and wait till it is permitted to assert itself again. Of such a love I had no conception, at least, not in marriage. True, we know that in the dawn of love it is kept secret as something which must be hidden. But this is a state of restless torture which we strive to end as soon as possible by a marriage. That such a condition of affairs would be possible in marriage would never have entered my mind, and say what you will, a marriage like ours is little better than an illegal relation. The Countess started. She had had the same thought that very day. And I, Freyr inexorably continued, am little more than your lover. If you choose to be faithful to me, I shall be grateful, but do not ask the grandeur, as you call it, of my believing it. Whoever regards conjugal duties so lightly, whoever, like you, feels bound by no law, which was only made for poor, ordinary people, will keep faith only so long as it is agreeable to do so. The Countess, gazing into vacancy, vainly strove to find a reply. This seems very narrow, very ridiculous from your lofty standpoint. You see, I shall always be rustic. It is a misfortune for you that you came to me. Why did you not remain in your own aristocratic circle? Gentlemen of noble birth would have understood you far better than a poor, plain man like me. I tell myself so daily, it is the worm which gnaws at my life. Now you have the greatness you desire, the only greatness I can offer, that of the perception of our misery. Madeline nodded hopelessly. Yes, we are in an evil strait. I despair more and more of restoring peace between us, for it would be possible only in case I could succeed in making you comprehend the necessity of the present certainly unnatural form of our marriage. Yet you cannot and will not see that a woman like me cannot live in poverty, that wealth, though it does not render me happy, is nevertheless indispensable, not on account of the money, but because with it honor, power, and distinction would be lost. You know that this would follow an acknowledgment of our marriage, and I would die rather than resign them. I was born to a station too lofty to be content in an humble sphere. Do you expect the eagle to descend to a linnet's nest and dwell there? It would die, for it can breathe only in the regions for which it was created. But the eagle should never have stooped to the linnet, said Freyr, gloomily. I believed that I should find in you a consort, aspiring enough to follow me to my heights, for the wings of your genius rustled with mighty strokes above me when you hung upon the cross. Oh, can one who, like you, has reached the height of the cross, sink to the Philistine narrowness of the ideas of the lower classes and thrust aside the foaming elixir of love, because it is not proffered in the usual wooden bowl of the daily performance of commonplace duties? It is incredible, but true. And lastly, you threaten that I shall make you an ecce homo. If you were, it would be no fault of mine, but because, even in daily life, you could not cease to play the Christ. The Countess had spoken with cutting sharpness and bitterness. It seemed as if the knife she turned against the man she loved must be piercing her own heart. Freyr's breath came heavily, but no sound betrayed the anguish of the wound he had received. But the child, as if feeling, even in its sleep, that its mother was about to sunder, with a fatal blow, the cord of life uniting her to the father and itself, quivered in pain and flung its little hands into the air, as though to protect the mysterious bond whose filaments ran through its heart also. See, the child feels our strife and suffers from it, said Freyr, and the unutterable pain in the words swept away all hardness, all defiance. The mother, with tearful eyes, sank down beside the bed of the suffering child, languishing under the discord between her and its father like a tender blossom beneath the warfare of the elements. My child, she said in a choking voice, how thin your little hands have grown. What does this mean? She pressed the boy's transparent little hands to her lips, and when she looked up again, two wonderful dark eyes were gazing at her from the child's pale face. Yes, those were the eyes of the infant Redeemer of the world in the picture of the Sistine Madonna, the eyes which mirror the foreboding of the misery of a world. It was the expression of Freyr's, but spiritualized, and as single sunbeams dance upon a dark flood, It seemed as if golden rays from his mother's sparkling orbs had leaped into his. What a marvelous child! The mother's delicate beauty blended with the deep earnestness of the father, steeped in the loveliness and transfiguration of Raphael. And she could wound the father of this boy with cruel words? She could scorn the wonderful soul of Freyr, which gazed at her in mute reproach from the eyes of the child, because the woe of the Redeemer had impressed upon it indelible traces, disdain it. Beside the bed of this boy, this pledge of a love whose supernatural power transformed the man into a god, to rest for a moment in a divine embrace? Mother, murmured the boy softly, as if in a waking dream, but Madeline von Wildenau felt with rapture that he meant _her_, not Josepha. Then he closed his eyes again and slept on. Kneeling at the son's bedside, she held out her hand to the father. It seemed as if a trembling ray of light entered her soul, reflected from the moment when he had formerly approached her in all the radiance of his power and beauty. And we should not love each other, she said, while binning tears flowed down her cheeks. Freyr drew her from the child's couch, clasping her in a close embrace. My dove! He could say no more, grief and love stifled his voice. She threw her arms around his neck, as she had done when she made her penitent confession with such irresistible grace that he would have pardoned every mortal sin. Forgive me, Joseph, she said softly, in order not to wake the boy who, even in sleep, turned his little head toward his parents, as a flower sways toward the sun. I am a poor, weak woman. I myself suffer unutterably under the separation from you and the child. If you knew how I often feel a rock would pity me. It is a miserable condition. Nothing is mine, neither you, my son, nor my wealth, unless I sacrifice one for the other, and that I cannot resolve to do. Have compassion on my weakness. It is woman's way to bear the most unendurable condition rather than form an energetic resolve which might change it. I know that the right course would be for me to find courage to renounce the world and say, I am married. I will resign, as my husband's will requires, the Wildenau fortune. I will retire from the stage as a beggar. I will starve and work for my daily bread. I often think how beautiful and noble this would be, and that perhaps we might be happy, so happier than we are now if it were only done. But when I seriously face the thought, I feel that I cannot do it. Yet you told me in Oberammergau, cried Freyr, that it was only on your father's account that you could not acknowledge the marriage. Your father is now a paralytic, half-foolish old man, who cannot live long. Then this reason will be removed. Yes, when we married it _was he who prevented me from announcing it. I wished to do so, and it would have been easy. But if I state the fact now, after having been secretly married 8 years, during which I have illegally retained the property, I shall stamp myself a cheat. Take me to the summit of the Kofel and bid me leap down its 1,000 feet of cliff. I cannot, were it to purchase my eternal salvation. Hurl me down, I care not, but do not expect me voluntarily to take the plunge. It is impossible. Unless God sends an angel to bear me over the chasm on its wings, all pleading will be futile. She pressed her cheek, burning with the fever of fear, tenderly against his. Have pity on my weakness. Forgive me. I know I am always talking about greatness, yet with me it exists only in the imagination. I am too base to be capable of what is really noble. You see me now as God himself beholds me. He will judge me, but it is the privilege of marital love to forgive. Will you not use this sweet right? Perhaps God will show me some expedient. Perhaps I shall succeed in making an agreement with the relatives or gaining the aid of the king, but for all this I must live in the world in order to secure influence and scope for my plans. Will you have patience and forbearance with me till there is a change? That will never be, any more than during the past 8 years. But I will bear with you, poor wife. In spite of everything I will trust your love. I will try to repress my discontent when you come and gratefully accept what you bestow, without remonstrance or fault-finding. I will bear it as long as I can. Perhaps it will wear me out, then we shall both be released. I would have removed myself from the world long ago, but that would be a sin and would not have benefited you. Your heart is too kind not to be wounded, and the suicide's bloody shade would not have permitted you to enjoy your liberty. Oh, heaven, what are you saying? "My poor husband, is that your condition?" cried the Countess, deeply stirred by the tragedy of these calmly uttered words. She shuddered at this glimpse of the dark depths of his fathomless soul, and what, in her opinion, he might lack in broadness of view was now supplied by the extent of his suffering. At this moment he again interested her. Throwing herself on his breast, she overwhelmed him with caresses. She sought to console him, make him forget the bitterness of his grief by the magic potion of her love. She herself did not know that even now, carried away by a genuine emotion of compassion, she was yielding to the demoniac charm of trying upon his pain the power of her coquetry, which she had long since tested sufficiently upon human beings. But where she would undoubtedly have succeeded with men of cultivation, she failed with this child of nature, who instinctively felt that this sweet display of tenderness was not meant for him, but was called forth by the struggle against a hostile element which she desired to bribe or conquer. His grief remained unchanged. It was too deeply rooted to be dispelled by the love raptures of a moment. Yet the poor husband, languishing for the wife so ardently beloved, took the poisoned draught she offered, as the thirsting traveler in the desert puts his burning lips to the tainted pool whence he knows he is drinking death. Chapter 20. Conflicts. It was morning. The lamp had almost burned out. Josepha and the Countess were busied with the boy, whose sleep was disturbed by a short, dry cough. The mother had remained at the little castle all night and rested only a few hours. When with the little one there were times when her maternal affection was roused. Then she was seized with dread lest God should recall a precious gift because she had not known its value. It would be only just. She was aware of that, and because of its justice it seemed probable, and her heart strove to make amends in a few hours for the neglect of years. Perhaps thereby she might escape the punishment. But when she had gone, the little pale star in her horizon receded into the background before the motley phenomena of the world in which she lived, and only in isolated moments did she realize, by a dull pain, that feelings were slumbering within her soul, which could not be developed, like a treasure which lies concealed in a spot whence it cannot be raised. It was akin to the parable of the servant who did not put out his talent at interest. This talent which God entrusted to men is _love_. A lofty noble sentiment which we suppress is the buried treasure which God will require of us, when the period for which he loaned it has expired. There were hours when the unhappy woman realized this. Then she accused everything, the world and herself. And the poor little child felt in his precocious soul the grief of the beautiful lady, in whom he presciently loved his mother without knowing that it was she. Ordinary children, like animals, love best those who provide for their physical wants and therefore frequently cling more fondly to the nurse than to the mother. Not so this boy. He was almost ungrateful to Josepha, who nursed him the more faithfully, the more he was neglected by the Countess. Josepha was passionately attached to the boy. All the sorrowful love which she had kept in her desolate heart for her own dead son was transferred from the first hour to this delicate, motherless creature. It reminded her so much of her own poor child, the marked family likeness between him and Freyr, the mystery with which he must be surrounded. A mother who was ashamed of him, like Josepha at the time. It seemed as though her own dead child had returned to life. And besides, she passed for his mother. The boy was born while the Countess was traveling in the East, and it was an easy matter to arrange with the authorities. The Countess, while in Jerusalem, took the name of Josepha Freyr, Josepha that of Countess Wildenau, and the child was baptized under the name of Freyr. It was entered in the register as an illegitimate child, and Josepha bore the disgrace and returned to Germany as the boy's mother. What was lacking to complete Josepha's illusion that the child was hers and that she might love it as a mother? Nothing, save the return of her affection. And this was a source of bitter pain. She might give and do what she would, devote her days and nights to him, sacrifice her already failing health, nothing availed. When after weeks and months of absence the beautiful lady, as he called her, came, his melancholy eyes brightened and he seemed to glow with new life as he stretched out his little arms to her with a look that appeared to say, "Had you not come soon, I should have died." Josepha no longer existed for him, and even his father, whom he usually loved tenderly as his godfather, Goth, as the people in that locality call it, was forgotten. This vexed Josepha beyond endurance. She performed a mother's duties in all their weariness. Her heart cherished a mother's love with all its griefs and cares, and, when that other woman came, who deserved nothing, did nothing, had neither a mother's heart nor a mother's rights, she took the child away, and Josepha had not saved the trouble and the shame. The former enjoyed hurriedly, lightly, carelessly, the joys which alone could have repaid Josepha's sacrifices, the child's sweet smiles, tender caresses, and coaxing ways, for which she would have given her life. She ground her sharp white teeth, and a secret jealousy, bordering on hatred, took root in her embittered mind. What could she esteem in this woman? For what should she be grateful to her? She was kind to her because she needed her services, but what did she care for Josepha herself? She might give me less, but do her duty to her husband and child, that would suit me better, she secretly murmured. To have such a child and not be a mother to him, not give him the sunshine, the warmth of maternal love which he needs, and then come and take away from another what she would not earn for herself. To have such a husband, the highest blessing Josepha knew on earth, a man to whom the whole world paid homage as if to God, a man so devout, so good, so modest, so faithful, and desert him, conceal him in a ruinous old castle, that no one might note the disgrace of the noble lady who had married a poor woodcarver. And then to come and snatch the kisses from his lips as birds steal berries, when no one was looking, he was good enough for that. And he permitted it, the proud, stern man, whom the whole community feared and honored. It was enough to drive one mad. And she, Josepha, must swallow her wrath year after year, and dared not say anything, for woe betide her if she complained of the Countess. He would allow no attack upon her, though this state of affairs was killing him. She was forced to witness how he grieved for this woman, see him gradually lose flesh and strength, for the wicked creature bewitched every one, and charmed her husband and child till they were fairly dying of love for her, while she was carrying on her shameless flirtations with others. Such were the terrible accusations raging in Josepha's passionate soul against the Countess, charges which effaced the memory of all she owed her former benefactress. I should like to know what she would do without me, was the constant argument of her ungrateful hatred. She may well be kind to me if I chose. Her wicked pranks would soon be over. She would deserve it, and what do I care for the pay? I can look after myself, I don't need the ill-gotten gains. But then I should be obliged to leave the boy, he would have no one. No, no, Josepha, hold out as long as possible and be silent for the child's sake. Such were the conflicts seething in the breast of the silent dweller in the hunting castle, such the gulfs yawning at the unsuspicious woman's feet. It was the vengeance of insulted popular morality, to which she imagined herself so far superior. This insignificant impulse in the progress of the development of mankind, insignificant because it was the special attribute of the humble plain people, will always conquer in the strife against the emancipation of so-called, more highly organized natures, for it is the destiny of individual giants always to succumb in the war against ordinary mortals. Here there is a great, eternal law of the universe, which from the beginning gathered its contingent from the humble, insignificant elements, and in so-called plebeian morality is rooted Christianity. Therefore, the former will conquer and always assert its right, even where the little Philistine army, which gathers around its standard, defeats a far nobler foe than itself, a foe for whom the gods themselves would mourn. Woe betide the highly gifted individuality which unites with Philistine elements, gives them rights over it, and believes it can still pursue its own way in any given case. It will find pity before God sooner than before the judgment seat of this literal service, and the spears and shafts of its yeomanry. Something like one of these lance thrusts pierced the Countess from Josepha's eyes as she bent over the waking child. Josepha tried to take the boy, but he struggled violently and would not go to her. With sparkling, longing eyes he nestled in the arms of the beautiful lady. The Countess drew the frail little figure close to her heart. As she did so, she noticed the stern, resentful expression of Josepha's dry cracked lips and the hectic flush on the somewhat prominent cheekbones. There was something in the girl's manner which displeased her mistress. Had it been in her power, she would have dismissed this person, who was constantly altering for the worse. But she was bound to her by indissoluble fetters, nay, was dependent upon her and must fear her. She felt this whenever she came. Under such impressions, every visit to the castle had gradually become a penance, instead of a pleasure. Her husband, out of humor and full of reproaches, the child ill, the nurse sullen and gloomy. A spoiled child of the world, who had always had everything disagreeable removed from her path, could not fail at last to avoid a place where she could not breathe freely a single hour. "Will you not get the child's breakfast, Josepha?" she said wearily, the dark circles around her eyes bearing traces of her night vigil. "He must be bathed first," said Josepha, in the tone which often wounded the Countess, the tone by which nurses, to whose charge children are left too much, instruct young mothers that, if they take no care of their little ones elsewhere, they have nothing to say in the nursery. The Countess, with aristocratic self-control, struggled to maintain her composure. Then she said quietly, though her voice sounded faint and hoarse, "The child seems weak. I think it will be better to give him something to eat before washing him." "Yes," pleaded the little fellow, "I am thirsty." The words reminded the Countess of his father, as he said on the cross, "I thirst." When these memories came, all the anguish of her once beautiful love now perishing so miserably overwhelmed her. She lifted the boy. He was light as a vapor, a vision of mist, from the bed into her lap, and wrapped his little bare feet in the folds of her morning dress. He pressed his little head, crowned with dark, curling locks, against her cheek. Such moments were sweet, but outweighed by too much bitterness. "Bring him some milk, fresh milk," Madeline von Wildenau repeated in the slightly imperious tone which seems to consider opposition impossible. "That will be entirely different from his usual custom," remarked Josepha, as if the Countess' order had seriously interfered with the regular mode of life necessary to the child. The mother perceived this, and a faint flush of shame and indignation suffused her face, but instantly vanished, as if grief had consumed the wave of blood which wrath had stirred. "Is your mother, Josepha, kind to you?" she asked, when Josepha had left the room. The boy nodded carelessly. "She does not strike you. She is gentle?" "No, she doesn't strike me," the little fellow answered. "She loves me." "Do you love her, too?" the Countess went on. "Whys," said the child, shrugging his shoulders. Then he looked tenderly into her face. "I love you better." "That is not right. Josepha is your mother. You must love her best." The boy shook his head thoughtfully. "But I would rather have you for my mamma." "That cannot be. Unfortunately, I must not." The child gazed at her with an expression of sorrowful disappointment. At last he found an expedient. "But in heaven, when I go to heaven, you will be my mother there, won't you?" The Countess shuddered. An indescribable pain pierced her heart, yet she was happy, a blissful anguish. Tears streamed from her eyes and, clasping the child tenderly, she gently kissed him. "Yes, my child. In heaven perhaps I may be your mother." Josepha now brought in the milk and wanted to give it to him, but the boy would not take it from her. He insisted that the Countess must hold the bowl. She did so, but her hand trembled and Josepha was obliged to help her, or the whole contents would have been spilled. She averted her face. She cannot even give her child anything to drink, thought Josepha, as she moved about the room, putting it in order. "Josepha, please leave me alone a little while," said the Countess, almost beseechingly. "Indeed?" Josepha's cheeks flushed scarlet. It seemed as if the bones grew still more prominent. "If I am in your Highness' way, I can go at once." "Josepha," said the Countess, now suddenly turning toward her, a face wet with tears. "Surely I might be allowed to spend 15 minutes alone with my child without offending anyone. I will forgive your words on account of your natural jealousy, and I think you already regret them, do you not?" "Yes," replied Josepha, somewhat reluctantly, but so conquered by the unhappy mother's words that she pressed a hard, half-reluctant kiss upon the Countess' hand with her rough, parched lips. Then, with a passionate glance at the child, She gave place to the mother whose claim she would fain have disputed before God himself, if she could. But when the door had closed behind her, the Countess could bear no more. Placing the child in his little bed, she flung herself sobbing beside it. my child, forgive me," she cried, "forgetting all prudence, pray for me to God." Just at that moment the door opened and Freyr entered. All that was stirring the mother's heart instantly became clear to him as he saw her thus broken down beside the boy's bed. "Calm yourself, what will the child think?" he said, bending down and raising her. "Don't cry, Mama," said the boy, stroking the soft hair on the grief-bowed head. He did not know why he now suddenly called her Mama. Perhaps it was a prospect of the heaven where she would be his mother, and he said it in advance. "Oh, Freyr, kill me, I am worthy of nothing better. Cut short the battle of a wasted life. An animal which cannot recover is killed out of pity. Why not a human being who feels suffering doubly? Magdalena Countess, I do not know you in this mood. Nor do I know myself. What am I? What is a mother who is no mother? A wife who cannot declare herself a wife. A fish that cannot swim. A bird that cannot fly. We kill such poor crippled creatures out of sheer compassion. What kind of existence is mine? An egotist who nevertheless feels the pain of those whom she renders unhappy, an aristocrat who cannot exist outside of her own sphere and yet pines for the eternal verity of human nature, a coquette who trifles with hearts and yet would die for a genuine feeling. These are my traits of character. Can there be anything more contradictory, more full of wretchedness? Let us go out of doors, Countess. Such conversation is not fit for the child to hear." "Oh, he does not understand it." "He understands more than you believe. You do not know what questions he often asks. You deprive yourself of the noblest joys by being unable to watch the remarkable development of this child." She nodded silently, absorbed in gazing at the boy. "Come, Countess, the sun has risen. The cool morning air will do you good. I will ring for Josepha to take the boy," he said quietly, touching the bell. The little fellow sat up in bed. His breathing was hurried and anxious. His large eyes were fixed imploringly on the Countess. "Oh, Mama, dear Mama, in heaven's state, don't go away. Ah, if only I could, my child, how gladly I would stay here always. But I will come back again presently. I will only walk in the sunshine for half an hour." "Oh, I would like to go in the sunshine too. Can I go with you and run about a little while?" "Not today. Not until your cough is cured, my poor little boy. But I'll promise to talk and think of nothing but you until I return. Meanwhile, Josepha shall wash and dress you. I don't understand that Josepha can do it better." "Oh, yes, I'm good enough for that," thought the girl, who heard the last words just as she entered. "My beautiful Mama has been crying because she is a bird and can't fly," said the child to Josepha with sorrowful sympathy. "But you can't fly either, nor I. Till we are angels, then we can." He spread out his little arms like wings as if he longed to soar upward and away, but an attack of coughing made him sink back upon his pillows. The husband and wife looked at each other with the same sorrowful anxiety. The Countess bent over the little bed, as if she would fain stifle with kisses the cough that racked the little chest. "Mama, it doesn't hurt, you must not cry," said the boy consolingly. "There is a spider inside of my breast which tickles me so I have to cough. But it will spin a big net of silver threads like those on the Christmas tree which will reach to heaven, then I'll climb up on it." The Countess could scarcely control her emotion. Freyr drew her hand through his arm and led her out into the dewy morning. "You are so anxious about our secret, and yet, if I were not conscientious enough to help you guard it, you would betray yourself every moment. You are imprudent with the child. It is not for my own interest, but yours that I warn you. Do not allow your newly awakened maternal love to destroy your self-control in the boy's presence. Do not let him call you Mama. Poor mother, indeed, I understand how this wounds you, but it must be one thing or the other. If you cannot will not be a mother to the child, you must renounce this name." She bowed her head. "You are as cruel as ever, though you are right. How can I maintain my self-control when I hear such words from the child? What a child he is! Whenever I come, I marvel at his intellectual progress. If only it is natural, if only it is not the omen of an early death." Freyr pitied her anxiety. It is merely because the child is reared in solitude, associating solely with two sorrowing people, Josepha and myself. It is natural that his young soul should develop into a graver and more thoughtful character than other children, he said consolingly. They had gone out upon a dilapidated balcony, overgrown with vines and bushes. It was a beautiful morning, but the surrounding woods and the moldering autumn leaves were white with hoarfrost. Freyr wrapped the shivering woman in a cloak which he had taken with him. Under the cold breath of the bright fall morning and her husband's cheering words, she gradually grew calm and regained her composure. But something must be done with the child, she said earnestly. Matters cannot go on so. He looks too ethereal. I will send him to Italy with Josepha. Good heavens, then I shall be entirely alone, said Freyr, with difficulty suppressing his dismay. Yet it must be, replied the Countess firmly. How shall I endure it? The child was my all, my good angel, my light in darkness. Often his little hands have cooled my brow when the flames of madness were circling around it. Often his eyes, his features have again revealed your image clearly when, during a long separation, it had become blurred and distorted. While gazing at the child, the dear, beautiful child, I felt that nothing could sever this sacred bond. The mother of this boy could not desert her husband for the sake of this child. She must love me, I said to myself, and learn to trust, to hope, once more. And now I am to part from him. Oh, God, thy judgment is severe. Thou didst send an angel to comfort thy divine Son on the Mount of Olives. Thou dost take him from me. Yet not my will, but thine, be done. He bent his head sadly. If it must be, take him. The child is ill. I have kept him shut up in these damp rooms too long. He needs sunshine and milder air. If he were obliged to spend another winter in this cold climate, it would be his death. But if it is so hard for you to be separated from the boy, go with him. I will hire a villa for you and Josepha somewhere on the Riviera. It will do you good, too, to leave this nook hidden among the woods, and I cannot shelter you here in Bavaria, where everyone knows you without betraying our relation. Freyr gazed at her with a mournful smile. And you think that I would go? He shook his head. No, I cannot make it so easy for you. We are still husband and wife. I am still yours, as you are mine. And though you so rarely come to me, if during the whole winter there was but a single hour when you needed a heart, you must find your husband's. I must be here. He drew her gently to his breast. No, my wife, it would have been a comfort if I could have kept the child, but if you must take him from me, I will bear this, too, like everything which comes from your hand, be it life or death. Nothing shall part me from you, not even love for my boy. There was something indescribable in the expression with which he gazed at her as he uttered the simple words, and she clung to him, overwhelmed by such unexampled fidelity, which thus sacrificed the last blessing he possessed for a_single_hour with her. My husband, my kind, noble husband. The most generous heart in all the world, she cried, caressing him again and again as she gazed rapturously at the beautiful face, so full of dignity. You shall not make the sacrifice for a single hour. Your wife will come and reward your loyalty with 1,000-fold greater love. Often, perhaps oftener than ever. For I feel that the present condition of affairs cannot last. I must be permitted to be wife and mother. I realize today at the bedside of my child that my _guilt_, too, was growing year by year. It is time for me to atone. When I return home, I will seriously consider what can be done to make an arrangement with my relatives. I need not confess that I am already married. I could say that I might marry if they would pay me a sufficient sum, but I would not do so if they refuse me the means to live in a style which befitted my rank. Then they will probably prefer to make a sacrifice which would enable me to marry, thereby giving them the whole property, rather than to compel me, by their avarice, to remain a widow and keep the entire fortune. That would be a capital idea. Do you see how inventive love is? She said with charming coquetry, expecting his joyful assent. But he turned away with clouded brow. It seemed as though an icy wind had suddenly swept over the whole sunny landscape, transforming everything into a wintry aspect. Falsehood and deception everywhere, even in the most sacred things. When I hear you speak so, my heart shrinks. So noble a woman as you to stoop to falsehood and deceit, like one of the basest. The Countess stood motionless, with downcast lids. Shame and pride were both visible on her brow. Her heart, too, shrank, and an icy chill encompassed it. "And what better proposal would you make?" "None," said Freyr in a low tone, "for the only one I could suggest you would not accept. It would be to atone for the wrong you have committed, frankly confess how everything happened, and then retire with your husband and child into solitude and live plainly, but honestly. The world would laugh at you, it is true, but the noble-hearted would honor you. I cannot imagine that any moral happiness is to be purchased by falsehood and deceit. There is but one way which leads to God, the way of truth. Every other is delusive." The beautiful woman gazed at him in involuntary admiration. This was the inward majesty by which the lowly man had formerly so awed her, and deeply as he shamed and wounded her, she bowed to this grandeur. Yet she could no longer bear his gaze. She felt humbled before him. Her pleasure in his companionship was destroyed. She stood before the man whom she believed so far beneath her, like a common criminal, convicted of the most petty falsehood, the basest treachery. She fairly loathed herself. Where was there anything to efface this brand? Where was the pride which could raise her above this disgrace? In her consciousness of rank? Woe betide her! What would her peers say if they knew her position? Would she not be cast out from every circle? What was there which would again restore her honor? She knew no dignity, no honor save those which the world bestows, and to save them, at any cost and by any means, she sank still lower in her own eyes and those of the poor, but honorable man who had more cause to be ashamed of her than she of him. She must return home. She must again see her palace, her servants, her world, in order to believe that she was still herself, that the ground was still firm under her feet, for everything in and around her was wavering. "Please order the horses to be harnessed," she said, turning toward the half-ruined door through which they had come out of the house. It had indeed grown dull and cold. A pallid autumnal fog was shrouding the forest. It looked doubtful whether it was going to rain or snow. "I have the open carriage. I should like to get home before it rains," she said, apologetically, without looking at him. Freyr courteously opened the heavy ancient iron door. They walked silently along a dark, cold, narrow passage to the door of the boy's room. "I will go and have the horses harnessed," said Freyr, and the Countess entered the chamber. She took an absent leave of the child. She did not notice how he trembled at the news that she was going home. She did not hear him plead, "Take me with you." She comforted him as usual with the promise that she would soon come again, and beckoned Josepha out of the room. The boy gazed after her with the expression of a dying roe, and a few large tears rolled down his pale cheeks. The mother saw it, but she could not remain. Her stay here was over for that day. Outside, she informed Josepha of the plan of sending her and the child to Italy, but the latter shook her head. "The child needs nothing but its mother," she said, pitilessly. "It longs only for _you_, and if you send it still farther away, it will die." The Countess stood as if sentenced. "When you are with him, he revives, and when you have gone, he droops like a flower without the sun." "Oh heaven," moaned the Countess, pressing her clasped hands to her brow. "What is to be done? If you could take the boy, it would be the best cure. The child needs a mother's love. That would be more beneficial to him than all the traveling in the world. You have no idea how he clings to his mother. It really seems as if you had bewitched him. All day long he wears himself out listening and watching for the roll of the carriage, and when evening comes and the hour that you usually drive up arrives, his little hands are burning with fever from expectation. And then he sees how his father longs for you. A child like him notices everything, and when his father is sad, he is sorrowful, too. 'She is not coming today,' he said a short time ago, stroking his father's cheek. He knew perfectly well what troubled him. A delicate little body like his is soon worn out by constant yearning. Every kid, every fawn, cries for its mother. Here in the woods I often hear the young deer, whose mother has been shot, wail and cry all night long, and must not a child who has sense and affection long for its mother? You sit in your beautiful Rooms at home, and don't hear how up here in this dreary house with us two melancholy people, the poor child asks for the mother who is his all. Josepha, you will kill me. The Countess clung to the doorpost for support. Her brain fairly whirled. No, I shall not kill you, Countess. I only want to prevent your killing the child, said Josepha with flaming eyes. Do you suppose that, if I could supply a mother's place to the boy, I would beg you for what is every child's right, and which every mother who has a mother's heart in her breast would give of her own accord? Certainly not. I would steal the child's heart, which you are starving ere I would give you one kind word, and you might beg in vain for your son's love, as I now beseech his mother's for him. But the poor little fellow knows very well who his mother is, and no matter what I do he will not accept me. That is why I tell you just how matters are. Do what you choose with me. I no longer fear anything. If the child cannot be saved, I am done with the world. You know me and know that I set no value on life. You have made it no dearer to me than it was when we first met. Just at that moment the door opened and a small white figure appeared. The boy had heard Josepha's passionate tone and came to his mother's assistance. Mama, my dear Mama in heaven, what is she doing to you? She shan't hurt you. Wicked Mama Josepha. That's why I don't like you. You are always scolding the beautiful, kind lady. He threw his little arm around his mother's neck, as if to protect her. Oh, you angel, cried the Countess, lifting him in her arms to press him to her heart. The rattle of wheels was heard outside. The Countess' 4 horses were coming. To keep the fiery animals waiting was impossible. Freyr hastily announced the carriage. The horses were very unruly that day. The Countess gave the boy to Josepha's care. Freyr silently helped her into the equipage. Everything passed like a flash of lightning, for the horses were already starting. One gloomy glacé was exchanged between the husband and wife, the farewell of strangers, and away dashed the light vehicle through the autumn mists. The mother fancied she heard her boy weeping as she drove off, and felt as if Josepha had convicted her of the murder of the child. But she would atone for it some day soon. It seemed as if a voice within was crying aloud, "My child! My child!" An icy moisture stood in drops upon her brow. Was it the sweat of anxiety or dew? She did not know. She could no longer think. She was sinking under all the anxieties which had pressed upon her that day. She closed her eyes and leaned back in the carriage as if fainting, while the horses rushed swiftly on with their light burden toward their goal. The hours flew past. The equipage drove up to the Wildenau Palace, but she was scarcely conscious of it. All sorts of plans and resolutions were whirling through her brain. She was assisted from the carriage and ascended the carpeted marble stairs. 2 letters were lying on the table in her boudoir. The prince had been there and left one, a note, which contained only the words, "You will perceive that at the present time you dare not refuse this position. The friend who means most kindly . The other letter, in a large envelope, was an official document. Countess Wildenau had been appointed mistress of ceremonies. Chapter 21. Unaccountable. A moment and a turning point in a life. The Countess was herself again, as she called it. Thank God. The Oberammergau episode with all its tragic consequences belonged to the past. Today, under the emotional impressions and external circumstances at that luckless castle, where everything conspired against her, she had thought seriously of breaking with her traditions and the necessities of life. Faced the thought of poverty and shame so boldly that this appointment to the highest position at court saved her from the gulf of ruin. Stopped at the last moment, tottering, giddy, the startled woman sought to find a firm footing once more. She felt like a suicide, who is not really in earnest, and rejoices when someone prevents his design. She stood holding the document in her hand. This was truth, reality. The necessity for self-destruction was imagination. The disgrace whose brand she already felt upon her brow could no longer approach her. She set her foot upon the shaggy skin of a lion. The earth did not yet reel beneath her. She pressed her burning brow against a slender marble column. This, too, was still firm. She passed her slender fingers over the silk plush of the divan on which she reclined and rejoiced that it was still hers. Her eye, intoxicated with beauty, wandered over the hundreds of art treasures, pictures, and statues from every land with which she had adorned her rooms. Nothing was lacking. Upon a pedestal stood the Apollo Belvedere, whose pure marble glowed warmly in a sunbeam shining through red curtains, as if real blood were circulating in the stone. The wondrous face smiled in divine repose upon the motley array, which the art and industry of centuries had garnered here. The past and the present here closed their bewitching chain. Yonder stood a Venus de Milo, revealing to the charming owner the majesty of her own beauty. In a corner filled with flowers, a bathing nymph, by a modern master, timidly concealed herself. In a Gothic niche a dying Christ closed his eyes to the splendor of the world and the senses. It was a Christ after the manner of Gabriel Max, which opened and shut its eyes. Not far away the portrait of the Countess, painted with the genius of Lembach, stood forth from the dark frame, the type of a drawing-room blossom. Clad in a soft white robe of oriental stuff embroidered with gold, heavy enough to cling closely to the figure, light enough to float away so far as to reveal all that fashion and propriety permitted to be seen of the beauty of a wonderful neck and arm. And, as Lembach paints not only the outward form, but the inward nature, a tinge of melancholy, of yearning and thoughtfulness rested upon the fair face, which made the beholder almost forget the beauty of the form and that of the soul, while gazing into the spiritual eyes which seemed to seek some other home than this prosaic earth. Just in the direction of her glance, Hermes, the messenger of death, bent his divine face from a group of palms and dried grasses. It seemed as if she beheld all these things for the first time, as if they had been newly given back to her that day after she had believed them lost. Her breath almost failed at the thought that she had been on the point of resigning it all, and for what? All these treasures of immortal beauty and art for a weeping child and a surly man, who loved in her only the housewife, which any maidservant can be, but understood what she really was, what really constituted her dignity and charm, no more than he would comprehend Lenbach's picture, which reflected to her her own person transfigured and ennobled. She gazed at herself with proud satisfaction. Should such a woman sacrifice herself to a man who scarcely knew the meaning of beauty? Destroy herself for an illusion of the imagination? She rang the bell. She felt the necessity of ordering something to be sure that she was still mistress of the house. The lackey entered. "Your Highness." "Thank heaven." Her servants still obeyed her. "Send over to the Barnheim Palace and invite the prince to dine with me at 6. Then serve lunch." "Very well. Has your Highness any other orders?" The maid. "Yes, your Highness." The man left the room with the noiseless, solemn step of a well-trained lackey. How can anyone live without servants? The Countess asked herself, looking after him. What should I have done if I had dismissed mine? She shuddered. Now that regal luxury again surrounded her, she was a different person from this morning. No doubt she still felt what she had suffered that day, but only as we dimly, after waking from a fevered dream, realize the tortures we have endured. Someone knocked, and the maid entered. "I will take a bath before lunch. I feel very ill. Pour a bottle of _vinegar de bouillie into the water. I will come directly." The maid disappeared. Everything still went on like clockwork. Nothing had changed. No one noticed what she had almost done that day. The struggle was over. The royal order, which it would have been madness to oppose, had determined her course. But her nerves were still quivering from the experiences of the day. The child, if only she were not hampered by the child. That was the only thing which would not allow her to breathe freely. It was her own flesh and blood. That was the wound in her heart which could never be healed. She would always long for the boy as he would for her. Yet, what did this avail? Nothing could be changed. She must do what reason and necessity required. At least for the present. Nay, there was even something beautiful in a sorrow born with aristocratic dignity. By the depth of the wound, we proudly measure the depth of our own hearts. She pleased herself with the idea of doing the honors as mistress of ceremonies to kings and emperors, while yearning in the depths of her soul for a poor orphan child, the son of the proud Countess Wildenau, whose husband was a peasant. Only a nature of the elasticity of Madeline von Wildenau's could sink so low and yet soar so high, without losing its equilibrium. These were the oscillations which Ludwig Gross once said were necessary to such natures, though their radii passed through the lowest gulfs of human misery to the opposite heights. Coquetry is not only cruel to others, but to itself in the physical tortures which it endures for the sake of an uncomfortable fashion, and the spiritual ones with which it pays for its triumphs. This was the case with the Countess. During her first unhappy marriage, she had learned to control the most despairing moods and be amusing with an aching heart. What marvel that she deemed it a matter of course that she must subdue the gnawing grief of her maternal love. So she coquetted even with suffering and found pleasure in bearing it gracefully. She sat down at her writing desk, crowned with Canova's group of Cupid and Psyche, and wrote, "My dear husband, in my haste, I can only inform you that I shall be unable to come out immediately to arrange Josepha's journey. I have been appointed mistress of ceremonies to the Queen and must obey the summons. Meanwhile, let Josepha prepare for the trip. I will send the directions for the journey and the money today. Give the boy my love, kiss him for me, and comfort him with the promise that I will visit him in the Riviera when I can. Amid the new scenes he will soon forget me and cease waiting and expecting. The southern climate will benefit his health, and we shall have all the more pleasure in him afterward. He must remain there at least a year to regain his strength. I write hastily, for many business matters and ceremonies must be settled within the next few days. It is hard for me to accept this position, which binds me still more closely in the fetters I was on the eve of stripping off. But to make the king and queen my enemies at the very moment when I need powerful friends more than ever would be defying fate. It will scarcely be possible for me now to come out as often as I promised you today. But if you become too lonely, you can occasionally come in as my steward, ostensibly to bring me reports. In this way we shall see each other, and I will give orders that the steward shall be admitted to me at any time, and have a suitable office and apartments assigned to him, as I shall now be unable to look after the estates so much myself. If I cannot receive you at once, you will wait in your room until your wife, freed from the restraint and duties of the day, will fly to your arms. Is not this admirably arranged? Are you at last satisfied, you discontented man? You see that I am doing all that is possible. Only do not be angry with me, because I also do what reason demands. I must secure to my child the solid foundations of a safe and well-ordered existence, since we must not, for the sake of sentiment, aimlessly shatter our own destiny. How would it benefit the sick child if I denounced myself and was compelled to give up the whole of my private fortune to compensate my first husband's relatives for what I have spent illegally since my second marriage? I could not even do anything more for my son's health, and should be forced to see him pine away in some mountain hamlet, perhaps Oberammergau itself, whither I should wander with my household goods, and you, like some vagrant's family. The boys there would stone him and call him in mockery, the little count. The snowstorms would lash him and completely destroy his delicate lungs. No, if I did not fear poverty for myself I must do so for you. How would you endure to have the Oberammergau people, and where else could you find employment, point their fingers at you and say, "Look, that is Freyer, who ran away with the countess. He did a fine thing," and then laugh jeeringly? My Joseph, keep your love for me, and let me have judgment for you, then all will be well. In love, your M. She did not suspect, when she ended her letter, very well satisfied with her dialectics, that Freyer after reading it would throw the torn fragments on the floor. This cold, frivolous letter, this change from the mood of yesterday, this act after all her promises. He had again been deceived and disappointed, again hoped and believed in vain. All on which he had relied was destroyed, the moral elevation of his beloved wife, which would at last restore to her husband and child their sacred rights, was a lie, and instead, by way of compensation, came the offer of the position of a lover. He was to seek his wife under the cover of the darkness, as a man seeks his inamorata, he, her husband, the father of her child. No, Countess, the steward will not steal into your castle, in order, when you have enjoyed all the pleasures of the day, to afford you the excitement of a stolen intrigue. Though the scorn and derision of the people of my native village would wound me sorely, as you believe, I would rather work with them as a day laborer than to play before your lackeys the part which you assign me. This was his only answer. He was well aware that it would elicit only a shrug of the shoulders and a pitying smile, but he could not help it. It was evening when the Countess' letter reached him, and while, by the dim light of the hanging lamp, in mortal anguish, he composed at the bedside of the feverish child this clumsy and unfortunately misspelled reply, the folding doors of the brilliantly lighted dining room in the Wildenau Palace were thrown open, and the prince offered his arm to the Countess. She was her brilliant self again. She had taken a perfumed bath, answered the royal letter, made several sketches for new court costumes, and sent them to Paris. She painted with unusual skill, and the little watercolor figures which she sent to her modistes were real works of art, far superior to those in the fashion journals. "Your Highness might earn your bread in this way," said the maid flatteringly, and a strange thrill stirred the Countess at these words. She had made herself a costume book, in which she had painted all the toilettes she had worn since her entrance into society, and often found amusement in turning the leaves. What memories the sight of the old clothes evoked! From the heavy silver-wrought brocade train of old Count Wildenau's young bride, down to the airy little summer gown which she had worn 9 years ago in Oberammergau. From the stiff, regulation court costume down to the simple woolen morning gown in which she had that morning spent hours of torture on account of that Oberammergau delusion. But at the maid's words she shut the book as if startled and rose. "I will give you the dress I wore this morning, but on condition that I never see it." "Your Highness is too kind. I thank you most humbly," said the delighted woman, kissing the sleeve of the Countess' combing mantle. She would not have ventured to kiss her hand. The dinner toilette was quickly completed, and when the Countess looked in the glass, she seemed to herself more beautiful than ever. The melancholy expression around her eyes, and a slight trace of tears which she had shed, lent the pale tearrose a tinge of color which was marvelously becoming. The day was over, and when the prince came to dinner at 6 o'clock, she received him with all her former charm. "To whom do I owe this, prince?" she said, smiling, holding out the official letter. "Why do you ask me?" "Because you only can tell." "I? Yes, you. Who else would have proposed me to their majesties? Don't try to deceive me by that air of innocence. I don't trust it. You, and no one else, would do me this friendly service, for everything good comes through you. You are not only a great and powerful man, you are also a good and noble one, my support, my providence." "I thank you." She took both his hands in hers and offered him her forehead to kiss, with a glance of such sincere admiration and gratitude that in his surprise and joy he almost missed the permitted goal and touched her lips instead. But fortunately, he recollected himself and almost timidly pressed the soft curls which quivered lightly like the delicate tendrils of flowers. "I cannot resist this gratitude. Yes, my august cousin, the Queen, did have the grace to consider my proposal as specially agreeable to her. But, my dear Countess, you must have been passing through terrible experiences to lavish such undue gratitude upon the innocent instigator of such a trifle as this appointment as mistress of ceremonies, for whose acceptance we must be grateful to you. There is a touch of almost timidity in your manner, my poor Madeline, as if you had lost the self-control which, with all your feminine grace, gave your bearing so firm a poise. You do yourself injustice. You must shake off this oppression. That is why I ventured to push the hands of the clock of life a little and secured this position, which will leave you no time for torturing yourself with fancies. That is what you need most. Unfortunately, I cannot lift from those beautiful shoulders the burden you yourself have probably laid upon them, but I will aid you gradually to strip it off. The world in which you are placed needs you. You must live for it, and ought not to withdraw your powers, your intellect, your charm. You are created for a lofty position. I do not mean a subordinate one, that of a mistress of ceremonies. This is merely a temporary palliative. I mean that of a reigning princess, who has to provide for the physical and intellectual welfare of a whole nation. When in your present office you have become reconciled to the world and its conditions, perhaps the day will come when I shall be permitted to offer you that higher place." The Countess stood with her hands resting on the table and her eyes bent on the floor. Her heart was throbbing violently, her breath was short and hurried. _1_ thought whirled through her brain. You might have had all this and forfeited it forever. The consciousness of her marred destiny overwhelmed her with all its power. What a contrast between the prince, the perfect product of culture, who took into account all the demands of her rank and character, and the narrow, limited child of nature, her husband, who found cause for reproach in everything which the trained man of the world regarded as a matter of course. Freyr tortured her and humbled her in her own eyes, while the prince tenderly cherished her. Freyr, like the embodiment of Christian asceticism, required from her everything she disliked, while Prince Emil desired nothing save to see her beautiful, happy, and admired, and made it her duty to enjoy life as suited her education and tastes. She would fain have thrown herself exultingly into the arms of her preserver and said, "Take me and bear me up again on the waves of life ere I fall into the power of that gloomy god whose power is nurtured on the blood of the murdered joys of his followers." Suddenly it seemed as if someone else was in the room gazing intently at her. She looked up. The eyes of the Christ in the Gothic niche were bent fixedly on her. "Are you looking at me again?" asked a voice in her terror-stricken soul. "Can you never die?" It was even so. He could not die on the cross. He cannot die in her heart. Even though it was but a moment that he appeared to mortal eyes in the Passion Play, he will live forever to all who experience that moment. Her uplifted arms fell as if paralyzed, and she faltered in broken sentences. "Not another word. Prince, in heaven's name, do not lead me into temptation. Banish every thought of me you do not know. I was never worthy of you, have never recognized all your worth, and now when I do now it is too late." She could say no more. Tears were trembling on her lashes. She again glanced timidly at the painted Christ. He had now closed his eyes. His expression was more peaceful. The prince gazed at her earnestly, but quietly. There's a false standpoint which must be removed. It will cost something, I see. Calm yourself, you have nothing more to fear from me. I was awkward, it was not the proper moment. I ought to have known it. Do you remember our conversation 9 years ago, on the way to the Passion Play? At that time a phantom stood between us. It has since assumed a tangible form, has it not? I saw this coming, but unfortunately could not avert it. But consider it is and will always remain a phantom. Such specters can be fatal only to eccentric, imaginative women like you who, in addition to imagination, also possess a strongly idealistic tendency which impresses an ethical meaning upon everything they feel. With a nature like yours, things which, in and of themselves, are nothing except romantic episodes, assume the character of moral conflicts in which you always feel that you are the guilty ones because you were the superior and have taken a more serious view of certain relations than they deserved. Yes, that is it. "Oh, Prince, you understand me better than anyone else," exclaimed the Countess admiringly. "Yes, and because I understand you better than anyone else, I love you better than anyone else. That is the inevitable consequence. Therefore it would be a pity if I were obliged to yield to that phantom, for never were two human beings so formed for each other as we." He was silent. Madeline had not heard the last words. In her swift variations of mood, reacting with every changing impression, a different feeling had been evoked by the word phantom and the memories it awakened. Even the cleverest man cannot depend upon a woman. The phantom again stood between them, conjured up by himself. As if by magic, the Kofel with its glittering cross rose before her, and opposite at her right hand the glimmering sunbeams stole up the cliff till, like shining fingers, they rested on a face whose like she had never seen, the eyes, dark yet sparkling, like the night when the star led the kings to the child in the manger. There he stood again, the one so long imagined, so long desired. And her enraptured eyes said, "Throughout the whole world I have sought you alone." And his replied, "And I you." And was this to be a lie, this to vanish? It seemed as if heaven had opened its gates and suffered her to look in, and was all this to be delusion? The panorama of memory moved farther on, leading her past the dwellings of the high priest and apostles in Oberammergau to the moonlit street where her ear, listening reverently, caught the words, "This is where Christus lives." And she stood still with gasping breath, trembling with expectation of the approach of God. Then the following day, the great day, which brought the fulfillment of the mighty yearning when she beheld this face, from which the God so long sought smiled upon her. The God whom she had come to seek, to confess. What? Could she deny, resign this God, in whose wounds she had laid her fingers? Again she stood in timid reverence, with a glowing heart, while before her hovered the pierced, bleeding hand. Heaven and earth turned upon the question whether she dared venture to press her lips upon the stigma. She did venture. Almost swooning from the flood of her feelings, and lo, in the kiss the quivering lips felt the throbbing of the warm awakening life in the hand of the stern God, and a feeling of exultation stirred within her. You belong to me. I will steal you from the whole human race. And now, scarcely 9 years later, must the joy vanish, the God disappear, the faith die? What a miserable, variable creature is man. Dinner is served, and Baroness T. Genois has called. Shall I prepare another place? The Countess started from her reverie. Had she been asleep where she stood? Where was she? The lackey was obliged to repeat the announcement and the question. A visitor now? She would rather die yet. Baroness T. Genois was an intimate friend. He could come to dinner whenever he pleased. He was not to be sent away. She nodded assent to the servant. Her emotions were repressed and scattered. Her throbbing heart sank feebly back to its usual pulsation. Pallid despair whispered, "Give up the struggle, you cannot be saved." A few minutes after, the little party were celebrating in the brilliantly lighted dining room in sparkling sack the event of the day, the appointment of the new mistress of ceremonies. Chapter 22. Falling Stars. The new mistress of ceremonies isn't popular. Countess Wildenau is said to have fallen into disgrace already. She did not ride in the Queen's carriage at the recent great parade. That is perfectly natural. It was to be expected when a lady so unaccustomed to put any constraint upon herself as Countess Wildenau was appointed to such a position. She is said to make constant blunders. If she chooses, she keeps the Queen and the whole court waiting. She is reported to have arrived at court 15 minutes too late a short time ago, and to have forgotten to present a number of ladies. People are indignant with her. Poor woman, she takes infinite trouble, but the place is not a suitable one for her. She is absent-minded and makes mistakes, which are unpardonable in a mistress of ceremonies. Yes, if the Queen's cousin, the hereditary Prince of Metten-Barnheim, did not uphold her, the Queen would have dropped her long ago. She is seen at court only when she is acting as representative. She has not succeeded in establishing personal relations with Her Majesty. Such, at the end of a few months, were the opinions of society, and they were just. It seemed as though the curse of those whom she had deserted rested upon her. Do what she would, she had no success in this position. As on the mountain peak towering into the upper air, every warm current condenses into a cloud, so in the cool, transparent atmosphere of very lofty and conspicuous positions the faintest breath of secret struggles and passions seems to condense into masses of clouds which often gather darkly around the most brilliant personalities, veiling their traits. The passionate, romantic impulse, which was constantly at war with the aristocratic birth and education of the Countess, was one of those currents which unconsciously and involuntarily must enter as an alien element in the crystalline clearness of these peaks of society. This was the explanation of the mystery that the Countess, greatly admired in private life and always a welcome guest at court, could not fill an official position successfully. The slight cloud which, in her private life, only served to surround her with a halo of romance which rendered the free independent woman of rank doubly interesting, was absolutely unendurable in a lady of the court representing her sovereign. There everything must be clear, calm, official. The impersonal element of royalty, as it exists in our day, especially in the women of reigning houses, will not permit any individuality to make itself prominent near the throne. All passionate emotions and peculiarities are abhorrent because, even in individuals, they are emanations of the seething popular elements which sovereigns must at once rule and fear. Countess Wildenau's constant excitement, restless glances, absence of mind, and feverish alternations of mood unconsciously expressed the vengeance of the spirit of the common people insisted in her husband, and the queen, in her subtle sensibility, therefore had a secret timidity and aversion to the new mistress of ceremonies which she could not conquer. Thus the first mists in the atmosphere near the throne arose. The vapors gathered into clouds, but the clouds were seen by the keen-eyed public as the sun of royal favor vanished behind them. It is far better never to have been prominent than to be forced to retire. The Countess was a great lady, whose power seemed immovable and unassailable. So long as she lived independently, now it was seen that she was on the verge of a downfall. And now there was no occasion for further consideration of the woman hitherto so much envied. Vengeance could fearlessly be taken upon her for always having handsomer toilettes, giving better dinners, attracting more admirers, and being allowed to do unpunished what would be unpardonable in others. A woman who is continually occupied with herself cannot be mistress of ceremonies. "I see that clearly," she said one day to the prince. "If any position requires self-denial, it is this. And self-denial has never been my forte. I ought to have known that before accepting the place. People imagine that the court would be the very field where the seeds of egotism would flourish most abundantly. It is not true. Whoever wishes to reap for himself should remain aloof. Only the utmost unselfishness, the most rigid fulfillment of duty can exist there. But I, Prince, am a spoiled, ill-trained creature who learned nothing during the few years of my unhappy marriage save to hate constraint and shun pain. What is to be done with such a useless mortal?" "Love her," replied Prince Emile, as quietly as if he were speaking of a game of chess, "and see that she is placed in a position where she need not obey, but merely command. Natures created to rule should not serve. The pebble is destined to pave the path of daily life, the diamond to sparkle. Who would upbraid the latter because it serves no other purpose? Its value lies in itself, but only connoisseurs know how to prize it." Thus her friend always consoled her and strengthened her natural tendencies. But where men are too indulgent to us, destiny is all the more severe. This is the amends for the moral sins of society, the equalization of the undeserved privileges of individuals compared with the sad fate of thousands. Prince Emile's efforts could not succeed in soothing the pangs of Madeleine von Wildenau's conscience, for he did not know the full extent of her guilt. If he knew all, she would lose him too. Josepha took care to torture the mother's heart by the reports sent from Italy. Freyr was silent. Since that bitter letter which he wrote, she had heard nothing more from him. He had hidden himself in his solitary retreat as a sick lion seeks the depths of its cave, and she dared not go to him there, though a secret yearning often made her start from her sleep with her husband's name on her lips and tears in her eyes. In addition to this, she was troubled by her Wildenau, who was becoming still more urgent in his offers to purchase the hunting castle, and often made strangely significant remarks, as though he was on the track of some discovery. The child with the treacherous resemblance was far away, but if this man was watching that fact itself might attract his notice, because it dated from the day when he made the first allusions. She lay awake many nights pondering over this mystery, but could not discover what had given him the clue to her secret. She did not suspect that it was the child himself who, in an unwatched moment, had met the curious stranger and made fatal answers to his cunning questions, telling him of the beautiful lady who came to see Goth, who had been god in Oberammergau, and that he loved the beautiful lady dearly, much better than Mother Josepha. Question and answer were easy, but the inference was equally so. It was evident to the inquisitor that a relation existed here quite compromising enough to serve as a handle against the Countess, if the exact connection could be discovered. Cousin Wildenau and his brother resolved from that day forth to watch the Countess' mysterious actions sharply. This was the latest and most interesting sport of the disinherited branch of the Wildenau family. But the game they were pursuing had a powerful protector in the prince. They must work slowly and cautiously. At court also it was his influence which sustained her. The queen, out of consideration for him, showed the utmost patience in dealing with the Countess spite of her total absence of sympathy with her. Thus the unfortunate woman lived in constant uncertainty. Her soul was filled with bitterness by the experiences she now endured. She felt like dagger thrusts the malevolence, the contempt with which she had been treated since the sun of royal favor had grown dim. She lost her self-command, and no longer knew what she was doing. Her pride rebelled. A Wildena, a Princess von Prankenberg, need not tolerate such treatment. Her usual graciousness deserted her and, in its place, she assumed a cold, haughty scorn, which she even displayed while performing the duties of her office, and thereby still more incensed everyone against her. Persons whom she ought to have honored she ignored. Gradations of rank and lists of noble families, the alpha and omega of a mistress of ceremonies, were never in her mind. People entitled to the first position were relegated to the third, and similar blunders were numerous. Complaints and annoyances of all kinds poured in, and at a state dinner in honor of the visit of a royal prince, she was compelled to endure, in the presence of the whole court, a rebuke from the queen who specially distinguished a person whom she had slighted. This dinner became fateful to her. Wherever she turned, she beheld triumphant or sarcastic smiles. Wherever she approached a group, conversation ceased with the marked suddenness, which does not seek to conceal that the newcomer has been the subject of the talk. Nay, she often encountered a glance which seemed to say, "Why do you still linger among us?" It happened also that the prince had been summoned to Cannes by his father's illness, and was not at hand to protect her. She had hoped that he would return in time for the dinner, but he did not come. She was entirely deserted. A few compassionate souls, like the kind-hearted Duchess whom she met at the Passion Play, her ladies-in-waiting, and some maids of honor, joined her, but she felt in their graciousness a pity which humbled her more than all the insults. And her friends. The gentlemen who belonged to the circle of her intimate acquaintances had for some time adopted a more familiar tone, as if to imply that she must accept whatever they choose to offer. She was no longer even beautiful. A pallid, grief-worn face, with hollow eyes gazing hopelessly into vacancy, found no admirers in this circle. And as every look, every countenance wore a hostile expression, her own image gazed reproachfully at her from the mirror. The dazzling fair neck with its marvelous contours supported a head whose countenance was weary and prematurely aged. "It is all over with you," cried the mirror. "It is all over with you," smiled the lips of society. "It is all over with you. You may be glad if we still come to your dinners." The wine-scented breath of her former intimate friends insultingly near her seemed to whisper. Was this the world to which she had sacrificed her heart and conscience? Was this the honor for which she hourly suffered tortures? And on the wintry mountain height the husband who had not on earth save the paltry scrap of love she bestowed was perishing. She had avoided him for months, because to her he represented that uncomfortable Christianity whose asceticism has survived the civilization of thousands of years. Yes, this Christianity of the Nazarene who walked the earth so humbly in a laborer's garb is the friend of the despised and humbled. It asks no questions about crowns and the favor of courts, human power and distinction. And she who had trembled and sinned for the wretched illusions, the glitter of the honors of this brief life, was she to despise a morality which, in its beggar's garb, stands high above all for which the greatest and most powerful tremble? Again the symbol of the renewed bond between God and the world. The cross rose before her, and on it hung the body of the Redeemer, radiant in its chaste divine beauty, that body which her descended from the cross where it hung for the whole world, and, after clasping it in her arms, she repined because it was only the image of what no earthly desire will ever attain, no matter how many human hearts glow with the flames of love so long as the world endures. "My Christus, my sacrificed husband," cried a voice in her heart so loudly that she did not hear a question from the queen. "It is incredible," someone exclaimed angrily near her. She started from her reverie. "Your Majesty?" The queen had already passed on, without waiting for a reply. Whispers and nods ran through the circle. Every eye was fixed upon her. What had the queen wanted? She tried to hurry after her. Her Majesty had disappeared. She was already going through the next hall, but the distance was so great she could not reach her. The space seemed to increase as she moved on. She felt that she was on the verge of fainting and dragged herself into a secluded room. The members of the court were retiring. Confusion arose. The mistress of ceremonies was absent just at the moment of the _conge_. No one had time to seek her. All were assembling to take leave, and then hurrying after servants and wraps. Carriage after carriage rolled away. The rooms were empty. The lackeys came to extinguish the lights. The countess lay on a sofa, alone and deserted in the last hall of the suite. "In heaven's name, is your highness ill?" cried an old major-domo, offering his assistance to the lady, who slowly rose. "Is it all over?" she asked, gazing vacantly around. "Where is my servant?" "He is still waiting outside for your highness," replied the old gentleman, trying to assist her. "Shall I call a doctor or a maid?" "No, thank you, I am well again." "It was only an attack of giddiness," said the countess, walking slowly out of the palace. "Who is driving tonight?" she asked the footman, as he put her fur cloak over her bare shoulders. "Martin, your highness." "Very well, then go home and say that I shall not come, but visit the estates. It is bitterly cold." "Your highness," observed the major-domo, who had attended her to the equipage. "That does not matter. Is the beaver robe in the carriage?" "Certainly, your highness." "What time is it?" "Late?" "Oh no, just 9. "Your highness." "Forward, then." Martin knew where. The major-domo closed the door, and away dashed the horses into the glittering winter night along the familiar but long-neglected road. It was indeed a cold drive. The ground was frozen hard, and the carriage windows were covered with frost flowers. The countess' temples were throbbing violently. Her heart beat eagerly with longing for the husband whom she had deserted for this base world. The mood of that Oberammergau epic again asserted its rights, and she penitently hastened to seek the beautiful gift she had so thoughtlessly cast aside. With a heart full of rancor over the injustice and lovelessness experienced in society, her soul plunged deeply into the sweet chalice of the love and poesy of those days, a love which was religion, a religion which was _love_. Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not charity, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. Aye, for sounding brass and a tinkling cymbal she had squandered warm heart's blood, and the sorrowing soul of the people from whose sacred simplicity her wearied soul was to have drawn fresh youth, gazed tearfully at her from the eyes of her distant son. The horses went so slowly tonight, she thought no pace is swift enough for a repentant heart which longs to atone. He would be angry. She would have a bitter struggle with him, but she would soften his wrath. She would put forth all her charms. She would be loving and beautiful, fairer than he had ever seen her, for she had never appeared before him in full dress, with diamonds sparkling on her snowy neck and heavy gold bracelets clasping her wonderful arms. She would tell him that she repented, that everything should be as of yore when she plighted her troth to him by the glare of the bridal torches of the forest conflagration, and, feeling Valkyrie might in her veins, dreamed Valkyrie dreams. She drew a long breath and compared the pallid court lady of the present, who fainted at a proof of disfavor and a few spiteful glances, with the Valkyrie of those days. Was it a mere delusion which made her so strong? No, even if the God whom she saw in him was a delusion, the love which swelled in her veins with that might which defied the elements was divine and, by every standard of philosophy, aesthetics, and birth, as well as morality, had a right to its existence. Then why had she been ashamed of it? On account of trivial prejudices, petty vanities, in other words, weakness. Not Freyr, but she was too petty for this great love. Yet wait, my forsaken husband. Your wife is coming today with a love that is worthy of you, ardent enough to atone in a single hour for the neglect of years. She breathed upon the frost-coated pane, melting and opening in the crust of ice. The castle already stood before her, the height was almost reached. Then a sudden jolt, a cry from the coachman, and the carriage toppled toward the precipice. With ready nerve the countess sprang out on the opposite side. "What is it?" "Why, the horses shied at sight of her, Freyr," said the coachman, as Freyr, with an iron hand, curbed the rearing animals. The countess hastened toward him. Aided by the coachman, he quieted the trembling creatures. I beg your pardon, your highness, said Freyr, still panting from the exertion he had made. I came out of the wood unexpectedly, and the dark figure frightened them. Fortunately, I could seize their reins. Drive on, Martin, the countess ordered. I will walk with her, Freyr. The coachman obeyed. She put her hand through Freyr's arm. No wonder that the horses shied. My husband, you look so strange. What were you doing in the woods in the middle of the night? What I always do, wandering about. That is not right, you ought to sleep. Sleep, Freyr repeated with a bitter laugh. Is this my reception, Joseph? Pardon me, it makes me laugh when you talk of sleeping. Look, he raised his hat. Even in the starlight you can see the white hairs which have come since you were last here, sent my child away, and made me wholly a hermit. No sleep has come to my eyes, and my hair has grown gray. The countess perceived with horror the change which had taken place in him. Threads of silver mingled with his black locks, his eyes were sunken, his whole figure was emaciated, his chest narrowed, he was a sick man. She could not endure the sight, it was the most terrible reproach to her. She fixed her eyes on the ground. I had made such a lovely plan. Martin has the key of the outside door. I was going to steal gently to the side of your couch and kiss your sleeping lips. I thank you for the kind intention. But do you imagine that I could have slept after receiving that letter which brought me the news that I was betrayed once more, and, after all the sacred promises made during your last visit, you had done exactly the opposite and accepted a position which separated you still farther from your husband and child, bound you still more firmly to the world? Do you imagine that the _days are enough to ponder over such thoughts? No, one must call in the knights to aid. You know that well, and I should be far better satisfied if you would say honestly, I know that I am killing you, that your strength is being consumed with sorrow, but I have no wish to change this state of affairs. Instead of feigning that you cannot understand why I should not sleep quietly and wondering that I wander all night in the forest, but fear nothing, I am perfectly calm, I shall reproach you no farther, he added in a milder tone, for I have closed accounts with myself, with you, with life. Do not weep. I promise that when you sought your husband you should find him. I will not be false to my pledge. Come, lay your little head upon my breast. You are trembling, are you cold? Lean on me, and let us walk faster that I may shelter you in the warm room. Wandering dove, how did you happen suddenly to return to your husband's lonely nest in the cold night, in this bitter winter season? Why did not you stay in the warm cote with the others, where you had everything that you desire? Do you miss anything? Tell me, what do you seek with me? For what is your little heart long? His voice again sank to the enthralling whisper, which had formerly made all her pulses throb with a sensation of indescribable bliss. His great heart took all its pains and suffering and ceased to judge her. The faithless dove found the nest open, and his gentle hand scattered for her the crumbs of his lost happiness, as the starving man divides his last crust with those who are poorer still. She could not speak. Overpowered by emotion, she leaned against him, allowing herself to be carried rather than led up the steep ascent. But she could not wait. Even as they moved, her lips sought his, her little hands clasped his, and a murmur tremulous with emotion. This is what I missed, answered the sweet question. The stars above sparkled with 1,000 rays, the whole silent, glittering, icy winter night rejoiced. At last the castle was reached and the warm room received them. It did not exactly deserve the name, for the fire in the stove had gone out, but neither felt it. The glow in their hearts sufficed. You must take what I can offer. I am all alone, you know. All alone, she repeated with a happy smile, which he could see by the starlight shining through the open window. Another kiss, a long silent embrace was exchanged. Now let me light a lamp, that I may take off your cloak and make you comfortable. Or, do you mean to spend the night so? He was bewitching in his mournful jesting, his sad happiness. Ah, it is so long since I have seen you thus, Madeline murmured. World, I can laugh at you now, cried an exultant voice in her heart, for the old love, the old spell was hers once more. And as he again appeared before her in his mild greatness and beauty, she desired to show herself his peer, display herself to him in all the dazzling radiance of her beauty. As he turned to light the lamp, she let the heavy cloak fall and stood in all her loveliness, her snowy neck framed by the dark velvet bodice, on which all the stars in the firmament outside seemed to have fallen and clung to rest there for a moment. Freyr turned with the lamp in his hand. His eyes flashed. A faint cry escaped his lips. She waited smiling for an expression of delight, but he remained motionless, gazing at her as if he beheld a ghost, while the glance fixed upon the figure whose diamonds sparkled with a myriad rays constantly grew more gloomy. His bearing more rigid. A deep flush suffused his pallid face. "And this is my wife?" at last fell in a muffled, expressionless tone from his lips. "No, it is not she." The Countess did not understand his meaning. She imagined that the superb costume so impressed him that he dared not approach her, and she must show him by redoubled tenderness that he was not too lowly for this superb woman. "It is your wife. Indeed it is, and all this splendor veils a heart which is yours, and yours alone," she cried, throwing herself on his breast and clasping her white arms around him. But with a violent gesture he released himself, drawing back a step. "No, no, I cannot. I will not touch you in such a guise as this." "Freyr!" the Countess angrily exclaimed, gazing at him as if to detect some trace of insanity in his features. "What does this mean? Have you been in society in that dress?" he asked in a low tone, as if ashamed for her. "Yes. And in my impatience to hasten to you, I did not stop to change it. I thought you would be pleased." Freyr again burst into the bitter laugh from which she always shrank. "Pleased, when I see that you show yourself to others so. How?" she asked, still failing to understand him. "So naked," he burst forth, unable to control himself longer. "You have uncovered your beauty thus before the eyes of the gentlemen of your world? And this is my wife, a creature so destitute of all shame." "Freyr!" shrieked the Countess, tottering backward with her hand pressed upon her brow as if she had just received a blow on the head. "This to today or tomorrow. On any day when you display the beauty at which I scarcely dare to glance, to the profane eyes of a motley throng of strangers, who gaze with the same satisfaction at the booths of a fair. On any day when you expose to greedy looks the bosom, which conceals the heart that should be mine. On any such day you are unworthy the love of any honest man." A low cry of indignation answered him, then all was still. At last Madeline von Wildenau's lips murmured with a violent effort, "This is the last." Freyr was striving to calm himself. He pressed his burning brow against the frosty window panes with their glittering tangle of crystal, flowers, and stars. The sparkling firmament above gazed down in its eternal clearness upon the poor earthling, who in his childlike way was offering a sacrifice to the chaste god, whose cold home it was. "Whenever I come there is always some new torture for me, but you have never so insulted and outraged me as today," said the Countess slowly, in a low tone, as if weighing every word. Her manner was terribly calm and cold. "I understand that it may be strange to you to see a lady in full dress. You have never moved in a circle where this is a matter of course and no one thinks of it. To the pure all things are pure, and he who is not stands with us under the law of the etiquette of our society. Our village lasses must muffle themselves to the throat, for what could protect them from the coarse jests and rudeness of the village lads?" Freyr winced. He felt the lash. To add to the splendor of festal garments, she went on, "A little of the natural beauty of the divinely created human body is a tribute which even the purest woman can afford the eye. And whatever is kept within the limits of the artistic sense can never be shameless or unseemly. Woe betide anyone who passes these bounds and sees evil in it. He erases himself from the ranks of cultured people. So much, and no more, you are still worthy that I should say in my own justification." She turned and took up the cloak to wrap herself in it. "Will you be kind enough to have the horses harnessed?" "Are you going?" asked Freyr, who meanwhile had regained his self-control. "Yes." "Alas, what have I done?" he said, wringing his hands. "I have not even asked you to sit down, have not let you rest, have offended and wounded you. Oh, I am a savage, a wretched man." "You are what you can be," she replied with the cutting coldness into which a proud woman's slighted love is quickly transformed. "What such an uncultivated person can be." "That is what you wish to say," replied Freyr. "But there lies my excuse. I am a native of the country, accustomed to break my fruit, wet with the morning dew, from the tree ere any hand has touched it, or pluck from the thorny boughs in the dewy thicket the hidden berries which no human eye has beheld. I cannot understand how people can enjoy fruits that have been uncovered for hours in the dust of the marketplace. The aroma is gone, the freshness and bloom have vanished, and, if given me no matter how costly it might be, I should not care for it. The wild berries in the wood which smiled at me from the leafy dusk with their glittering dewdrops would please me 1,000 times better. This is not meant for a comparison, only an instance of how people feel when they live in the country. And to carry your simile further, if you believe that the fruit so greatly desired has been kept for you alone, will it not please you to possess what others long for in vain? No, he said simply, I am not envious enough to wish to deprive others of anything they covet, but I will not share, so I would rather resign. Well, then I have nothing more to say on that point. Let us close the conversation. Both were silent a long time, as if exhausted by some great exertion. How is the child? Have you any news from Josepha? The Countess asked at last. Yes, but unfortunately nothing good. As usual, she answered, hastily, it is her principle to make us anxious. Such people take advantage of every opportunity to let us feel their power. I know that. I do not think so. I must defend my cousin. She was always honest, though blunt and impulsive, answered Frere. I fear she is writing the truth, and the boy is really worse. Go there then, if you are anxious, and send me word how you find him. I will not travel at your expense except in your service, and my own means are not enough, replied Frere in a cold, stern tone. Very well, this underscore is underscore in my service. So obey and go at my expense. Frere gazed at her long and earnestly. As your steward, he asked in a peculiar tone. I should like to have a truthful report, not a biased one, as is Josepha's custom, she replied evasively. There is nothing to be done on the estates now. I beg the steward to represent my interests in this matter. If you find the child really worse, I will get a leave of absence and go to him. Very well, I will do as you order. But have the horses harnessed now, or it will be morning before I return. Will it not be too fatiguing for you to return tonight? Shall I not wake the housemaid to prepare your room and wait on you? No, I thank you. As you choose, he said, quietly going to order the horses, which had hardly been taken from the carriage, to be harnessed again. The coachman remonstrated, saying that the animals had not had time to rest, but Frere replied that there must be no opposition to the Countess' will. The half-hour which the coachman required was spent by the husband and wife in separate rooms. Frere was arranging on his desk a file of papers relating to his business as steward, bills and documents for the Countess to look over. He worked as quietly as if all emotion was dead within him. The Countess sat alone in the dimly lighted, comfortless sitting room, gazing at the spot where her son's bed used to stand. Her blood was seething with shame and wrath, yet the sight of the empty wall where the boy no longer held out his arms to her from the little couch was strangely sad, as if he were dead, and his corpse had already been borne out. Her heart was filled with grief, too bitter to find relief in tears. They are frozen at such a moment. She would fain have called his name amid loud sobs, but something seemed to stand beside her, closing her lips and clutching her heart with an iron hand, the vengeance of the sorely insulted woman. Then she fancied she saw the child fluttering toward her in his little white shirt. At the same moment a door burst open, a draught of air swept through the room, making her start violently, and at the same moment a star shot from the sky, so close at hand that it appeared as if it must dart through the panes and join its glittering fellows on the Countess' breast. What was that? A gust of wind so sudden that it swept through the closed rooms, burst doors open, and appeared to hurl the stars from the sky. Yet outside all was still, only the wainscoting and beams of the room creaked slightly. Popular superstition would have said, some death has been announced. The excited woman thought of it with secret terror. Was it the whir of the spindle from which one of the fates had just cut the thread of life? If it were the life thread of her child, if at that very hour her blood congealed to ice. She longed to shriek in her fright, but again the gloomy genius of vengeance sealed her lips and heart. If it were God's will be done. Then the last bond between her and Freyr would be sundered. What could she do with this man's child? Nothing that fettered her to him had a right to exist. If the child was dead, then she would be free. There would be nothing more in common between them. He had slain her heart that day, and she was slaying the last feeling which lived within it, love for her child. Everything between them must be over, effaced from the earth, even the child. Let God take it. Every passionate woman who is scorned feels a touch of kinship with Medea, whose avenging steel strikes the husband whom it cannot reach through the children, whether her own heart is also pierced or not. Greater far than the self-denial of _love_ is that of _hate_, for it extends to self-destruction. It fears no pain, spares neither itself nor its own flesh and blood, slays the object of its dearest love to give pain to others, even if only in _thought_, as in the modern realm of culture, where everything formerly expressed in deeds of violence now acts in the sphere of mental life. It was a terrible hour. From every corner of the room, wherever she gazed, the boy's large eyes shone upon her through the dusk, pleading, "Forgive my father, and do not thrust me from your heart." But in vain, her wrath was too great. Her heart was incapable at that moment of feeling anything else. Everything had happened as it must. She had entered an alien, inferior sphere, and abandoned and scorned her own. Therefore the society to which she belonged now exiled her, while she reaped in the sphere she had chosen ingratitude and misunderstanding. Now, too late, she was forced to realize what it meant to be chained for life to an uneducated man. "Oh, God, my punishment is just," murmured an angry voice in her soul. "In my childish defiance I despised all the benefits of culture by which I was surrounded, to make for myself an idol of clay which, animated by my glowing breath, dealt me a blow in the face and returned to its original element. I have thrown myself away on a man, to whom any peasant lass would be dearer. Why, O God, hast thou lured me with thy deceitful mask into the mire? Dost thou feel at ease amid base surroundings? I cannot follow thee there. A religion which stands on so bad a footing with man's highest blessings, culture and learning, can never be _mine_. Is it divine to steal a heart under the mask of Christ and then, as if in mockery, leave the deceived one in the lurch, after she has been caught in the snare and bound to a narrow-minded, brutal husband? Is this godlike? Nay, it is fiendish. Do not look at me so beseechingly. Beautiful eyes of my child, I no longer believe even in you. Everything which has hitherto bound me to your father has been a lie. You, too, are an embodied falsehood. It is not true that Countess Wildena has mingled her noble blood with that of a low-born man, that she has given birth to a bastard, wretched creature, which could be at home in no sphere save by treachery. No, I cannot have forgotten myself so far. It is but a dream, a fantasy of the imagination, and when I awake it will be on the morning of that August day in Oberammergau after the Passion Play. Then I shall be free, can wed a noble man who is my peer, and give him legitimate heirs, whose mother I can be without a blush. What was that? Did her ears deceive her? The hoofbeats of a horse, rushing up the mountain with the speed of the wind. She hurried to the window. The clock was just striking 2. Yes! A figure like the wild huntsman was flitting like a shadow through the night toward the castle. Now he turned the last curve and reached the height, and the Countess saw distinctly that he was her courtier. What news was he bringing? What had happened at so late an hour? Was the evil dream not yet over? What new blow was about to strike her? "What you desired, nothing else," said the demon of her life. The courier checked his foaming horse before the terrace. The Countess tried to hurry toward him, but could not leave the spot. She clung shuddering to the crossbars of the window, which cast its long black shadow far outside. Freyr opened the door. Madeline heard the horseman ask, "Is the Countess here?" "Yes," replied Freyr. "I have a telegram which must be signed. The answer is prepaid." Freyr tore off the envelope. "Take the horse round to the stable. I will attend to everything." He entered and approached the door, through which the child had come to his mother's aid the last time she was there, to protect her from Josepha. The Countess fancied that the little head must be again thrust in. But it was only Freyr with the dispatch. The Countess mechanically signed her name to the receipt as if she feared she could not do so after having read the message. Then, with a trembling hand, she opened the telegram, which contained only the words, "Our angel has just died," with his mother's name on his lips. "Please send directions for the funeral. Josepha." A cry rang through the room like the breaking of a cord. A death-like silence followed. The Countess was on her knees, with her face bowed on the table, her hand clasping the telegram, crushed before the God whose might she felt for the first time in her life, whom only a few moments before she had blasphemed and defied. He had taken her at her word, and her words had condemned her. The child, the loyal child who had died with her name on his lips, she had wished, but a few minutes before, that God would take out of the world. She could betray him for the sake of an aristocratic legitimate brother who never had existed. She could think of his death as something necessary, as her means of deliverance. Now the child had released her. Sensitive and modest, he had removed the burden of his poor little life, which was too much for her to bear, and vanished from the earth, where he found no place. But his last word was the name of all love, the name Mother. He had not asked, "Have you fulfilled a mother's duties to me? Have you loved me?" He had loved his mother with that sweet child love, which demands nothing, only gives. And she, the avaricious mother, had been niggardly with her love till the child died of longing. She had let it die and did not bestow the last joy, press the last kiss upon the little mouth, permit the last look of the seeking eyes to rest upon the mother's face. Outraged nature, so long denied, now shrieked aloud, like an animal for its dead young. But the brute has at least done its duty, suckled its offspring, warmed and protected it with its own body, as long as it could. But she, the more highly organized creature, for only human beings are capable of such unnatural conduct, had sacrificed her child to so-called higher interests, had neither heeded Josepha's warning, nor the voice of her own heart. Now came pity for the dead child. Now she would fain have taken it in her arms, called it by every loving name, cradled the weary little head upon her breast. Too late. He had passed away like a smiling good genius, whom she had repulsed. Now she was alone and free, but free like the man who falls into a chasm because the rope which bound him to the guide broke. She had not known that she possessed a child while he lived. Now that he was dead, she knew it. Maternal joy could not teach her, for she had never experienced it. Maternal grief did, and she was forced to taste it to the dregs. Though she writhed in her torture, burying her nails in the carpet as if she would fain dig the child from the ground, she could find no consolation, and letting her head sink despairingly, she murmured, "My child, you have gone and left me with a guilt that can never be atoned." "You can be my mother in heaven," he had once said. This, too, was forfeited. Neither in heaven nor on earth had she a mother's rights, for she had denied her child, not only before the world but during this last hour, to herself also. Freyr bore the dispensation differently. To him it was no punishment, but a trial, the inevitable consequence of unhappy, unnatural relations. He could not reproach himself and uttered no reproaches to others. He was no novice in suffering and had one powerful consolation, which she lacked, the perception of the divinity of grief. This made him strong and calm. Freyr leaned against the window and gazed upward to the stars, which were so peacefully pursuing their course. "You were far away from me when you lived in a foreign land, my child. Now you are near, my poor little boy. This cold earth had no home for you. But to your Father you will still live, and your glorified spirit will brighten my path, the dark one I must still follow." Tears flowed silently down his cheeks. No loud lamentations must profane his great, sacred anguish. With clasped hands he mutely battled it down, and as of old on the cross his eyes appealed to those powers ever near the patient sufferer in the hour of conflict. However insignificant and inexperienced he might be in this world, he was proportionally lofty and superior in the knowledge of the things of another. "Come, rise," he said gently to the bewildered woman, bending to help her. She obeyed, but it was in the same way that two strangers, in a moment of common disaster, lend each other assistance. The tie had been severed that day, and the child's death placed a grave between them. I fear your sobbing will be heard downstairs. Will you not pray with me? Said Freyr. Do what we may, we are in God's hands and must accept what he sends. I wish that you could feel how the saints aid a soul which suffers in silence. Loud outcries and unbridled lamentations drive them away. God does not punish us to render us impatient, but patient. He clasped his hands. Come, let us pray for our child. He repeated in a low tone the usual, familiar prayers for the dying. We cannot always command words to express our feelings. An old formula often stands us in good stead, when the agitation of our souls will not suffer us to find language, and our thoughts, swept to and fro by the tempest of feeling, gladly cling to a familiar form to which they give new life. The Countess did not understand this. She was annoyed by the commonplace phraseology, which was not hallowed to her by custom and piety. She was contemptuous of a point of view which could find consolation for such a grief by babbling trivialities. Freyr ended his prayer and remained a moment with his hands clasped on his breast. Then he dipped his fingers in the holy water basin beside the place where the child's couch had formerly stood and made the sign of the cross over himself and the unresponsive woman. She submitted, but winced as if he had cut her face with a knife and destroyed its beauty. It reminded her of the hour in Oberammergau when he made the sign of the cross over her for the first time. Then she had felt enrolled by the symbol in a mysterious army of sufferers, and there her misery began. We must now arrange where we will have the child buried, said Freyr. I think we should bring him here, that we may still have our angel's grave. As you choose, she said in an exhausted tone, wiping away her tears. It will be best for you to go and attend to everything yourself. Then you can bring the body. The word again destroyed her composure. She saw the child in his coffin with Josepha, the faithful servant who had nursed him, beside it, and an unspeakable jealousy seized her concerning the woman to whom she had so indifferently resigned all her rights. The child, always so ready to lavish its love, was lying cold and rigid, and she would give her life if it could rise once more, throw its little arms around her neck, and say, My dear mother, pearl of heaven, I have cast you away for wretched tinsel, and now, when the angels have taken you again, I recognize your value. She tore the jewels from her breast. There, take these glittering stars of my frivolous life and put them in his coffin. I never want to see them again. Let their rays be quenched in my child's grave. The sacrifice comes too late, said Freyr, pushing the stones away. He did not wish to be harsh, but he could not be untruthful. What was a handful of diamonds flung away in a moment of impulse to the Countess Wildenau? Did she seek to buy with them pardon for her guilt toward her dead child? The father's aching heart could not accept that payment on account. Or was it meant for the symbol of a greater sacrifice, a sacrifice of her former life? Then it came too late for the dead and for the living. It could not avail the former, and the latter no longer believed in it. She had understood him, and the terrible accusation which he unwittingly brought against her. Standing before him as if before a judge, she felt that God was with him at that moment, but she was deserted. Her angel had left her. There was no pity for her in heaven or on earth save from one person. The thought illumined the darkness of her misery. There was but one who would pour balm upon her wounds, one who had indulgence and love enough to raise the drooping head, pardon the criminal, her noble, generous-hearted friend, the prince. She would fly to him, seek shelter from the gloomy spirit which had pursued her ever since she conjured up in Oberammergau the cruel god who asked such impossible things and punished so terribly. Pray, order the carriage. I must leave here, or I shall die. Freyr glanced at the clock. The half-hour Martin required is over. He will be here directly. Is it only half an hour? Oh, God, is it possible so much misery in half an hour? It seems an eternity since the news came. We can feel more grief in one moment than pleasure in 1,000 years, answered Freyr. It is probably because a just providence allots to each an equal measure of joy and pain, but the pain must be experienced in this brief existence, while we have an eternity for joy. Woe betide him who does the reverse, keeps the pain for eternity and squanders the joy in this world. He is like the foolish virgins who burned their oil before the coming of the bridegroom. The Countess nodded. She understood the deep significance of Freyr's words. But we of the people say that, whom God loveth, he chasteneth, he continued, and I interpret that to mean that he compels those whom he wishes to save to bear their portion here below, that the joy may be reserved for them in heaven. To such favored souls, he sends an angel with the cup of wormwood, and wherever it flees and hides he finds it. Nearer and nearer the angel circles around it on his dark pinions, till it sinks with fatigue, and fainting with thirst like the Savior on the cross drinks the bitter draught, as if it were the most delicious refreshment. The Countess gazed into his face with timid admiration. He seemed to her the gloomy messenger of whom he spoke. She fancied she could hear the rustle of his wings as he drew nearer and nearer in ever-narrowing circles, till escape was no longer possible. Like a hunted animal, she took to flight seeking deliverance at any cost. Thank heaven, the carriage. Martin was driving up. A cold, "Farewell, I hope you may gain consolation and strength for the sad journey," was murmured to the father who was going to bring home the body of his dead child. Then she entered the carriage. Freyr wrapped the fur robe carefully around the delicate form of his wife, but not another word escaped his lips. What he said afterward to his God, when he returned to the deserted house, Countess Wildenau must answer for at some future day. Chapter 23. Nalimi Tanhair. I have attracted you by a play, for you were a child, and children are taught by games. But when one method of instruction is exhausted, it is cast aside and exchanged for a higher one, that the child may ripen to maturity. Thus spoke the voice of the heavenly teacher to the Countess as, absorbed in her grief, she drove through the dusk of a wintry morning. She almost wondered, as she gazed out into the gray dawn, that the day-star was not weary of pursuing its course. The mysterious voice spoke the truth. The play was over, that method of instruction was exhausted, but she did not yet feel ready for a sterner one and trembled at the thought of it. Instead of the divine kindergarten instructor, came the gloomy teacher Death, forcing the attention of the refractory pupil by the first pitiless blow upon her own flesh and blood. Day was dawning in nature as well as in her own soul, but the sun shone upon a winding sheet, outside as well as in, a world dead in the clasp of winter. Where was the day when the redeeming love for which she hoped would appear to her in the spring garden? Woe to all who believed in spring! Their best gift was a cold winter sunlight on snow-covered graves. The corpse of her spring dream was lying on the laughing shores of the Riviera. The God whom she sought was very different from the one she intended to banish from her heart. The new teacher seized her hand with bony fingers and forced her to look closely at the God whom she herself had created, and whom she now upbraided with having deceived her. "What kind of God would this creature of your imagination be?" rang in her ears with pitiless mockery. She had believed him to be the Jupiter who loved mortal women. Only in the course of the ages he had changed his name and now appeared as Christ. But she was now forced to learn that he was no offspring of the sensual fancy of the nations, but a contrast to every natural tendency and desire _true_God, not a creation of mankind. Were it not so, men would have invented a more complaisant one. Must not that be a divine power which, in opposition to all human, all earthly passions, with neither splendor nor power, with the most insignificant means has established an empire throughout the world? She recognized with reverent awe that this was a God, though unlike the one whom she sought. Christ was not Jupiter and Freyr was not Christ. The _ladder_ cannot be clasped in the arms, does not yield to earthly yearning, no matter how fervently devout. Spirit as he is, he vanishes, even where he reveals himself in material form, and whoever thinks to grasp him, holds, but the poor doll, whom he gave for a momentary support to the childish mind, which seeks solely what is tangible. Mary Magdalene was permitted to serve and anoint him when he walked on earth in human form, but when she tried to clasp the risen Lord, the _Nalimi Tanhair_ thundered in her ears, and God withdrew from mortal touch. In Mary Magdalene, however, the love kindled by the visible Master was strong enough to burn on for the invisible one. She no longer sought him among the living, but went into solitude and lived for the vanished Christ. But the Countess had not advanced so far. What god of love was this who imposed conditions which made the warm blood freeze, killed the warm life pulses? What possession was this, which could only be obtained by renunciation? What joy that could be attained solely by mortification? Her passionate nature could not comprehend this contradiction. She longed to clasp his knees and wipe his feet with her hair, at least that, nothing more, only that she would be modest. But not even that was allowed her. This was the great impulse of religious materialism, in which divinity and humanity met, the Magdalene element in the history of the conversion of mankind, which attracted souls like that of Madeline von Wildenau, made them feel for an instant the bliss of the immediate presence of God, and then left them disappointed and alone until they perceived that in that one instant wings have grown strong enough to bear them up to heaven, if they once learned to use them. Thus quivering and forsaken, the heart of the modern Magdalene lay on the earth when the first _Nolly me Tanhair echoed in her ears. She had never known that there were things which could not be had, and now that she wanted a god and could not obtain him, she murmured like a child which longs in vain for the stars until it attains a higher consciousness of ownership than lies in mere personal possession. The feeling which in quiet contemplation of the starry firmament fills us with the proud consciousness, this is yours. Everything is ours and nothing, according to our view of it. To expand our breasts with its mighty thoughts, to merge ourselves in it and revel in the whirling dance of the atoms, in that sense, the universe is ours. But absorb and contain it we cannot. In that way it does not belong to us. It is the same with God. Greatness cannot enter littleness. The small must be absorbed by the great. But its power of possession lies in the very fact that it can do this and still retain its own nature. How long will it last, and what will it cost, ere the impatient child attains the peace of this realization? In the faint glimmer of the dawn the Countess drove past a little church in the suburbs of Munich. It was the hour for early mass. A few sleepy, shivering old women, closely muffled, were shuffling over the snow in big felt shoes toward the open door. A dim ray of light streamed out, no organ notes, no festal display, Lord worshippers, for it was a low mass. It was cold and gloomy outside, songless within. Yet the Countess suddenly stopped the carriage. "I am going into the church a moment," she said, tottering forward with uncertain steps, for she was exhausted both physically and mentally. The old women eyed her malignantly, as if asking, "What do you want among poor ugly crones who drag their crooked limbs out of bed so early to go to their Savior, because later they must do the work of their little homes and cannot get away? What brings you to share with us the bitter bread of poverty, the bread of the poor in spirit, with which our Savior fed the 5,000 and will feed thousands and tens of thousands more from eternity to eternity? Of what use to you are the crumbs scattered here for a few beggars?" She felt ashamed as she moved in her long velvet train and costly fur cloak past the cowering figures redolent of the musty straw beds and close sleeping rooms whence they had come, and read these questions on the wrinkled faces peering from under woolen hoods and caps, as if she, the rich woman, had come to take something from the poor. She had gone forward to the empty front benches near the altar, where the timid common people do not venture to sit, but she knew not why as she was about to kneel there. She suddenly felt that she could not cut off a view of any part of the altar from the people behind, deprive them of anything to which she had no right, and, turning, she went back to the last seat. There, behind a trembling old man in a shabby woolen blouse, who could scarcely bend his stiff knees and sat coughing and gasping, and a consumptive woman, who was passing the beads of her rosary between thin, crooked fingers, she knelt down. She was more at ease now. She felt that she had no rights here, that she was the least among the lowliest. The church was still dark, it had not yet been lighted. The sacristan was obliged to be saving, everyone knew that. The faint ray which streamed through the door came from the candle ends brought by the congregation, who set them in front of the praying desks to read their prayer books. The first person was compelled to use a match. The others lighted their candles from his and were glad to be able to save the matches. It was a silent agreement, which everyone knew. Here and there a tiny light glowed brightly ever and anon. In some dark corner the slight snap of a match was heard, and directly after a column, or the image of some saint emerged from the wavering shadows, now fainter, now more distinct, according as the light flashed up and down, till it burned clearly. Then the nave grew bright, and the breath of the congregation rose through the cold church over the little flames like clouds of incense. The high altar alone still lay veiled in darkness. The light of a wax candle on the bench in front shone brightly into the Countess' eyes. The woman in the three-cornered kerchief with the sunken temples and bony hands glanced back and gazed mournfully, almost reproachfully, into her face and at her rich fur cloak. Madeline von Wildenau was ashamed of her beauty, ashamed that she wore furs while the woman in front of her scarcely had her shoulders covered. She felt burdened. She almost wanted to excuse herself. If she were poor also she would have no cause to be ashamed. She gently drew out her purse and slipped the contents into the woman's hand. The latter drew back startled. She could not believe, could not understand that she was really to take it, that the lady was in earnest. "May God reward you. I'll pray for you 1,000 times," she whispered, and a great, unutterable emotion filled the Countess' soul as she met the poor woman's grateful glance. Then the kneeling crone nudged her neighbor, the coughing, stammering old man, and pressed a gold coin into his hand. "There's something for you. You're poor and needy too." The latter looked at the woman, who was a stranger, as though she were an apparition from another world. "Why, what is this?" he murmured with difficulty. "The lady behind gave it to me," said the woman, pointing backward with her thumb. The old man nodded to the lady, as well as his stiff neck would permit, and the woman did not notice that he ought to have thanked her, as the money was given to her, and she had voluntarily shared it with him. Countess Wildenau experienced a strange emotion of satisfaction, as if now, for the first time, she had a right here, and with the gift she had purchased her share of the bread of poverty. At last there was a movement near the high altar. A sleepy acolyte shuffled in, made his reverence before it and lighted a candle, which would not burn because he did not wait till the wax, which was stiffened by the cold, had melted. While he was lighting the second, the first went out and he was obliged to begin his task anew. The wand wavered to and fro a long time in the boy's numb hands, but at last the altar was lighted. The boy bowed again and went down the stone steps into the vestry room. This was ordinary prose, but the devout worshippers did not perceive it. They all knew the wondrous spell of fire with which the Catholic Church consecrates candles and gives their light the power to scatter the princes of darkness, and rejoiced in the victorious rays from which the evil spirits fled. They saw their gliding shadows dart in wild haste through the church, and the sleepy boy who had wrought the miracle by means of his lighter disappear. Underscore the light shines, no matter who kindles it underscore. The poor dark souls, illumined by no ray of earthly hope, eagerly absorbed its cheering rays, and so long as the consecrated candles burned, the ghosts of care, discord, envy, and all the other demons of poverty were spellbound. Now the priest entered, clad in his white robes, accompanied by 2 attendants. A death-like stillness reigned throughout the church. In a low, almost inaudible whisper, he read the Latin text, which no one understood, but whose meaning everyone knew, even the Countess. Everything which gives an impulse to the independent activity of the soul produces more effect than what is received in a complete form. During the incomprehensible muttering, the Countess had time to recall the whole mighty drama to which it referred better and more vividly than any distinct prosaic theological essay could have described it. Again she experienced all the horrors of the Passion, as she had done in the Passion play, only this time invisibly, instead of visibly, spiritually instead of materially. Noli me tangere. The priest stooped and kissed the altar. It meant the Judas kiss. "Can you kiss those lips and not fall down to worship?" cried a voice in the Countess' heart, as it had done 9 years before, and a nameless longing seized upon her for the divine contact which had fallen to the traitor's lot. But "Noli me tangere" rang in the ears of the penitent Magdalene. Before her stood an altar and a priest, not Christ nor Judas, and the kiss she envied was imprinted upon white linen, not the Saviour's lips. She pressed her hands upon her heart, and a few bitter tears oozed from beneath her drooping lashes. She was like the blind princess in Henrik Hertz's wonderful poem, who, when she suddenly obtained her sight, no longer knew herself among the objects which she had formerly recognized only by touch, and fancied that she had lost everything which was dear and familiar because she had gained a new sense, which she knew not how to use higher_one than that of her groping fingertips. Then in her fear she turned to the invisible_world and recognized it only. It alone had not changed with outward phenomena because alike to the blind and those who had sight it revealed itself only to the mind. It was the same with the Countess. The world which she could touch with her fingers had vanished, and before her newly awakened sense lay a boundless space filled with strange forms, which all seemed so unattainably distant. One only remained the same, the God whom she had never seen. And now when everything once familiar and near was transformed and removed to a vast distance, when everything appeared under a wholly different guise, it was he to whom her heart, accustomed to blindness, sought and found the way. The priest was completely absorbed in his prayer book. What he beheld the others felt with mysterious awe. It was like looking through a telescope into a strange world, while those who were not permitted to do so stood by and imagined what the former beheld. The Sisum Corda fell slowly from the lips of the priest. The bell sounded. Christ is present. The congregation, as if dazzled, bowed their faces and crossed themselves in the presence of the marvel that heaven itself vouchsafed to descend to their unworthy selves. Again the bell sounded for the transformation, and perfect silence followed while the miracle was being wrought by which God entered the mouths of mortals to be the bread of life to mankind. This was the bread of the poor and simple-hearted, whose crumbs the Countess Wildenau had that day stolen and was eating with secret shame. The Mass was over, the priest pronounced the benediction and withdrew to the vestry-room. The people put out their bits of wax candles. Clouds of light smoke filled the church. It was like Christmas Eve, after the children have gone to bed and the candles on the tree are extinguished, but their hearts are still full of Christmas joy. The Countess knew not why the thought entered her mind, but she suddenly recollected that Christmas was close at hand, and she no longer had any child on whom she could bestow gifts. True, she had never done this herself, but always left Josepha to attend to the matter. This year, however, she had thought she would do it. Now it was too late. Suddenly she saw a child's eyes gazing happily at a lighted tree, and below it a manger, with the same eyes sparkling back. The whole world, heaven and earth were glittering with children's beaming eyes, but the most beautiful of all those of her own boy were closed. No grateful glance smiled upon her amid the universal joy. For her there was no Christmas, for it was the Mother's Day. And she was not a mother. Child in the manger, bend down to the sinner who mourns neglected love at thy feet. Sinking on the kneeling bench, she sobbed bitterly. It was dark and silent. The congregation had gone, the candles on the altar had been extinguished as fast as possible. The ever-burning lamp cast dull red rays upon the altar. Dawn was glimmering through the frost-covered window panes. All was still. Only in the distance the cocks were crowing. Again she remembered that evening when her father came, and she had knelt with Freyr in the church before the Pietà, until the crowing of the cock reminded her how easy it was to betray love and fidelity. Rising wearily from her knees, she dragged herself to a Pietà above a side altar, and pressed her lips upon the wounds of the divine body. She gazed to see if the eyes would not once more open, but it remained rigid and lifeless. This time no echo answered the mute pleading of the warm lips. No second miracle was wrought for her. The hand which guided her had been withdrawn, and like the poorest and most humble mortal, she was forced to grope her way wearily along the arid path of tradition. It was just. She had deserved nothing better. And the great discovery which came to her that day was that this path also led to God. While thus absorbed in contemplation, a voice suddenly startled her so that she almost fainted. "What does this mean, Countess? You here at early Mass, in a court train. Are you going to write romances or live them? I have often asked you the question, but never with so much justification as now." Prince Emil was standing before her. She could almost have shrieked aloud in her delight. "Prince, my dear prince." Unfortunately, prince no longer, but Duke of Metten-Barnheim, in which character I again lay myself at your feet and beg for a continuation of your favor, said the prince with a touch of humor. Raising her from her knees, he led her into the little corridor of the church. "My father," he went on, "feels so well at Cannes that he wants to spend his old age there in peace, and summoned me by telegram to sign the abdication documents and take the burden of government upon my young shoulders. I was just coming from the station and, as I drove by, saw your carriage waiting before this poor temple. I stopped and obtained with difficulty from the half-frozen coachman information concerning the place where his mistress was seeking compensation from the ennui of a court entertainment. A romantic episode, indeed. A beautiful woman in court dress, weeping and doing penance at 6 o'clock in the morning, among beggars and cripples in a little church in the suburbs. A swearing coachman and 2 horses stiff from the cold waiting outside, and lastly a faithful knight, who comes just at the right time to prevent a moral suicide and save a pair of valuable horses. What more can be desired in our time, in the way of romance? Prince, pardon me, Duke, your mockery hurts me. Yes, I suppose so. You are far too wearied to understand humor. Come, I will take you to the carriage. There, lean on me, you are ill, _ ma chère Madeline _ you cannot go on in this way. What you will take holy water, into which heaven knows who has dipped his fingers. Well, to the pure all things are pure. Fortunately the doubtful fluid is frozen. Talking on in this way, he led her out into the open air. A keen morning wind from the mountains was sweeping through the streets and cut the Countess' tear-stained face. She involuntarily hid it on the Duke's breast. The latter put his arm gently around her and lifted her into the carriage. His own coachman was waiting near, but the Duke looked at her beseechingly. "May I go with you? I cannot possibly leave you in this state." The Countess nodded. He motioned to his servant to drive home and entered the Wildenau equipage. "First of all, Madeline," he said, warming her cold hands in his, "tell me, _ you already a saint, or do you wish to become _ Whence dates this last caprice of my adored friend? No saint, Duke, neither now nor ever, only a deeply humbled, contrite heart, which would fain fly from this world. But is this world so unlovely that one would fain try heaven, while there are people who can be relied on under any circumstances?" "Yes," replied the Countess bitterly, but the sweetness of the true warmth of feeling revealed through her friend's humor was reviving and strengthening to her brain and heart. In his society it seemed as if there was neither pain nor woe on earth, as if all gloomy spirits must flee from his unruffled calmness. His apparent coldness produced the effect of champagne frappé, which, ice-cold when drunk, warms the whole frame. "Oh, thank heaven that you are here. I have missed you sorely," she said from the depths of her soul. "Oh, my friend, what is to be done? I am helpless without you." "So much the better for me. If I am indispensable to you, you know that is the goal of my desires. But dearest friend, you are suffering and I cannot aid you because I do not know the difficulty. What avail is a physician who cures only the symptoms, not the disease? You are simply bungling about on your own responsibility, and everyone knows that is the worst thing a sick person can do. Consumptives use the hunger cure, anemics resort to bloodletting. You, my dear Madeline, I think, do the same thing. Mortification, when your vital strength is waning, moral bloodletting, while the heart needs food and warmth. What kind of cure is it to be up all night long and wander about in cold churches, with the thermometer marking below freezing, early in the morning? I should advise you to edit a book on the physiology of the nerves. You are like the man in the fairy tale who wanted to learn to shiver." An involuntary smile hovered about the Countess' lips. "Duke, your humor is beginning to conquer. No doubt you are right in many things, but you do not know the state of my mind. My life is destroyed, the axe is laid at the root, happiness, honor, all are lost. For heaven's sake, what has happened to thus overwhelm you?" asked the Duke, still in the most cheerful mood. She could not tell him the truth and pleaded some incident at court as an excuse. Then in a few words she told him of the Queen's displeasure, the malice of her enemies, her imperiled position. "And do you take this so tragically?" The prince laughed aloud. Pardon me, _share Amy but one can't help laughing. A woman like you to despair because a few stiff old court sycophants look askance at you, and the queen does not understand you which, with the dispositions you both have, was precisely what might have been expected. It is too comical. It is entirely my own fault. I ought to have considered it, but I expected you to show more feminine craft and diplomacy. That you disdain to employ the petty arts which render one a _persona grata _ at court is only an honor to you, and if a few fops presume to adopt an insolent manner to you, they shall receive a lesson which will teach them that your honor is mine . Nay, it ought to amuse you, to feign death a while, and see how the mice will all come out and dance around you to scatter again when the lioness awakes. Do you talk of destroyed happiness and roots to which the axe is laid? Oh, women! You can despair over a plaything. For this position at court could never be aught save a toy to you. But to retire thus in shame and disgrace would you endure it if it should happen to you? Ought not a woman to be as sensitive concerning her honor as a man? I don't think your honor will suffer, because the restraint of court life does not suit you. Or is it because you do not understand the queen? Why, surely persons are not always sympathetic and avoid one another without any regret. Does the fact become so fateful because one of you wears a crown? In that case, I beg you to remember that a crown is hovering over your head, also a crown that is ready to descend whenever that head will receive it, and that you will then be in a position to address Her Majesty as chère cousine. You, a Princess von Prankenberg, a Countess Wildenau, fly like a rebuked child at an ungracious glance from the queen and her court into a corner of a church. He shook his head. There must be something else. What is it? I shall never learn, but you cannot deceive me. The Countess was greatly disconcerted. She tried to find another plausible pretext for her mood and, like all natures to whom deception is not natural, said precisely what betrayed her. I am anxious about the Wildenaus. They are only watching for the moment when they can compromise me unpunished. And if the queen withdraws her favor, they need show me no farther consideration. The Duke frowned. He said slowly, under his breath. What do you fear from the Wildenaus? How can they compromise you? The Countess, startled, kept silence. She saw that she had betrayed herself. Madeline, he spoke calmly and firmly, everything must now be clearly understood between us. What connection was there between Wildenau and that mysterious boy? I must know, for I see that that is the quarter whence the danger which you fear is threatening you, and I must know how to avert it. You have just heard that your honor is mine . There was a shade of sternness in his tone, the sternness of an resolve to take this weak, wavering woman under his protection. The child, she faltered, trembling from head to foot. No, there is nothing more to be feared from him. He is dead. Dead? Asked the Duke gently. Since when? Since yesterday. And the proud Countess, sobbing uncontrollably, sank upon his breast. A long silence followed. The Duke passed his arm around her and let her weep her fill. My poor Madeline, I understand everything. An indescribable emotion filled the hearts of both. Not another word was exchanged. The carriage rolled up to the entrance of the Wildenau Palace. Her little cold hands clasped his beseechingly. Do not desert me, she whispered hurriedly. Less than ever, he replied gravely and firmly. Her Highness is ill, he said to the servants who came hurrying out and helped the tottering woman up the steps. She entered the boudoir, where the Duke himself removed her cloak. It was a singular sight, the haughty figure in full evening dress, adorned with jewels, in the light of the dawning day like some beautiful spirit of the night, left behind by her companions who had fled from the first sunbeams and now stood terrified, vainly striving to conceal herself in darkness. Poor wandering sprite, where is the home your tearful eyes are seeking? Said the prince, overwhelmed by pity as he saw the grief-worn face. Yes, Madeline, you are too beautiful for the broad glare of day. Such visions suit the veil of evening, the magical luster of drawing-rooms. By day one feels as if the night had been robbed of an elf, who having lost her wings by the morning light was compelled to stay among common mortals. Carried away by an outburst of feeling, he approached her with open arms. A strange conflict of emotion was seething in her breast. She had longed for him. As for the culture she had despised, she felt that she could not live without him, that without him she could not exorcise the spirits she had conjured up to destroy her. Her ear listened with rapture to the expression of love in cultured language, but when he strove to approach her it seemed as if that unapproachable something which had cried, "Nolly me Tanhair," had established its throne in her own heart since she had knelt among the beggars early that morning, and now, in spite of herself, cried in its solemn dignity from her lips the "Nolly me Tanhair" to another. And, without words, the Duke understood it, respected her mute denial, and reverently drew back a step. "Do you not wish to change your dress? You are utterly exhausted. If it will be a comfort to you to have me stay, I will wait till you have regained your strength. Then I will beg permission to breakfast with you," he said with his wonted calmness. "Yes, I thank you," she answered with a twofold meaning, and left the room with a bearing more dignified than the Duke had ever seen, as though she had an invisible companion of whom she was proud. Chapter 24. Attempts to Rescue. The Countess remained absent a long time, while the Duke sat at the window of the boudoir gazing out into the frosty winter morning, but without seeing what was passing outside. Before him lay a shattered happiness, a marred destiny. The happiness was his, the destiny hers. There is surely nothing weaker than a woman, even the strongest, he thought, shaking his head mournfully. Ought we not to punish this personator of Christ, who used his mask to break into the citadel of our circle and steal what did not belong to him? Pshaw, how could the poor fellow help it if an eccentric woman out of ennui? No, we should not think of it. But what is to be done now? Shall I sacrifice this superb creature to an insipid prejudice, because she sacrificed herself and everything else to a childish delusion? Where is the man pure enough to condemn you, because when you give wholly, royally, and in your proud self-forgetfulness fling what others would outweigh with kingly crowns into the lap of a beggar who can offer you nothing in exchange, not even appreciation of your value, which he is too uncultured to perceive. Alas, such a woman to be thrown away on such a man. And should I not save her? Should I weakly desert her, I, the only person who can forgive, because I am the only one who understands her? No. It would be against all the logic of destiny and reason, were I to suffer such a life to be wrecked by this religious humbug. What is the use of my cool brain, if I lose my composure allons donc I will bid defiance to fate and to every prejudice, clasp her in my arms, and destroy the divine farce. Such was the train of the Duke's thoughts. But his pale face and joyless expression betrayed what he would not acknowledge to himself, that his happiness was shattered. He gathered up the fragments and tried to join them together, but with the secret grief with which we bear home some loved one who could not be withheld from a dangerous path, knowing that, though the broken limbs may be healed, he can never regain his former strength. "So grave, Duke?" asked a voice which sent the blood to his heart. The Countess had entered her step unheard on the soft carpet. He started up. "Madeline, my poor Madeline. I was thinking of you and your fate. I have saddened you," she said, clasping her hands penitently. "Oh, no." He drew the little hands down to his lips and with a sorrowful smile kissed them. "My cheerfulness can bear some strain, but the malapert must be permitted to be silent sometimes when there are serious matters to be considered. You are too noble to let me feel that you are suffering. Yet I see it, you would not be the man you are if you did not suffer today." The Duke bit his lips. It seemed as if he were struggling to repress a tear. "Shall we won't be sentimental? You have wept enough today. The world must not see tear stains on your face. Give me a cup of coffee. I do not belong to the chosen few whom a mortal emotion raises far above all the needs of their mortal husk." The Countess rang for breakfast. The servant brought the dishes ordered into the boudoir, as the dining room was not yet thoroughly heated. In the chimney corner beside the blazing fire the coffee was already steaming in a silver urn over an alcohol lamp, filling the cozy room with its aroma and musical humming. "How pleasant this is," said the Duke, throwing himself into an armchair beside the grave mistress of the house. "I will pour it myself," she said to the servant, who instantly withdrew. The Countess was now simply dressed in black, without an ornament of any kind, and with her hair confined in a plain knot. What a contrast, The Duke remarked, smiling. You alone are capable of such metamorphoses. Half an hour ago in a court costume, glittering with diamonds, an aching heart, and hands half frozen from being clasped in prayer in the chilled church, now a demure little housewife, peacefully watching the coffee steam in a cozy little room, waiting intently for the moment when the water will boil, as if there were no task in the whole world more important than that of making a good decoction. A faint smile glided over the Countess' face. She had nearly allowed the important moment to pass. Now she poured out the coffee, extinguished the spirit lamp, and handed her companion a cup of the steaming beverage. 1,000 thanks. That's enough to brighten the most downcast mood. What comfort. Now let us enjoy an hour of innocent, genuine plebeian happiness. How fortunate the people are who live so every day. I should be the very man to enjoy such bliss. His glance wandered swiftly to the Countess' empty cup. I thought so. A great sorrow must, of course, be observed by mortifying the body in order to be sure to succumb to it. Well, then the guest must do the honors of the hostess. There, now underscore ma chère Madeline underscore will drink this and dip this biscuit into it. One can accomplish that, even without an appetite. Who would wish to make heart and stomach identical? The Countess, spite of her protestations, was forced to obey. She saw that the Duke had asked for breakfast only to compel her to eat. There. You see that it can be done. I enjoy with a touch of emotion this coffee which your dear hands have prepared. If you would do the same with the cup I poured out, what a sentimental breakfast it would be. A ray of the old cheerfulness sparkled in the Duke's eyes. I knew that with you alone I should find peace and cheer, said the Countess, brightening. So much the better. The Duke lighted a cigarette and leaned comfortably back in his chair. The Countess ordered the coffee equipage to be removed and then sat down opposite to him with her hands clasped in her lap. The main point now, my dear Madeline, if I may be allowed to speak of these things to you, is to release you from the cause of all the trouble. I need not name him. Of course, I do not know how easy or how difficult this may be, because I am ignorant how far you are involved in this relation and unfortunately lack the long locks of the Christ, which would enable me successfully to play the part of the Good Shepherd, who freed the imprisoned lamb from the thicket. As if it depended on that, said the Countess. Not at all? Oh, women, women. What will not a few Ravenlocks do? The destiny of your lives turns upon just such trifles. Imagine that Ammergau Christus with close-cropped hair and a bristling red beard. Would that mask have suited the illusion to which you sacrificed yourself? Hardly. The Countess made no reply, silenced by the pitiless truth, but at last she thought she must defend herself. And the religious impression, the elevation, the enthusiasm, the revelations of the Passion Play, do you count these nothing? Certainly not. I felt them myself, but believe me, you would not have transferred them to the person if the representative of Christ had worn a wig and the next day had appeared before you with stiff, closely cropped red hair. The Countess made a gesture of aversion. There, now you see the realist again. Yet, say what you will, a few locks of raven hair form the net in which the haughty, clever Countess Wildenau was prisoned. You may be right, the greatest picture consists of details, and may be spoiled by a single one. I will confess it, yes. The harmony of the whole person, down to the most trifling detail, with the Christ tradition, enthralled me, and had the locks been wanting, the impression would not have been complete. But, however I may have been deceived in the image, I cannot let myself and him sink so low in your opinion as to permit you to believe that it was nothing save an ensnaring outward semblance, which sealed my fate. Had not his spiritual nature completed the illusion, matters would never have gone so far. Yes, I can imagine how it happened. You prompted the part, and he had skill enough to play to the prompter, as it is called in the parlance of the stage. Skill is not the right word, he was influenced precisely as I was. He probably would not have been so foolish as to refuse such a chance. A wealthy, beautiful woman like you. No, do not speak of him in that way. I cannot let that accusation rest upon him. He is not base. He is uncultured, has the narrow-minded views of a peasant, is sensitive and capricious, an unfortunate temperament, with which it is impossible to live happily, but I know no one in the world to whom any ignoble thought is more alien. The prince gazed at her admiringly. Tears were sparkling in her eyes. I don't deny that I am bitterly disappointed in him, but though I love him no longer, I must not allow him to be insulted. He loved me and sacrificed his poor life for mine. That the compensation did not outweigh the price was no fault of his, and I ought not to make him responsible for it. The Duke became very thoughtful. The Countess was silent. She had clasped her hands on her knee, and was gazing, deeply moved, into vacancy. "You are a noble woman, Madeline," he said in a low tone. "I always ranked you high, but never higher than at this moment. I will never again wound your feelings. But however worthy of esteem Freyr may be, deeply as I pity the unfortunate man, you are my first consideration, and you must not continue in this relation. Throughout the whole system of the universe, the lower existence must yield to the higher. You are the higher, therefore Freyr must be sacrificed. You are a philosopher. Accept the results of your view of the world. Be strong and resolve to do what is inevitable quickly. You yourself say that you no longer love him. Whether you have ever done so, I will not venture to decide. If he is really what you describe him to be, he must feel this, and I believe that he too is not to be envied. What kind of respite is this which you are granting the hapless man under the sword of the executioner? Pardon me, but I should term it torture. You feign, from motives of compassion, feelings you no longer have, and he feels the deception. So he is continually vibrating between the two extremes of fear and hope, a prey to the most torturing doubts. So you permit the victim whom you wish to kill to live, in order to destroy him slowly. You pity him, and for pity are cruel." The Countess cast a startled glance at him. "You are terribly truthful." "I must say that I am sorry for that man," the Duke went on in his usual manner. "I think it is your duty to end this state of things. If he has a good, mentally sound character, he will conquer the blow and shape his life anew. But such a condition of uncertainty would unnerve the strongest nature. This cat and mouse sport is unworthy of you. You tried it with me 10 years ago in a less painful way. I, knowing women, was equal to the game, so no harm was done, and I could well allow you the graceful little pastime. It is different with Freyr. A man of his stamp, who stakes his whole life upon a single feeling, takes the matter more tragically, and the catastrophe was inevitable. But must romance be carried to tragedy? See, my dear friend, that it is confined within its proper limits. Besides, you have already paid for it dearly enough. It has left an indelible impress upon your soul, born of fruit which matured in suffering, and you have buried with anguish, because destiny itself, though with a stern hand, tried to efface the consequences of your error. Heed this portent, for your sake and his own. I speak in his behalf also. My aim is not only to win you, but to see the woman whom I have won worthy of herself and the high opinion I cherish of her." The Countess' features betrayed the most intense emotion. What should she do? Should she tell this noble man all, confess that she was married? The hour that he discovered it, he would desert her. Must she lose him, her last support and consolation? No, she dared not. The drowning woman clung to him. She knew not what was to come of it. She only knew that she would be lost without him, and kept silence. "Where is he?" "In the old hunting box of which your cousin Wildenau spoke," asked the Duke after a long pause. "Yes." "As what?" "As steward." "Steward? The Duke shook his head. "What a relation! You made the man you loved your servant, and believed that you could love him still. How little you knew yourself! Had you seen him on the mountains battling with wind and storm as a woodcutter, a shepherd, but free, you might have continued to love him. But as the steward, at whom the servants look with one eye as their equal, with the other as their mistress' favorite, never. You placed him in a situation where he could not help despising himself. How could you respect him? But a woman like you no longer loves where she can no longer esteem." He was silent a moment, then with sudden determination exclaimed, "Do you understand what I say now? Not free yourself from him, but free _him from himself _. You have done the same thing as the giantess who carried the farmer and his plow home in her apron. Do you understand what a deep meaning underlies Shimiso's comical tale? The words with which the old giant ordered her to take her prize back to the spot where she found it say everything. The peasant is no plaything. Only in the sphere where a man naturally belongs is he of value, but this renders him too good for a toy. You have transplanted Freyr to a sphere in which he ceased to have any value to you, and are now making him play a part there which I would not impose on my worst enemy. Yes, you are right. Finally, we owe it to those who were once dear to us, not to make them ridiculous. Or do you believe that Freyr, if he had the choice, would not have pride enough to prefer the most cruel truth to a compassionate lie? Certainly. And still more. We owe it to the law of truthfulness, under which we stand as moral beings, not to continue deliberately a deception which was perhaps unconsciously begun. When self-respect is lost, all is lost. The Duke rose. It is time for me to go. Consider my advice. I can say nothing more in your interest and his. But what shall I do? How am I to find a gentle way out? Heaven, I don't know how to help myself. Do nothing at present. Everything is still too fresh to venture upon any positive act. The wounds would bleed, and what ought to be severed would only grow together the more firmly. Go away for a time. You are out of favor with the Queen. What is more natural than to go on a journey and sulk? To the so-called steward also, this must at present serve for a pretext to avoid a tragical parting scene. Go now. Now, leave you, she whispered, blushing as she spoke. Madeline, he said gently, drawing her hand to his breast. How am I to interpret this blush? Is it the sign of a sweeter feeling or embarrassment because circumstances have led you to say something which I might interpret differently from your intention? She bent her head, blushing still more deeply. Perhaps you do not know yourself. I will not torture you with questions, which your agitated heart cannot answer now. But if anything really does bind you to me, then I would suggest your joining my father at Cannes. If even the faintest feeling of affection for me is stirring within you, you will understand that we could never be nearer to each other than while you were learning to be my old father's daughter. Will you? Yes, she whispered with rising tears, for ever more beautiful, ever purer rose before her a happiness which she had forfeited, of which she would no longer be worthy, even could she grasp it. The Duke, usually so sharp-sighted, could not guess the source of these tears. For the first time he was deceived and interpreted favorably an emotion aroused by the despairing perception that all was vain. He gazed down at her with a ray of love shining in his clear blue eyes, and pressed a kiss on her drooping brow. Then, raising his hand, he pointed upward. Only have courage and hold your head high. All will yet be well. Adieu. He moved away as proudly, calmly, and firmly as if success was assured. He did not suspect that he was leaving a lost cause. Chapter 25. Day is dawning. In the quiet chamber in the ancient hunting castle, on the spot formerly occupied by the little bed, a casket now stood on two chairs near a wooden crucifix. Freyr had returned, bringing the body of his child. He had telegraphed to the Countess, but received in reply only a few lines. She was compelled to set off on a journey at once. Her mind was so much affected that her physician had advised immediate change of scene to avert worse consequences. A check was enclosed to defray the funeral expenses and bestow a sum on Josepha as a recognition of her faithful service, sufficient to enable her to live comfortably in case she wished to rest. Josepha understood that this was a gracious form of dismissal. But the royal gift which expressed the Countess' gratitude did not avail to subdue the terrible rancor in her soul, or the harshness of this dismissal. Morning was dawning. Josepha was changed by illness almost beyond recognition, yet she had watched through the night with Freyr beside the coffin. Now she again glanced over the letter which had come the evening before. She doesn't venture to send me away openly, and wants to satisfy me with money, that I may go willingly. Money, always money. I was forced to give up the child, and now I must lose you, too, the last thing I have in the world, she said to Freyr, who was sitting silently beside the coffin of his son. Tearing the check, she threw it on the floor. There are the fragments. When the child is buried, I know where I shall go. You will not leave here, Josepha, as long as I remain. Especially now that you are ill. I have been her servant long enough. But this is the limit where I cease to yield to her caprices. She cannot ask me to give you up also, my relative, the only soul in my boundless solitude. If she did, I would not do it, for no matter how lowly my birth, I am still her husband. Have I no rights whatever? You will stay with me, I desire it, and can do so the more positively as my salary is sufficient to support you. So you need accept no wages from her. Yes, tell her so, say that I want nothing except to stay with you, near my angel's grave. Sobs stifled her words. After a time, she continued faintly, I shall not trouble her long, you can see that. Oh, Josepha, don't fancy such things. You are young and will recover, said Freyr consolingly, but his eyes rested anxiously upon her. She shook her head. The child was younger still, yet he died of longing for his mother, and I shall die of the yearning for him. Then let me send for a doctor. You cannot go on in this way. Oh, pray don't make any useless ado. It would only be one person more to question me about the child, and I shall be on thorns while I am deceiving him. You know I never could lie in my life. Leave me in peace, no doctor can help me. Someone rang. Josepha opened the door. The cabinetmaker was bringing in a little coffin, which was to take the place of the box containing the leaden casket. Her black dress and haggard face gave her the semblance of a mother mourning her own child. Nothing was said during the performance of the work. Josepha and Freyr lifted the metal casket from the chest and placed it in the plain oak coffin. The man was paid and left the room. Freyr hastened out and shook the snow from some pine branches to adorn the bier. A few icicles which still clung to them thawed in the warm room, and the drops fell on the coffin, the tears of the forest. The last scion of the princely house of Frankenberg lay under frost-covered pine boughs, and a peasant mourned him as his son. A maid-servant prepared him for his eternal rest. This is the bloodless revolution sometimes accomplished amid the ossified traditions of rank, which affords the insulted idea of universal human rights moments of loving satisfaction. The two mourners were calm and quiet. They seemed to have a premonition that this moment possessed a significance, which raised it far above personal grief. An hour later the pastor came. A few men and maidservants formed the funeral procession. Not far from the castle, in the wood, stood a ruinous old chapel. The countess had permitted the child to be buried there because the churchyard was several leagues away. It is a great deal of honor for Josepha's child to be placed in the chapel of a noble family, thought the people. If haughty old Count Wildenau knew it, he would turn in his grave. The coffin was raised and borne out of the castle. Josepha, leaning on Freyr, followed silently with fixed, tearless eyes and burning cheeks. Yet she succeeded in wading through the snow and standing on the cold stone floor in the chilly chapel beside the grave. But when she returned home, the measure of her strength was exhausted. Her laboring lungs panted for breath, her icy feet could not be warmed, her heart, throbbing painfully, sent all the blood to her brain, which burned with fever, while her thoughts grew confused. The terrible chill completed the work of destruction commenced by grief. Freyr saw it with unutterable sorrow. I must get a doctor, he said gently. Come, Josepha, don't stare steadily at the empty space where the body lay. Come, I will take you to my room and put you on the bed. Everything there will not remind you of the boy. No, I will stay here, she said, with that cruelty to herself, peculiar to sick persons who do not fear death. Just here. She clung to the uncomfortable sofa on which she sat as if afraid of being dragged away by force. Freyr hastily removed the chairs which had supported the coffin, the crucifix and the candles. Yes, put them out, you will soon need them for me. Oh, you kind-hearted man. If only you could have the happiness you deserve. You merited a better fate. I will not speak of what she has done to me, but her sins against you and the child. Nothing can efface nothing. A fit of coughing almost stifled her. But it seemed as if her eyes continued to utter the words she had not breath to speak. A feverish vengeance glittered in their depths, which made Freyr fairly shudder. Josepha, he said mildly, but firmly. Sacrifice your hate to God and be merciful. If you love me, you must forgive her whom I love and forgive. Never, gasped Josepha with a violent effort. Josepho. This pain in my chest, I believe it is inflammation of the lungs. Alas, and there is no one to send for the doctor. The men are all in the woods. Go to bed, I beg you. There is not a moment to be lost. I must get the doctor myself. I will send the housemaid to you. Keep up your courage. I will be as quick as I can. And he hurried off, forgetting his grief for his child and his anxiety about the last companion of his impoverished life. The housemaid came in and asked if she could do anything, but Josepha wanted no assistance. The anxious girl tried to persuade her to go to bed, but Josepha said that she could not breathe lying down. At last she consented to eat something. The nourishment did her good, her weakness diminished and her breathing grew easier. The girl put some wood in the stove and returned to her work in the kitchen. Josepha remained lost in thought. To her, death was deliverance, but Freyr, what would become of him if he lost her also? This alone rendered it hard to die. The damp wood in the stove sputtered and hissed like the voices of wrangling women. It was the fire which always proclaims the approach of any evil. Josepha shook her head. What could be worse than the evil which had already befallen her poor cousin and herself? The fire which continued to shriek and lament, but Josepha did not understand her. A pair of crows perched in an old pine tree outside the window croaked so suddenly that she started in terror. Ah, it was very lonely up here. What would it be when Freyr lived all alone in the house and waited months in vain for the heartless woman who remembered neither her husband nor her child? She had not troubled herself about the living. Why should she seek the little grave where lay the _dead_? A loud knock on the door of the house echoed through the silence. Josepha listened. Surely it could not be the doctor already? The maid opened it. Heavy footsteps and the voices of men were heard in the entry, then a dog howled. The stupid servant opened the door of the room and called, "Jungfer Josepha, here are 2 hunters, who are so tired tramping over the snow that they would like to rest a while. Can they come in? There is no fire anywhere else." Josepha, though so ill, of course, could not refuse admittance to the freezing men, who were already on the threshold. Rising with an effort from the sofa, she pushed some chairs for the strangers near the stove. "I am ill," she said in great embarrassment, "but if you wish to rest and warm yourselves here, I beg." "We are very grateful," said one of the hunters, a gentleman with a red mustache and piercing eyes. "If we do not disturb you, we will gladly accept your hospitality. We are not familiar with the neighborhood and have lost our way. We came from beyond the frontier and have been wading through the snow 5 hours." Meanwhile, at a sign from Josepha, the maidservant had taken the gentleman's cloaks and hunting gear. "See, this is our booty," said the other hunter. "If we might invite you to dine with us, I should almost venture to ask if this worthy lass could not roast the hare for us? Our cousin, Countess Wildena, will surely forgive us this little trespass upon her preserves." "Are you relatives of Countess Wildena?" "Certainly, her nearest and most faithful ones." Josepha, in her mortal weakness, felt as if crushed by the presence of these strangers with their heavy hunting boots and loud voices. She tried to take refuge in the kitchen on the pretense of roasting the hare herself, but both gentlemen earnestly protested against it. "No, indeed, that would be fine business to drive you out of your room when you are ill. In that case, we must leave the house at once." The red-bearded gentleman cousin Wildena himself sprang from his chair and almost forced Josepha to go back to her sofa. "There, my dear madam or miss? Now do me the honor to take your seat again and allow us to remain a short time until the roast is ready, then you must dine with us." A faint smile hovered around Josepha's parched lips. "I thank you, but I am too ill to eat." "You are really very ill," said the stranger with kindly solicitude. "You are feverish. I fear we are disturbing you very much. Pray send us away if we annoy you." Yet he knew perfectly well that she could not help asking the unbidden guests to stay. "But my dear madam or miss?" Josepha never answered the question. "Are you doing nothing to relieve your illness? Have you had no physician?" "No, we are in such a secluded place. A physician cannot always be had. But I am expecting one today." "Why, it is strange to live in this wilderness." "And how uncomfortable you are. You haven't even a stool," said the red-haired cousin, putting his huge hunting muff, after warming it at the stove, under her feet. Josepha tried to refuse it, but he would not listen. You need not mind us, we are sick nurses ourselves. We commanded a sanitary battalion in the war. So we understand a little what to do. You are suffering from asthma, it is difficult for you to breathe, so you must sit comfortably. There. Now put my cousin's muff at your back. That's better, isn't it? But pray come, no contradiction. You must be comfortable. Josepha was ashamed. The gentlemen were so kind, so solicitous about her. There were good people in the world. The neglected, desolate heart gratefully appreciated the unusual kindness. But I am really astonished to find everything so primitive. Our honored cousin really ought to have done something more for your comfort. Not even a sofa cushion, no carpet. I should have thought she would have paid more attention to so faithful a. He courteously suppressed the word servant, and, correcting himself, said, assistant. Josepha made no answer, but her lips curled bitterly, significantly. Wildenau noted it. Dissatisfied, escaped his lips, so low that only his companion heard it. You have been here a long time, I suppose. How many years? Have I been with her? Said Josepha frankly. Since the last passion play. That will be 10 years next summer. You are a native of Oberammergau, said the Baron, with the manner of one familiar with the facts, whose memory has failed for an instant. I suppose you came to the Countess at the same time as the Christus? Yes. Is he a relative of yours? Yes, my cousin. He is here still, isn't he? Why, of course. He is her. What is his title? Steward. Is he at home? No, he has gone to the city for a doctor. Oh, I am very sorry. We should have been glad to make his acquaintance. We have heard so many pleasant things about him. A man in whom our cousin was so much interested, then she speaks of him. Oh, to her intimate friends certainly, said Wildenau equivocally, gazing intently at Josepha, whose face beamed with joy at the thought that the Countess spoke kindly of Frere. Why is he never seen in the city? He must live like a hermit up here. Yes, heaven knows that. He ought to visit my cousin sometimes in the city. Everybody would be glad to know the Oberammergau Christus. But if she doesn't wish it, said Josepha thoughtlessly. Why, that would be another matter certainly, but she has never told me so. Why shouldn't she wish it? Murmured Wildenau with well-feigned surprise. Because she is ashamed of him. Wildenau almost caught his breath at the significance of the word. But, tell me, why does her Frere assent that his name submit to it? Josepha shrugged her shoulders. Yes, what can he do about it? A pause ensued. Josepha stopped, as if fearing to say too much. The two gentlemen had become very thoughtful. At last Wildenau resumed the conversation. I don't understand how a man who surely might find a pleasant position anywhere can be so dependent on a fine lady's whims. You won't take it amiss. I see that your kinsman's position troubles you. Were I in his place, I would give up the largest salary rather than salary, interrupted Josepha, with flashing eyes. Do you suppose that my cousin would do anything for the sake of a salary? Oh, you don't know him. If the Countess described him to you in that way, the shame is hers. Wildenau listened intently. But, my dear woman, that isn't what I meant. You would not let me finish. I was just going to add that such a motive would not affect your kinsman, that it could be nothing but sincere devotion, which bound him to our cousin, a loyalty which apparently wins little gratitude. Yes, I always tell him so, but he won't admit it even though his heart should break. Two dark interlaced veins in Josepha's sunken, transparent temples throbbed feverishly. But how do you feel? We are certainly disturbing you, said the Baron. Oh no. It does not matter, replied Josepha, courteously. Could you not take us into some other room? The Countess doubtless comes here constantly. There must be other apartments which can be heated. Yes, but no fire has been made in them for weeks. The stoves will smoke. Has not the Countess been here for so long? No, she scarcely ever comes now. But the time must be very long to you, and your cousin. You were doubtless accustomed to the Countess' visits. Certainly, replied Josepha, lost in thought, when I think how it used to be and how things are now. Wildenau glanced around the room, then said softly, and the little son, he is dead. Josepha stared at him in terror. Do you know that? I know all. My cousin has his picture in her boudoir, a splendid child. Josepha's poor feverish brain was growing more and more confused. The tears she had scarcely conquered flowed again. Yes, wasn't he in to let such a child die without troubling herself about him? It is inexcusable, said Wildena. If the Countess ever speaks of it again, tell her that Josepha loved it far more than she, for she followed it to the grave while the mother enjoyed her life. She must be ashamed then. I will tell her. It is a pity about the beautiful child, was it not like an infant Christ? Indeed it was, and now I know what picture you mean. In Jerusalem, where the child was christened, a copy, as they called it, of the infant Christ hung in the chapel over the baptismal font. The Countess afterwards bought the picture on account of its resemblance to the boy. I suppose it resembles her Frere, too, the Baron remarked carelessly. Somewhat, but the mother more. Baron Wildena began to find the room too warm and went to the window a moment to get the air, while his companion, horrified by these disclosures, shook his head. He would gladly have told the deluded woman that they had only learned the child's death from a woodcutter whom they met in the forest, but he dared not contradict his cousin. After a pause, Wildena again turned to Josepha. He saw that there was danger in delay, for at any moment the fever might increase to such a degree that she would begin to rave and no longer be capable of making a deposition. The truth must be discovered, now or never. He felt, however, that Josepha's was no base nature which could be led to betray her employer by ordinary means. Caution and reflection were necessary. I am really touched by your fidelity to my cousin. Anyone who can claim such a nature is fortunate. I thank you in her name. He held out his hand. But she replied with her usual blunt honesty, I don't deserve your thanks, sir. I have not remained here for the sake of the Countess, but on account of the child and my unfortunate cousin. She has been kind to me, but if I should see her today, I would tell her openly that I would never forgive her treatment of the child and Joseph no matter what she did. The child is dead and my cousin will die too. Thank heaven, I shall not live to witness it. I understand you perfectly. Oh, I know my cousin. And my poor dear Fräulein Joseph, I may call you Fräulein now, may I not, since you are no longer obliged to pass for the child's mother. It was an unprecedented sacrifice for you. Alas! My dear Fräulein, you and your cousin must be prepared to fare still worse, to be entirely forgotten, for I can positively assure you that the Countess is about to wed the hereditary Prince of Metten-Barnheim. What? Josepha shrieked loudly. Wildena watched her intently. She has just gone to Cannes, where the old Duke is staying, and the announcement of the engagement is daily expected. It is impossible, it cannot be, murmured Josepha, trembling in every limb. But why not? She is free, has a right to dispose of her hand, Wildena persisted. No, she is not, she cannot marry, cried Josepha, starting from her sofa in despair and standing before them with glowing cheeks and red hair like a flame which blazes up once more before expiring. For heaven's sake, it would be a crime. But who is to prevent it? Asked Wildena breathlessly. I, groaned Josepha, summoning her last strength. You, my dear woman, what can you do? More than you suppose. Then tell me, that we may unite to prevent the crime ere it is too late. Yes, by heaven. Before I will allow her to do Joseph this wrong, I will turn traitor to her. But her Frere has no right to ask the Countess not to marry again. No right? She repeated with terrible earnestness. Are you so sure of that? He is only the Countess' lover, her lover, sobbed Josepha in mingled wrath and anguish. Joseph, you noble upright man, must be said of you. I don't understand. If he is not her lover, what is he? Josepha could bear no more. He is her husband, her legally wedded husband. The Baron almost staggered under this unexpected, unprecedented revelation. Controlling himself with difficulty, he seized the sick woman's hand, as if to sustain her lest she should break down, ere he had extorted the last disclosure from her, the last thing he must know. Only tell me where and by whom the marriage ceremony was performed. As if under the gaze of a serpent, the victim yielded to the stronger will. At Prankenberg, Martin and I were witnesses. She slipped from his hand, her senses grew confused, her eyes became glassy, her chest heaved convulsively in the struggle for breath, but the one word which she still had consciousness to utter was enough for the Wildenas. When, a few hours later, Freyr returned with the physician and the priest, whom he had thoughtfully brought with him, he found Josepha alone on the sofa, speechless and in the last agonies of death. The physician, after examining her, said that an acute inflammation of the lungs had followed the tuberculosis from which she had long suffered and hastened her end. The priest gave her the last sacrament and remained with Freyr, sitting beside the bed in which she had been laid. The death struggle was terrible. She seemed to be constantly trying to tell Freyr something which she was unable to utter. 3 times life appeared to have departed, and 3 times she rallied again, as if she could not die without having relieved her heart of its burden. Vain. It was useless for Freyr to put his ear to her lips. He could not understand her faltering words. It was a terrible night. At last, toward morning, she grew calm, and now she could die. Leaning on his breast, she ceased her struggles to speak, and slowly breathed her last. She had conquered, and she now knew that he would conquer also. She bowed her head with a smile, and her last glance was fixed on him. A look of reconciliation rested on her her soul soared upward. Day was dawning. Chapter 26. The Last Support. There was alarm in the Wildenau Palace. The Countess had suddenly returned, without notifying the servants in plain words, without asking the servants' permission. She had intended to remain absent several months. They were not prepared, had nothing ready, nothing cleaned, not even a single room in her suite of apartments heated. She seemed absent-minded, went to her rooms at once, and locked herself in. Then her bell rang violently. The servants who were consulting together below scattered. The maids darted up the main staircase, the men up a side flight. "I want the coachman, Martin," was the unexpected order. "Martin isn't here," the footman ventured to answer, "as we did not know." "Then send for him," replied the Countess imperiously. She did not appear even to notice the implied reproof. Then she permitted the attendant to make a fire on the hearth, for it was a raw, damp day in early spring, and after her stay in Cannes, the weather seemed like Siberia. Half an hour elapsed. Meanwhile the maids were unpacking, and the Countess was arranging a quantity of letters she had brought with her. They were all numbered and of ancient date. Among them was one from Freyr, written 4 weeks previously, containing only the words, "Even in death, Josepha has filled a mother's place to our child. She has rested in the chapel with him since this morning. I think you will not object to her being buried there. Joseph." The Countess again glanced at the letter. Her eyes rested on the errors in orthography. Such tragical information, with so terrible a reproach between the lines and the effect a ludicrous one. She would gladly have effaced the mistakes in order not to be ashamed of having given this man so important a part in the drama of her life, but they stood there with the distinctness of a boy's unpracticed hand. A man who could not even write correctly. She had not noticed it before. He wrote rarely and always very briefly, or had she possessed no eyes for his faults at that time? Yes, she must have been blind, utterly blind. She had not answered the letter. Now she tore it up and threw it into the fire. Josepha's death would have been a deliverance to her, had she not a few weeks later received another letter, which she now read once more, panting for breath. But, however frequently she perused its contents, she found only that old Martin entreated her to return. Josepha had blabbed that one word in the stiff hand of the faithful old servant, which looked as if it might have been scrawled with a match upon paper redolent of the odors of the stable, had so startled the Countess that she left Cannes by the first train and traveled day and night to reach home. A nervous restlessness made the sheet tremble in her hand as she thrust it into the flames. Then she paced restlessly to and fro. Martin was keeping her waiting so long. A little supper had been hurriedly prepared and was now served. But the Countess scarcely touched the food and, complaining that the dining room was cold, crept back to her boudoir. At last, about 9:30, Martin was announced. He had gone to bed and they had been obliged to rouse him. "Is your Highness going out?" asked the footman, who could not understand the summons to Martin. "If I am, you will receive orders for the carriage," replied his mistress, and a flash from her eyes silenced the servant. "Let Martin come in," she added in a harsh, imperious tone. The man opened the door. "You are dismissed for tonight. The lights can be put out," she added. Martin stood, hat in hand, awaiting his mistress' commands. A few minutes passed, then the Countess noiselessly went to the door to see that the adjoining rooms were empty and that no one was listening. When she returned, she drew the heavy curtains over the door to deaden every sound. Then her self-control gave way, and rushing to the old coachman, she grasped his hand. "Martin, for heaven's sake, what has happened?" Tears glittered in Martin's eyes as he saw his mistress' alarm, and he took her trembling hands as gently as if they were the reins of a fiery-blooded horse, on which a curb has been placed for the first time. "Ho, dear Countess, only keep quiet, quiet," he said in the soothing tones used to his frightened steeds. "All is not lost. I didn't let myself be caught, and there's no proof of what Josepha blabbed." "So they tried to catch you?" "Tell me." She was trembling. "How did they come to you?" "Well," said Martin clumsily, "this is how it was. They seem to have driven Josepha into a corner. At her funeral, the cook told me that just before she died, 2 strangers came to the house and had a long conversation with the sick woman. When the hare she was ordered to cook was done, she carried it up. But the people in the room were talking so loud that she didn't dare go in and stood at the door listening. Something was said about the Countess' favor and a crime, and Josepha was terribly excited. Suddenly she heard nothing more. Josepha stammered a few unintelligible words, and the gentlemen came out with faces as red as fire. They left the hare in the lurch and off they went. Josepha died the same night. Then I thought they might be the Barons von Wildenau, because their coachman had often tried to pump me about our Countess, and I said to myself, now I'll do the same to him. And sure enough, I found out that the gentleman had gone away, and where? To Frankenberg. The Countess turned pale and sank into an armchair. There, your Highness, don't be troubled, Martin went on calmly. That will do them no good. The church books don't lie open on the tavern tables like bills of fare, and the old pastor will not let everybody meddle with them. The old pastor, cried the Countess despairingly. He is dead, and since my father, the prince, has grown weak-minded, the patronage has lapsed to the government. The new pastor has no motive for showing us any consideration. So the old pastor is dead? Martin for the first time shook his head anxiously. If one could only get a word from His Highness the Prince just to find out whether the marriage was really entered in the record. Yes, if we knew that. Martin smiled with a somewhat embarrassed look. I ventured to take a little liberty and went. I thought I would try whether I could find out anything from him. Because His Highness, you remember, followed us to Frankenberg. Very true. The Countess nodded in the utmost excitement. Well, alas, it was useless. His Highness doesn't know anybody, can remember nothing. When you go over tomorrow, you will see that he can't live long. His Highness is perfectly childish. Then he got so excited that we thought he would lose his breath, and at last had to be put to bed. I could not help weeping when I saw it, such a stately gentleman, and now so helpless. The Countess listened to this report with little interest. Her father had been nothing to her while he retained his mental faculties now, in a condition of slow decay. He was merely a poor invalid, to whom she performed the usual filial duties. Go on, she cried impatiently. You are not telling the story in regular order. When did you see my father? A week ago, after my talk with the gentleman. That is the main thing. Tell me about that. Why, it was this way. I was sitting quietly at the tavern one night, when Herr von Wildenau's coachman came to me again and said that his master wanted to talk with me about our bay mare with the staggers, which he would like to harness with his bay. I was glad that we could get the mare off on him. Fie, Martin. Why, if nobody tried to cheat, there wouldn't be any more horse trading. So I told him I thought the Countess would sell the mare. We had no mate for her, and I would inform your Highness. No. The gentleman would write directly to Her Highness only. I must go to them. They wanted to talk with me. Well, I went, and they shut all the doors and pulled the curtains over them, just as your Highness did, and then they began on the bay and promised me a big fee if I would get her cheap for them. Every coachman takes a fee, the old man added in an embarrassed tone. It's the custom. You won't be vexed, Countess. So I made myself a bit important and pretended that it depended entirely on me. And I would make Her Highness so dissatisfied with the mare that she would be glad to get rid of her cheap, and all the rest of the things we coachmen say. So the gentleman thought because I bargained with them about one thing, I would about another. But that was quite different from a horse trade, and my employers are no animals to be sold, so they found that they had come to the wrong person. If I would make a little extra money by getting rid of a poor animal, which we had long wanted to sell, I'm not the rascal to take thousands from anybody to deprive my employers of house and home. And the poor old prince, who can no longer help himself, would perhaps be left to starve in his old age. No, the gentlemen were mistaken in old Martin. They don't know what it is. Tears were streaming down the old man's wrinkled cheeks. To put such a little princess on a horse for the first time and place the reins in her tiny hands. "Please go on, Martin," said the Countess gently, scarcely able to exert any better control over herself. "What did they offer you?" "A great deal of money, if I would bear witness in court that you were married." The terrified woman covered her face with her hands. There, Countess," said Martin soothingly. "I haven't finished. Hold your head up. Your Highness, I beg you, this is no time to be faint-hearted. We must be on the watch and keep the reins well in hand, that they may not get the start of us." Yes. Go on." "Well, they tried to catch me napping. They knew everything, and I had been a witness of the wedding at Frankenberg." "Good heavens!" The Countess seemed paralyzed. Martin laughed. "But I didn't let myself be caught. I looked as stupid as if I couldn't bridle a horse, and had never heard of any wedding in all my days except our princess marriage to the late Count. Of course I was at the church then, with all the other servants." Then the gentleman muttered something in French and asked what wages I had, and when I told them, they said they were too low for such rich employers, and began to make me offers till they reached 50,000 marks, if I would state what they wanted. "Yes, and then they told me you were capable of marrying 2 men and meant to take the Duke as well as the steward, and they didn't want to have such a crime in the family, so I must help them prevent it." But this didn't move me at all, and I said, "That's no concern of mine. My mistress knows what to do." So off I went, and left the gentlemen staring like balky horses when they don't want to pass anything. Then I went to the prince, and as I could learn nothing there, I knew of no other way than to write to your Highness. I hope you'll pardon the liberty. "Oh, Martin, you trusty old servant. Your simple loyalty shames me, but I fear that your sacrifice is useless. They know all, Martin. Nothing can save me." Martin smiled craftily into the bottom of his hat, as if it was the source of his wisdom. "I think just this. If the gentlemen do know everything, they have got to prove it, for Josepha is dead. And if they had found the information they wanted at Frankenberg, they needn't offer so much money for my testimony." The Countess pressed her hand upon her head. "I don't know. I can't think any more." "Oh, Martin, how shall I thank you? If the stroke of the pen which will give you the 50,000 marks you scorned to receive from the Wildenau's can repay you, take it, but I shall still be your debtor." She hurriedly wrote a few words. "There is a check for 50,000 marks. Cash it early tomorrow morning. Don't delay an hour. Any day may be the last that I shall have anything to give. Take it quickly." But Martin shook his head. "Why, what is your Highness thinking of? I don't want to be paid, like a bribed witness, for doing only my duty. There would have been no credit in refusing the money if I took it afterward from your Highness." "No, I thank you most humbly, but I can't do it." The Countess was deeply ashamed. "But if I lose my property, Martin, if they begin a lawsuit, I can no longer reward your fidelity. Have you considered that everything can be taken from me if they succeed in proving that I am married?" Martin nodded. Yes, I know our late master's will. I believe he was jealous and wanted to prevent the Countess from marrying again. But you needn't be troubled about me. I've saved enough to buy a little home which, in case of need, might shelter the Countess and her Freyr, too. I have had it all from you." Martin's broad face beamed with joy at the thought. "Martin." She could say no more. Martin did not know what had happened. Surely the skies would fall. The Countess had sunk upon his breast, the broad old breast in which throbbed such a stupid, honest heart. He stood as motionless as a post or the pile of a bridge, to which a drowning person clings. But during all the 65 years his honest heart had beat under the Frankenberg livery, it had never throbbed so violently as at this moment. His little princess. She was in his arms again as in the days when he placed her in the saddle for the first time. Then she wept and clung to him whenever the horse made a spring, but he held her firmly, and she felt safe in his care. Now she again wept and clung to him in helpless terror, but now she was a stately woman who had outgrown his protection. There, Countess," he said, soothingly. "God will help you. Go to rest. You are wearied by the long journey. Tomorrow you will see everything with very different eyes. And, as I said before, if all the ropes break, then you will find lodging with old Martin. You always liked peasants' fare. Don't you remember how you used to slip into the coachman's little room and shared my bread and cheese till the governess found it out and spoiled our fun? Yes, bread and cheese were forbidden dainties, and yet they were God's gift which even the poorest might enjoy. You must remember the coachman's little room and how they tasted. Well, we haven't gone so far yet, and your Highness' friends will not suffer it. Yet, if matters ever did come to that, I believe your Highness would rather accept a home from me than from any of these noblemen." "You may be right there," said the Countess, with a thoughtful nod. "May God guard your Highness from either. Has your Highness any farther orders?" "Yes, my good Martin. Go early tomorrow morning to the Prince, or rather the Duke of Metten-Barnheim, and ask him to call on me at 10 o'clock. Alas, the Duke went to shoot black cock this morning. I suppose he didn't know that your Highness was coming?" "Certainly not. How long will he be away?" "Till the end of the week, his coachman told me." "This too?" She stood in helpless despair. "The coachman said that his Highness was going to Castle Sternbach. Perhaps your Highness might telegraph there." "Yes, my good old friend, you are right." And with eager haste, she wrote a telegram. "There it is, Martin. It will reach him somewhere." And she remembered the message dispatched 9 years before, after the Passion Play, to the man whom she was now recalling as her last support. At that time she informed him that she should stay in Oberammergau and let the roses awaiting her at home wither. Now she remained at home, and let the roses that bloomed for her in Oberammergau languish. The coachman, as if reading the mute language of her features and the bitter expression of her compressed lips, asked timidly, "I suppose your Highness will not drive to the Grease?" "No," she said, so curtly and hastily that it cut short any farther words. For the first time a shadow flitted over honest Martin's face. Sadly, almost reproachfully, he wished his beloved mistress a good night's rest, and stumbled wearily out. It had hurt him, but the last thing he had discovered, he did not venture, out of respect to his employer, to express even to himself. Chapter 27. Between poverty and disgrace. 3 weary days had passed. The Countess was ill. At least she permitted her household to believe that she was unable to leave her room. No one was allowed to know that she had returned, and the windows of the Wildenau Palace remained closed, as when the owner was absent. Thus condemned to total inactivity in the twilight of her apartments, she became the helpless prey of her gnawing anxiety. The 3rd day brought a glimmer of hope, a telegram from the Duke. "I will come at 6 this evening." The Countess trembled and turned pale as she read the lines. What was to be done now? She did not know, she only felt that the turning point of her life had come. The Duke of Metten-Barnheim will call this evening and must be admitted, but no one else, were the orders given to the servant. Then, to pass away the time, she changed her dress. If she was to be poor and miserable, to possess nothing she formerly owned, she would at least be beautiful, beautiful as the setting sun which irradiates everything with rosy light. And with the true feminine vanity which coquettes with death and finds a consolation in being beautiful even in the coffin, she chose for the momentous consultation impending one of the most bewitching negligee costumes in her rich wardrobe. Ample folds of rose-colored crepe de chine were draped over an underdress of pink plush, which reflected 1,000 shades from the deepest rose to the palest flesh color, the whole drapery loosely caught with single gray pearls. How long would she probably possess such garments? She perhaps wore it today for the last time. Her trembling hand was icy cold, as she wound a pink ribbon through her curls and fastened it with a pearl clasp. There she stood, like Aphrodite, risen from the foam of the sea, and she smiled bitterly. She could not even raise herself from the mire into which a single error had lured her. Then she was again overwhelmed by an unspeakable consciousness of misery, her disgrace, which made all her splendor seem a mockery. She was on the point of stripping off the glittering robe when the Duke was announced. It was too late to change. She hurried into the boudoir to meet him floating in like a roseate cloud. "How beautiful!" exclaimed the Duke, admiringly. "You look like a bride. It must be some joyful cause which brought you back here so soon and made you send for me." On the contrary, Duke, a bride of misfortune, a penitent who would fain varnish the ugliness of her guilt in her friends' eyes by outward beauty. That would be at any rate a useless deed, Madeline, for beautiful as you are, I do not love you for your beauty's sake. Nor is it for your virtues. You never aspired to be a saint, not even in Oberammergau, where you least succeeded. What I love is the whole grand woman with all her faults, who seems to have been created for me, in spite of the obstacles reared between us by temperament and circumstances. The latter are accidents which may prevent our union, but which cannot deprive me of my share in you, the part which I alone understand, and which I shall love when I see you before me as a white-haired matron. Weary of life perhaps then for the first time. Emotion stifled the Countess' words. She drew him down upon a chair by her side and sank feebly upon the cushions of her divan. "Oh, how cold your hands are," said the Duke, gazing with loving anxiety into her eyes. "You alarm me. Spite of your rosy glimmer, you are pale as your own pearls. And now pearls in your eyes too? Madeline, my poor tortured Madeline, what has happened? Oh, Duke, help, advise me, or all is lost. The Wildenaws have discovered my secret. Josepha, that half-crazy girl from Oberammergau, has betrayed me." "So that is her gratitude for the life you saved." The Duke nodded as if by no means surprised. It was to be expected from that sort of person. "Why did you preserve the fool?" "I could not let her leap into the water. Perhaps it would have been better. This sham saint had not even sufficient healthful nature in her to be grateful. She had reason to hate me. She loved my child more than any earthly thing and reproached me for having neglected it. These people can imagine love only in the fulfillment of lowly duties and physical attendance. That a woman can have no time or understanding of these things, and yet love, is beyond their comprehension. A fine state of affairs, where the servant makes herself the judge of her mistress, nay, even discovers in her conduct an excuse for the basest treachery. A plain maid-servant, properly reared by her parents, would have fulfilled her duty to her employers without philosophizing. The Countess nodded. She was thinking of old Martin. But, the Duke continued, extra allowance must of course be made for these Oberammergau people. We will let her rest. She is dead. Who knows how it happened, or the struggles through which she passed? Is she dead? Yes, she died just after the child. Indeed, said the Duke, thoughtfully, in a gentler tone. Well, then at least she has atoned. But, my dear Madeline, this does not undo the disaster. The Wildenaws will at any rate try to make capital out of their knowledge of your secret, and, as the dear cousins are constantly incurring gaming and other debts, especially your red-haired kinsman Fritz, they will not let slip the opportunity of making their honored cousin pay for their discretion the full amount of their notes. If that were all. That all. What more could there be? I admit that it is unspeakably painful for you to know that your honor and your deepest secrets are in such hands, but how long will it be ere, if it please God, you will be in a position which will remove you from it all, and I. Do good heavens, it is far worse, cried the Countess, wringing her hands. Oh, merciful God, at last, it must be told. You do not know all. The worst I had not courage to tell you. Are you aware of the purport of my late husband's will? Certainly it runs that you must restore the property, of which he makes you sole heiress, to the cousins, if you marry again. What if that? Do you suppose I ever thought of your millions? He laughed gaily. I flatter myself that my finances will not permit you to feel the withdrawal of your present income when you are my wife. Omnipotent Father, you do not understand me. This is the moment I have always dreaded. Oh, had I only been truthful. Duke, forgive me, pity me, I am the most miserable creature under the sun. I shall not be your wife, but a beggar, for I am married, and the Wildenaws know it through Josepha. There are moments when it seems as if the whole world was silent, as if the stars paused in their courses to listen, and we hear nothing save the pulsing of the blood in our ears. It is long ere we perceive any other sound. This was the case with the Duke. For a long time he seemed to himself both deaf and blind. Then he heard the low hissing of the gas jets, then heavy breathing, and at last the earth began to turn on its axis again and things resumed their natural relations. Yet his energetic nature did not need much time to recover its poise. One glance at the hopeless, drooping woman showed him that this was not the hour to think of himself, that he never had more serious duties to perform than today. Now he perceived for the first time that he had unconsciously retreated from her half the length of the room. She held out her hand imploringly, and with the swiftness of thought he was once more at her side, clasping it in his own. I have concealed this, deceived your great, noble love for years because I perceived that you were as necessary to my life as reason and science and all the other gifts I once undervalued. I did not venture to reveal the secret, lest I should lose you. The moment has come you will leave me, for you must now make another choice, but do not be angry. Grant me the _1_ consolation of parting without rancor. We have not yet gone so far. I told you 10 minutes ago that the accidents of temperament and circumstance may divide us, but cannot rob you of what was created for me. We do not part so quickly. You have not deceived me, for you have never told me that you loved me or would become my wife, and your bearing was blameless. Your husband might have witnessed every moment of our intercourse. Believe me, the slightest coquetry, the smallest concession in my favor at your husband's expense would find in me the sternest possible judge. But though an unhappy wife, you were a loyal one to that I can bear witness. If I yielded to illusions, it is no fault of yours. Who can expect a nature so delicately strung as yours to make an executioner of the heart of her best friend? Those are violent measures which would not accord with the sweet weakness, which renders you at once so guilty and so excusable. The Countess hid her face as if overwhelmed by remorse and shame. Do not let us lose our composure and trust to me to care for you still, for your present position requires the utmost caution and prudence. But now, Madeline, you have no further pretext for not telling me the whole truth. Now I must know all to be able to act. Will you answer my questions? Yes. Then tell me, are you really married to Freyr? Yes. So the farce must end tragically, murmured the Duke. I will not believe it. It is too shocking that a woman like you should be ruined by the Oberammergau farce. Not by that, by the presumption with which I sought to draw the deity down to me. Oh, it is a hard punishment. I prayed so fervently to God, and, instead of his face, he showed me a mask, and then left me to atone for the deception by the repentance of a whole life. Can you really believe that the highest wisdom would have played so cruel a masquerade with you? Why should you be so terribly punished? No, ma chère Amy, God has neither deceived nor wished to punish you. He showed himself in response to your longing, or rather your longing made you imagine that you saw him, and had you been content with that, you would have returned home happy with the vision of your God in your heart, like thousands who were elevated by the passion play. But you wanted more. You possess a sensuous religious nature, which cannot separate the essence from the appearance and, after having seen you desired to possess him in the precise form in which he appeared to you. Had it depended upon you, you would have robbed the world of its God. Fortunately, it was only her Freyr whom you stole, and now that you perceive your error you accuse God of having deceived you. You talk constantly of your faith in God, and yet have so poor an opinion of him? What had God to do with your imagining that the poor actor in the passion play, who wore his mask, must be himself and, therefore, wedded him? The Countess made no reply. This was the tone which she could never endure. He was everything to her, her sole confidant and counselor, but he could not comprehend what she had experienced during the passion play. I am once more the dry skeptic who so often angered you, am I not? Said the prince, whose keen observation let nothing escape. But I flatter myself that you will be more ready to view matters from a sober standpoint after having convinced yourself of the dangers of intercourse with phantoms and demigods, who lure their victims into devious paths where they are liable morally to break their necks. The Countess could not help smiling sorrowfully. You are incorrigible. Well, we must take things as they are. As you will not confess that you pardon the frankness have committed a folly and ruined your life for the sake of a fanciful whim, the caprice must be elevated to the rank of a dispensation of providence, and the inactive endurance of its consequences a meritorious martyrdom. But I do not believe that God is guilty either of your marriage or of your self-constituted martyrdom, and therefore I tell you that I do not regard your marriage, to use the common parlance, one of those made in heaven. In other words, an indissoluble one. The Countess shrank as though her inmost thoughts were suddenly pointing treacherous fingers at her. Do you take it so lightly, Duke? That I do not take it lightly is proved by the immense digression which I made to remove any moral and religious scruples. The practical side of the question scarcely requires discussion. But to settle the religious-moral one first, tell me, was your marriage a civil or a religious one? Religious. When and where? At Frankenberg, after the Passion Play. It will be 10 years next August. How did it all happen? Very simply, my father, who suddenly sought me, as usual when he was in debt, saw that I wanted to marry Freyr and, fearing a public scandal, advised me, in order to save the property which he needed almost more than I, to marry secretly. Wherever the Tridentan Council ruled, the sole requisite of a valid marriage was that the two persons should state, in the presence of an ordained priest and 2 witnesses, that they intended to marry. As my father was never very reliable and might change his opinion any day, I hastened to follow his advice before it occurred to him to put any obstacles in my way, as the pastor at Frankenberg was wholly in his power. So I set off with Freyr and Josepha that very night. An old coachman, Martin, whose fidelity I had known from childhood, lived at Frankenberg. I took him and Josepha for witnesses, and we surprised the old pastor while he was drinking his coffee. The prince made a gesture of surprise. What, over his coffee? Yes, before he could push back his cup, we had made our statement and the deed was done. The prince started up, his eyes sparkled, his whole manner betrayed the utmost agitation. And you call that being married? And give me this right. He drew a long breath, as if relieved of a burden. Madeline, if you had only told me this at once. But why? Does it change the matter? Surely you will not persuade yourself that this farce with the old pastor in his dressing gown and slippers, his morning pipe and the fragrance of mocha is a wedding? You will not expect me as a Protestant, or any enlightened Catholic, to regard it in that light. But what does the form matter? Protestantism cares nothing for the form, it heeds only the meaning. But the meaning was lacking, at least to you it was a mere form which you owed to the sanctity of your lover's mask of Christus. He seized her hand with unwonted passion. Madeline, for once be truthful to yourself and to me, am I not right? Yes, she murmured almost inaudibly. Well, then if the meaning was lacking and the chosen form a legal one, what binds you? Madeline was silent. This question was connected with her secret, which he would never understand. His nature was too positive to reckon with anything except facts. The Duke felt that she was withholding an answer, not because she had none, but because she did not wish to give the true one. But he did not allow himself to be disconcerted. Did the old pastor give you any written proof of this sacred right? We will give it the proud name of a marriage certificate. Yes. Who is the document? Freyr. That is unfortunate, for it gives him an apparent right to consider himself married and make difficulties, which complicate the case. But we can settle with Freyr. I have less fear of him. Your situation is more imperiled by this tale of a secret marriage, which Josepha, in good faith, brought to the ears of the Wildenaughs. This is a disaster which requires speedy remedy. In other respects, everything is precisely as it was when you went to Cannes. This complication changes nothing in my opinion. I hold the same view. If you no longer love Freyr, break with him. The way of doing so is a minor matter. I leave it to you. But break with him, and give me your hand, then the whole spectre will melt. We will gladly restore the Wildenau property to the cousins, and they will then have no farther motive for pursuing the affair. Is that true? Could you still think seriously of it? And I, good heavens, must I become doubly a criminal? But share Amy look at things objectively a little. Even if I do look at them objectively, I don't understand how I could marry again without being divorced, and to apply for a divorce now would be acknowledging the marriage. Who is to divorce you if no one married you? According to civil law, you are still single, for you are not registered in accordance with your rank. According to religious law, you are not married, at least not. In the opinion of the great majority of Christian countries and sects, to whom the Tridental Council is not authoritative, will you insist upon sacrificing your existence and honor to a sentimental scruple? Will you confess to the Wildenaws that you are married? In that case, you must not only restore the property, but also the interest you have illegally appropriated for 9 years, which will swallow your little private property and rob you of your sole means of support. What will follow then? Do you mean to retire with the steward from the scene amid the jeering laughter of society, make soup for him at his home in Oberammergau, live by the labor of his hands, and at Christmas receive the gift of a calico gown? The Countess shuddered, as though shaken by a feverish chill. Or will you continue to live on with Freyr as before and suffer the cousins to begin an inquiry against you, and afford the world the spectacle of seeing you wrangle with them over the property? Then you must produce the dogmatic and legal proof that you are not married. This certainly would not be difficult, but I must beg you to note certain possibilities. If it is decided that your marriage was illegal, then the question will be brought forward, how did you yourself regard it? And it might occur to the Wildenaws lawyers that, no matter whether correctly or not, you considered yourself married and intentionally defrauded them of the property. Merciful heaven! Or will you then escape a criminal procedure by declaring that you regarded your connection with Freyr as an illegal marriage? Oh, the Countess crimsoned with shame. There the vindication would be more dishonoring than the accusation, so you must renounce that. You see that you have been betrayed into a circulus viciosus from which you can no longer escape. Wherever you turn you have but the choice between poverty or disgrace, unless you decide to become Duchess of Mettenbarnheim and thus, at one bound, spring from the muddy waves which now threaten you into the pure, unapproachable sphere of power and dignity to which you belong. My arms are always open to save you. My heart is ready to love and to protect you. Can you still hesitate? The tortured woman threw herself at his feet. Duke Emile, save me. I am yours. Chapter 28. Parting. Several minutes have passed to the Duke, a world of happiness to the Countess of misery. The Duke bent over the beautiful trembling form to clasp her in his arms for the first time. Have I won you at last, my long-sought love? He exclaimed, rapturously. Do you now perceive what your dispensations of Providence mean? The shrewdness and persistence of a single man who knows what he wants has baffled them and driven all the heroes of signs and wonders from the field. Do you now believe what I said just now, that we are our own Providence? That will appear in due time. Do not exalt yourself and do not blaspheme. God might punish your arrogance, she said faintly, slipping gently from his embrace. Madeline, no betrothal kiss after these weary years of waiting and hoping. I am still Freyr's wife, she said, evasively, not until I am parted from him. You are right. I will not steal my bride's first kiss from another. I thank you for honoring my future right in his. His lips touched her brow with a calm, friendly caress. Then he rose. It is time to go. I have not a moment to lose. He glanced at the clock. 7. I will make my preparations at once and set out for Frankenberg tomorrow. What do you wish to do? First of all, to see what is recorded in the church register and to ascertain what kind of a man the Catholic pastor is, that I may form some idea of what the Wildenaws have discovered and how much proof they have obtained. Then we can judge how far we must dissimulate with these gentlemen until your relation with Freyr can be dissolved without any violent outbreak or without being compelled to use any undue haste. I will also go to Barnheim and quietly prepare everything there for our marriage. The more quickly all these business matters are settled, the sooner our betrothal can be announced. And that I am ardently longing to be at last permitted to call you mine, you will, I hope, understand. But my relation with Freyr must first be arranged, said the Countess, evasively. We cannot dispose of him like an ordinary business matter. He is a man of heart and mind. We must remember that I could not be happy for an hour if I knew that he was miserable. Yet you have left him alone for weeks and months, without any pangs of conscience, said the Duke with a shade of sternness. It was not but the force of circumstances. What happens now I shall do and must bear the responsibility. Help me to provide that it is not too heavy. Her face wore a lofty, beautiful expression as she spoke, and deeply moved, he raised her hand to his lips. Certainly, Madeline. We will show him every consideration and do everything as forbearingly as possible. But remember that, as I just respected his rights, you must now guard mine and that every hour in which you retain this relation to him longer than necessary is treason to both. It cannot suit your taste to play such a part, so do not lose a moment in renouncing it. Certainly you are right. Will you be strong? Will you have the power to do what is unavoidable and do it soon? I have always been able to do what I desired. I can do this also. The Duke took her hand and gazed long and earnestly into her eyes. Madeline, I do not ask, do you love me? I ask only, do you believe that you will love me? The profound modesty of this question touched her heart with indescribable melancholy, and in overflowing gratitude for such great love, which gave all and asked nothing, she bowed her head. Yes, I do believe it. The Duke's usual readiness of speech deserted him. He had no words to express the happiness of this moment. What was that? Voices in the anteroom. The noise sounded like a dispute. Then someone knocked violently at the door. Come in, cried the Countess, with a strange thrill of fear. The footman entered hurriedly with an excited face. A gentleman, he calls himself Steward Frere, is following close at my heels. He would not be refused admittance. He pointed backward to where Frere already appeared. The Countess seemed turned to stone. Request the steward to wait a moment, she said at last, with the imperiousness of the mistress. The man stepped back, and they saw him close the door almost by force. Do not carry matters too far, said the Duke. He seems to be very much excited. Such people should not be irritated. Admit him before he forces the door and makes a scandal in the presence of the servant. He comes just at the right time. In this mood it will be easy for you to dismiss him. So end the matter. But be calm have no scene. Shall I remain at hand? No, I am not afraid. It would be ignoble to permit you to listen to him. Trust me and leave me to my fate. At this time the voices again grew louder. Then the door was violently thrown open. Frere stood within the room. What does this mean? Am I assaulted in my own house? Cried the Countess, rebelling against this act of violence. Frere stood trembling from head to foot. They could hear his teeth chatter. I merely wished to ask whether it was the Countess Wildenau's desire that I should be insulted by her servant. Certainly not, replied the Countess with dignity. If my servant insulted you, you shall have satisfaction. Only I wish you had asked it in a less unseemly way. The Duke quietly took his hat and kissed the Countess' hand. Restes calm. Then he passed out, saluting Frere with that aristocratic courtesy which at once irritates and disarms. Frere stepped close to the Countess. His eyes wandered restlessly. His whole appearance was startling. Everything in the world has its limit. Even patience mine is exhausted. Tell me, are you my wife, you who stand here in this gay masquerade of laces and pearls? Are you the mourning mother of a dead child? Is this my wife who decks herself for another, shuts herself up with another, or at least gives orders not to be disturbed, who has her lackeys keep her wedded husband at bay outside with blows and deems it unseemly if the last remnant of manly dignity in his soul rebels, and he demands satisfaction from his wife? Where is the man, I ask, who would not be frenzied? Where is the woman, I ask, who once loved me? Is it you, who desert, betray, make me contemptible to myself and others? Where in the wide world is there a man so deceived, so trampled underfoot, as I am by you? Have you any answer to this, woman? The Countess turned deadly pale. Terror almost stifled her. For the first time, she beheld the Gorgon, popular fury, in his face, and while turning to stone the thought came to her, would you live with that? Horror stole over her. She did not know whether her feeling was fear or loathing. She only knew that she must fly from the turbid waves ever rolling nearer. There is no armor more impenetrable than the coldness of a dead feeling. Madeline von Wildenau armed herself with it. Tell me, if you please, how you came here, what you desire, and what put you into such excitement. What merciful heaven, do you still ask? I came here to learn where you were now, to what address I could write, as you made no reply to my announcement of Josepha's death, and I wished to say that I could no longer endure this life. While talking with the servant at the door, old Martin passed and told me that you were here. I wanted to say one last word to you. I went upstairs, found the footman, and entreated him to announce me, or at least to inquire when I could speak to you. You had a visitor and could not be disturbed, was his scornful answer. Then the consciousness of my just rights awoke within me, and I commanded him to announce me. You refused to receive me. I must wait in the anteroom while you, as I saw through the half-open door, were whispering familiarly with you former suitor. Then I forgot everything and approached the door. The servant tried to prevent me. I flung him aside, and then he dealt me a blow in the face, that face which you had once likened to the countenance of your God, your servant. If I had not had sufficient self-control at the moment to say to myself that the lackey was only your tool, I should have torn him to pieces with my own hands, as I should now tear you, if you were not a woman and sacred to me, even in your sin. I sincerely regret what has happened and do not blame you for making me at least indirectly responsible. I will dismiss the servant, of course, although he has the excuse that you provoked him and that he did not know you. Yes, he certainly cannot know me when I am never permitted to appear. No matter, he should not venture to treat even a_stranger_ so, and therefore must be punished with dismissal. Because he should not venture to treat even a_stranger_ so. Freyr laughed sadly, bitterly. I thank you. Keep your servant. I will renounce this satisfaction. I do not know what else you desire. You do not know? Oh, heaven, had this happened earlier, what would your feelings have been? Do you remember your emotion in the Passion Play, when I received only the _semblance_ of a blow upon the cheek? Did it not, as you said, strike your own heart? How should you feel when you saw it in reality? Oh, tears should have streamed down your cheeks with grief for the poor deserted husband, who the only time he crossed your threshold was insulted by your lackey. If you still retained one spark of love for me, you would feel that a single kiss pressed compassionately on my cheek to efface the brand would be a greater satisfaction than the dismissal of a servant whom you would have sacrificed to any stranger. But that is over. We no longer understand each other. The Countess struggled a moment between pity and repugnance. But at the thought of pressing her lips to the face her servant's hand had struck, loathing overwhelmed her, and she turned away. Yes, turn your back upon me, for should you look me in the eyes now, you would be forced to lower your own and blush with shame. I beg you to consider that I am not accustomed to such outbreaks, and shall be compelled to close the conversation, if your manner does not assume a form more in accord with the standard of my circle. Yes, I understand. You dread the element you have unchained? A peasant was very well, by way of variety, was he not? He loved differently, more ardently, more fiercely than your smooth city gentleman. The strength and the impetuosity of the untutored man were not too rude when I bore you through the flaming forest, and caught the falling branches which threatened to crush you. Then you did not fear me, you did not thrust me back within the limits of your social forms. On the contrary, you rejoiced that the world still contained power and might, and felt yourself fatigueness. Why have you suddenly become so weak-nerved, and cannot endure this might because it has turned against you? No, said the Countess, with a flash of deadly hatred in her fathomless gray eyes, not on that account, but because at that time I believed you to be different from what you really are. Then I believed I beheld a god, now I perceive that it was a— She paused. Go on, put no constraint on yourself. Now you perceive that it was a_peasant_. You just called yourself by that name. Freyr stood as though a thunderbolt had struck him. He seemed to be struggling for breath. Yes, he said at last in a low tone, I did call myself by that name, but _you_ should not have done so _not you_. He grasped the back of a chair to steady himself. It is your own fault, said the Countess coldly. But will you not sit down? We have only a few words to say to each other. You have in this moment stripped off the mask of Christus and torn the last illusion from my heart. I can no longer see in the person who stood before me so disfigured by fury the image of the Redeemer. Was not the Christ also angry when he saw the money changers in the temple? And you, You bartered the most sacred treasures of your heart and mine for paltry pelf and useless baubles, but I must not be angry. Scarcely a year ago, by the bedside of our sick child, you reproached me with being unable to cease playing the Christ. Now I have not kept up the part. But it does not matter. Whatever I might be, I should no longer please you, for the _love_ which rendered the peasant a god is lacking. Yet one thing I must add, if now, after 9 years' marriage with you, I am still rough and a peasant, the reproach does not fall on me alone. You might have raised, ennobled me. My soul was in your keeping. Tears suddenly filled his eyes. Woman, what have you done with my soul? He sank into a chair. His strength was exhausted. Madeline von Wildenau made no reply. The reproach struck home. She had never taken the trouble to develop his powers, to expand his intellectual faculties. After his poetical charm was exhausted, she flung him aside like a book whose contents she had read. You knew my history. I had told you that I grew up in the meadow with the horses and had gained the little I knew by my own longing. I would have been deeply grateful if you had released me from the ban of ignorance and quenched the yearning which those who are half-educated always feel for the treasures of culture, of which they know a little, just enough to show them what they lack. But whenever I sought to discuss such subjects with you, you impatiently made me feel my shortcomings, and this shamed and intimidated me. So I constantly deteriorated, and my lonely life grew more savage, instead of more cultivated. Do you know what is the hardest punishment which can be inflicted upon criminals? Solitary confinement. It can be imposed for a short time only, because they go _mad_. Since the child and Josepha died, I have been one of those unfortunates, and you did not even write me a line, had no word for me. I felt that my mind was gradually becoming darkened. Woman, even if you had power over life and death, you must not murder my soul. You have no right to that. Even the law slays the body only, not the soul. And where it imposes the death penalty, it provides that the torture shall be shortened as much as possible. You are more cruel than the law, for you destroy your victim slowly, intellectually and physically. Terrible, murmured the Countess. Aye, it is terrible. You worldlings come and entice and sigh and kiss the hem of our robes, as long as the delusion of your excited imagination lasts, and your delusion infects us till we at last believe ourselves that we are gods, and then you thrust us headlong into the depths. Here you strew the miasma of the mania for greatness and vanity, yonder money and the seeds of avarice, there again you wish to sow your culture, tear us from our ignorance, and but half complete your work. Then you wonder because we become misshapen, sham, artificial creatures, comedians, speculators, misunderstood geniuses, everything in the world except true children of Oberammergau. He wiped his forehead, as if it were bleeding from the scratches of thorns. I was a type of my people when, still a simple shepherd boy, I was brought from my herd to act the Christ, when in timid amazement, I suddenly felt stirring within me powers of which I had never dreamed, and I am so once more in my wretchedness. My mental conflicts, my marred life. I shall be so at last in my defeat or victory, as God is gracious to me. And since everything has deserted me since I saw Josepha, the last thing left me of Oberammergau, lying in her coffin, since then it has seemed as if from her grave, and that of all my happiness, my home, my betrayed, abandoned home, once more rose before me. And I felt a strange yearning for the soil to which I have a right, the earth where I belong. Only when the outside world abandons us do we know what home is. Unfortunately, I forgot it long enough, while I believed that you loved and needed me. Now that I know that you no longer care for me, the matter is very different. Like a true peasant, I believed that I had only duties, no rights, but in my loneliness I have pondered over many things, and so at last perceived that you, too, had duties and expected more from me than I can honorably endure. That I bore it so long gave you a right to despise me, for the husband who sits angrily in a corner and sees his wife daily betray, deny, and mock him deserves no better fate. So I have come to ask what you intend and to tell you my resolve. What do you desire? That you will go with me to Oberammergau, that you will cast aside the wealth, distinction, and splendor which I was not permitted to share with you, and in exchange accept with me my scanty earnings, my simplicity, my honest, plebeian name. For, poor and humble as I am, I am not so contemptible in the eyes of him, who bestowed upon me the dignity and honor of personating his divine Son, that you need feel ashamed to be my wife in the true Christian meaning." The Countess uttered a sigh of relief. "You anticipate me," she answered, blushing. "I see that you feel the untenableness of our relation. Your ultimatum is a proof that you will have strength to do what is inevitable, and I have delayed so long only from consideration for you. For you know as well as I that I could never assent to your demand. It will be a sacred duty, so long as you live, to see that you want for nothing, but we must part. Freyr turned pale. Part? We must part forever. Yes. Merciful heaven, is nothing sacred to you, not even the bond of marriage? You know that I am a rationalist, and do not believe in dogmas. As such, I hold that every marriage can be dissolved whenever the moral conditions under which it was formed prove false. Unfortunately, this is the case with us. You did not learn to accommodate yourself to the circumstances, and you never will. The conflict has increased till it is unendurable. We cannot understand each other, so our marriage bond is spiritually sundered. Why should we maintain its outward semblance? I have lost through you 9 years of my life, sacrificed to you the duties imposed by my rank, by renouncing marriage with a man of equal station. Matters have now progressed so far that I shall be ruined if you do not release me. Will you nevertheless cross my path and thrust yourself into my sphere? Oh God, this too, cried Freyr in the deepest anguish. When have I thrust myself into your sphere? Where have I crossed your path? During the whole period of my marriage, I have lived alone on the solitary mountain peak, as your servant. Have I boasted of my position as your husband? I waited patiently until every few weeks, and later, every few months, you came to me. I disdained all the gifts of your lavish generosity. It was my pride to work for you in return for the morsel of food I ate. I asked nothing from your wealth, your position, took no heed, like others, of the splendor of your establishment. I wanted nothing from you save the immortal part. I was the poorest, the most insignificant of all your servants. My sole possession was your love, and that I was forced to conceal from every inquisitive eye, like a theft, in order to avoid the scorn of my fellow citizens and all who could not understand the relation in which I stood to you. But this disgrace also I bore in silence, when a word would have vindicated me bore it, that I might not drag you down from your brilliant position to mine, and you call that thrusting myself into your sphere? I will grant that I gradually became morose and embittered, and by my ill temper and reproaches deterred you more and more from coming, but I am only human and was forced to bear things beyond human endurance. The intention was good, though the execution might have been faulty. I lost your love, I lost my child, I lost my faithful companion, Josepha, yet I bore all in silence. I saw you reveling in the whirl of fashionable society, saw you admired by others and forget me, but I bore it because I loved you 1,000 times better than myself and did not wish to cause you pain. I often thought of secretly vanishing from your life, like a shadow which did not belong there. But the inviolability of the marriage bond held me, and I wished to try once more, by the power of the vow you swore at the altar, to lead you back to your duty, for I cannot dissolve the sacrament which unites us, and which you voluntarily accepted with me. If it does not bind you it, still binds me. I am your husband, and shall remain so. If you break the bond, you must answer for it to God. As for me, I shall keep it unto death. That would be a needless sacrifice, which neither church nor state would require. I will not release myself and leave you bound. You argue from a mistaken belief that we were legally married. It is time to explain the error, both on your account and mine. You speak of a vow which I made you before the altar. Pray remember that we have never stood before one. Never, muttered Freyr, and the vein on his forehead swelled with anger. Was the breakfast table of the Prankenberg pastor an altar? No, but wherever 2 human beings stand before a priest in the name of God, there is a viewless altar. Those are subjective Catholic opinions which I do not understand. I do not consider myself married, and you need not do so either. Not married? Do you know what you are saying? What I must say, to loose your bonds as well as mine . Good heavens, what will it avail if you loose my bonds and at the same time cut an artery so that I bleed to death? No, no, you cannot be so cruel. You cannot be in earnest. Omnipotent Father, you did not say it. Take back the words. Lord, forgive her. She does not know what she is doing. Oh, take back those words. I will not believe that my wife, my dear wife, can be so wicked. Moderate your expressions. I guarantee my standpoint. Ask whom you choose, you will hear that we are not married. Freyr rushed up to her and seized her by the shoulders, shaking her as a tempest shakes a young birch tree. Not married, do you know then what you are? He waited vainly for an answer. He seemed fairly crazed. Shall I tell you, shall I? Then for 9 years you were a. Do not finish, shrieked the Countess, wrenching herself with a desperate effort from the terrible embrace and hurling him from her. Yes, I will finish, and you deserve that the whole world should hear and point the finger of scorn at you. I ought to shout to all the winds of heaven that the Countess Wildena, who is too proud to be called a poor man's wife, was not too proud to be his. Traitor, ungrateful, dishonorable traitor. Is this your return for my love? Take a knife and thrust it into my heart. It would be more seemly than to threaten me with degradation. She drew herself up to her full height and raised her hand as if to take an oath. Accursed be the hour I raised you from the dust to my side. Curses on the false humanity which strove to efface the distinctions of rank. Curses on the murmur of the eternal rights of man, which removes the fetters from brutishness, that it may set its foot upon the neck of culture. It is like the child which opens the door to the whining wolf to be torn to pieces by the brute. Yes, take yourself out of my life, gloomy shadow which I conjured from those seething depths in which ruin is wrought for us. Take yourself away. You have no longer any part in me. Your right is doubly, trebly forfeited. Your spell is broken. Your strength recoils from the shield of a noble spirit, under whose protection I stand. Dare to lay hands on me again, and you will insult the betrothed bride of the Duke of Barnheim, and must account to him. A cry heavy fall. Freyr lay senseless. The Countess timidly stroked the pallid face. A strange memory stole over her. Thus, he lay prostrate on the ground when he was nailed to the cross. She could not help looking at him again and again. Oh, that all this should be a lie. Those features, that noble brow, on which the majesty of suffering was throned, the very image of the Savior. Yet only an image, a mask. She looked away. She would gaze no longer. She would not again fall a victim to the old delusion. She would not let herself be softened by the wonderful, delusive face. But what was she to do? If she called her servants, she would be the talk of the whole city on the morrow. She must aid him, try to restore him to consciousness alone. Yet, if she now roused him from the merciful stupor, if the grief and rage which had overwhelmed him should break forth again, would he not murder her? Was it strange that she remained so calm in the presence of this thought? A contemptuous indifference to death had taken possession of her. If he kills me, he has a right to do so. She was too lofty to shun punishment which she had deserved, though it were her death. So she awaited her fate. She brought a little bottle filled with a pungent essence from her sleeping room and poured a few drops into his mouth. It was long ere he gave any sign of life. It seemed as though the soul was reluctant to awake, as if it would not return to consciousness. At last he opened his eyes. They rested as coldly on the little trembling hand which was busied about him as if he had never clasped it, never kissed it, never pressed it to his throbbing heart. The storm had spent its fury. He was calm. The Countess had again been mistaken in him. As usual, his conduct was always unlike her anticipations. He rose as quickly as his strength permitted, passed his hand over his disordered hair, and looked for his hat. I beg your pardon for having startled you. Forget the scene, which I might have spared you and myself, had I known what I do now. I deeply lament that the error which clouded your life has lasted so long. Yes, she said, and the words fell from her lips with the sharp sound of a diamond cutting glass. Yes, it was not worth underscore it. Freyr turned and gave her one last look. She felt it through her lowered lids. She had sunk on the sofa and fixed her eyes on the ground. A death-like chill ran through her limbs. She waited in her position as if paralyzed. All was still for a moment. Then she heard a light step cross the soft carpet of the room, and, when she looked up, the door had closed behind Joseph Freyr. Chapter 29. In the deserted house. The night had passed, day was shining through the closed curtains, but Countess Wildenau still sat in the same spot where Freyr had left her. Yes, he had gone silently, noiselessly as a shadow, perhaps vanished from her life, as he had said. She did not know what she felt. She would fain have relieved her stupor by tears, but she dared not weep. Why should she? Everything was proceeding exactly as she wished. True, she had been harsh, too severe and harsh, and words had been uttered by both which neither could forgive the other. Yet it was to be expected that the bond between them would not be sundered without a storm. Why was her heart so heavy, as if some misfortune had happened greater than aught which could befall her? Tears. What would the Duke think? It would be an injustice to him. And it was not true that she felt anything. She had no emotion whatever, neither for the vanished man nor for the Duke. Honor was the only thing which could still be saved. But his sudden silence when she mentioned her betrothal to the Duke, his going thus, without a farewell, without a word. He despised her, she was no longer worthy of him. That was the cause of his sudden calmness. There was a crushing grandeur and dignity in this calmness, after the outbursts of fierce despair. The latter expressed a conflict, the former a victory, and she was vanquished. Hers was the shame, the pangs of conscience, and a strange, inexplicable grief. So she sat pondering all night long, always imagining that she had seen what she had not witnessed, the last look he had fixed upon her, and then his noiseless walk through the room. It seemed as though time had stopped at that moment, and she was compelled, all through the night, to experience that _1_ instant. Someone tapped lightly on the door, and the maid entered with a haggard face. "I only wanted to ask," she said, in a weary, faint tone, "whether I might go to bed a little while. I have waited all night long for your Highness to ring." "Why, have you been waiting for me?" said the Countess, rising slowly from the sofa. "I did not know it was so late." "What time is it?" "Nearly 6 o'clock. But your Highness looks so pale. Will you not permit me to put you to bed?" "Yes, my good Nanny, take me to my bedroom. I cannot walk, my feet are numb." "You should lie down at once and try to get warm. You're as cold as ice." And the maid, really alarmed by the helplessness of her usually haughty mistress, helped the drooping figure to her room. The Countess allowed herself to be undressed without resistance, sitting on the edge of the bed as if paralyzed and waiting for the maid to lift her in. "I thank you," she said in a more gentle tone than the woman had ever heard from her lips, as the maid voluntarily rubbed the soles of her feet. Her head instantly sank upon the pillows, which bore a large embroidered monogram, surmounted by a coronet. When her feet at last grew warm, she seemed to fall asleep, and the maid left the room. But Madeline von Wildenau was not asleep, she was merely exhausted, and, while her body rested, she constantly beheld _1_ image, felt _1_ grief. The maid had determined not to rouse her mistress, and left her undisturbed. At last, late in the morning, the weary woman sank into an uneasy slumber, whence she did not wake until the sun was high in the heavens. When she opened her eyes, she felt as if she was paralyzed in every limb, but attributed this to the terrible impressions of the previous day, which would have shaken even the strongest nature. She rang the bell for the maid and rose. She walked slowly, it is true, and with great effort, but she did walk. After she had been dressed and her breakfast was served, she wrote, "The footman Franz is dismissed for rude treatment of the steward Freyr, and is not to appear in my presence again. The intendant is to settle the matter of wages. Countess Wildenau." Another servant now brought in a letter on a silver tray. The Countess' hand trembled as she took it. The envelope was one of those commonly used by Freyr, but the writing was not his. "Is anyone waiting for an answer?" she asked in a hollow tone. "No, your Highness, it was brought by a grease woodcutter." The Countess opened the letter. It was from the maidservant at the hunting castle, and contained only the news that the steward had left suddenly and the servants did not know what to do. The Countess sat motionless for a moment, unable to utter a word. Everything seemed whirling around her in a dizzy circle. She saw nothing save dimly, as if through a veil, the servant clearing away the breakfast. "Let old Martin put the horses in the carriage," she said, hoarsely, at last. How the minutes passed before she entered it, how it was possible for her to assume, in the presence of the maid, the quiet bearing of the mistress of the estate, who must see that things were going on right, she did not know. Now she sat with compressed lips, holding her breath that she might seem calm in her own eyes. What will she find on the height? 2 graves of the past, and the empty abode of a former happiness. She fancied that a dark wing brushed by the carriage window, as if the death angel were flying by with the cup of wormwood of which Freyr had once spoken. She had a horror of the deserted house, the specters of solitude and grief, which the vanished man might have left behind. When a house is dead, it must be closed by the last survivor, and this is always a sorrowful task. But if he himself has driven love forth, he will cross the deserted threshold with a lagging step, for the ghost of his own act will stare at him everywhere from the silent rooms. Evening had closed in, and the shadows of the mountain were already gathering around the house, from whose windows no loving eye greeted her. The carriage stopped. No one came to meet her. Everything was lifeless and deserted. Her heart sank as she alighted. "Martin, drive to the stable, and see if you can find the maid-servant," said the Countess in a low tone, as if afraid of rousing some shape of horror. Martin did not utter a word. His good-natured face was unusually grave as he drove off around the house in the direction of the stables. The Countess stood alone before the locked door. The evening wind swept through the trees and shook the boughs of the pines. A few broken branches swayed and nodded like crippled arms. They were the ones from which Freyr had taken the evergreen for the child's coffin. At that time they were stiff with ice. Now the sap, softened by the spring rain, was dripping from them. Did she understand what the boughs were trying to tell her? Were her cheeks wet by the rain or by tears? She did not know. She only felt unutterably deserted. She stood on the moss-grown steps, shut out from her own house, and no voice answered her call. A cross towered above the treetops. It was on the steeple of the old chapel where they both lay, Josepha and the child. A bird of prey soared aloft from it, and then vanished in the neighboring grove to shield its plumage from the rain. It had its nest there. Now all was still again as if dead. Only the cloud rising above the wood poured its contents on the spring earth. At last footsteps approached. It was the girl bringing the keys. "I beg the Countess' pardon, I did not expect your Highness so late. I was in the stable unlocking the door," she said. Then she handed her the bunch of keys. "This one with the label is the key of the steward's room. He made me promise not to give it to anybody except the Countess if she should come again." "Bring a light, it is growing dark," replied the Countess, entering the sitting room. "I hope your Highness will excuse it," said the girl. "Everything is still just as it was left after the funerals of Josepha and the child. Her Freyr wouldn't allow me to clear anything away." She left the room to get a lamp. There lay the dry pine branches. There stood the crucifix with the candles, which had burned low in their sockets. This 4 weeks had been his sole companionship. "Poor, forsaken one," cried a voice in the Countess' heart, and a shudder ran through her limbs as she saw on the sofa a black pall left from Josepha's funeral. It seemed as if it were Josepha herself lying there, as if the black form must rise at her entrance and approach threateningly. Horror seized her, and she hurried out to meet the girl who was coming with a light. The steward's room was 1 story higher, adjoining her own apartments. She went up the stairs with an uncertain tread, leaving the girl below. She needed no witness for what she expected to find there. She thrust the key into the lock with a trembling hand and opened the door. Sorrowful duty. Wherever she turned in this house of mourning, she was under the ban of her own guilt. Wherever she entered one of the empty rooms, it seemed as if whispering, wailing spirits separated and crept into the corners to watch until the moment came when they could rush forth as an avenging army. At her entrance the movement was communicated through all the boards of the old floor until it really seemed as if Eula's feet were walking by her side. For a moment she stood still, holding her breath. She had never before noticed this effect of her own steps. She had never been here alone. Her sleeping room was beside her husband's. The door stood open. He must have been in there to bid farewell before going away. She moved hesitatingly a few steps forward and cast a timid glance within. The two beds, standing side by side, looked like two coffins. She felt as if she beheld her own corpse lying there, the corpse of the former Countess Wildenau, Freyr's wife. The woman standing here now was a different person and her murderess. Yet she grieved for her and still felt her griefs and her death struggle. She hastily closed and bolted the door as if the dead woman within might come out and call her to an account. Then she turned her dragging steps toward Freyr's writing desk, for that is always the tabernacle where a lonely soul conceals its secrets. And there lay a large envelope bearing the address, to the Countess Wildenau, to be opened by her own hands. She placed the lamp on the table and sat down to read. She no longer dreaded the ghosts of her own acts. He was with her, and though he had raged yesterday, in the madness of his anguish he would protect her. She opened the envelope. Two papers fell into her hands. Her marriage certificate and a paper in Freyr's writing. The lamp burned unsteadily and smoked, or were her eyes dim? Now she no longer saw the mistakes in writing. Now she saw between the clumsy characters a noble, grieving soul which had gazed at her yesterday from a pair of dark eyes for the last time. Clasping her hands over the sheet, she leaned her head upon them like a penitent Magdalene upon the gospel. It was to her also a gospel of pain and love. It ran as follows: Countess, I bid you an affectionate farewell and enclose the marriage certificate, that you may have no fear of my causing you any annoyance by it. Everything else which I owe to your kindness I restore, as I can make no farther use of it. I am sincerely sorry that you were disappointed in me. I told you that I was not he whom I personated, but a poor, plain man, but you would not believe it and made the experiment with me. It was a great misfortune for both, for you can never be happy on account of the sin you wish to commit against me. I will pray God to release you from me in a way which will spare you from taking this heavy sin upon you, but I have still one act of penance to perform toward my home, to which I have been faithless, that it may still forgive me in this life. I hear that the Passion Play cannot be performed in Oberammergau next summer, because there is no Christus. That would be terrible for our poor parish. I will try whether I can help them out of the difficulty if they will receive me and not repulse me as befits the renegade. Here the writing was blurred by tears. Only wait, for the welfare of your own soul, until the performances are over, and I have done my duty to the community. Then God will be merciful and open a way for us all. Your grateful, Joseph Freyr. Postscript. If it is possible, forgive me for all I did to offend you yesterday. There, in brief, untutored words, was depicted the martyrdom of a soul, which had passed through the school of suffering to the utmost perfection. The most eloquent, polished description of his feelings would have had less power to touch the Countess' heart than these simple, trite expressions. She herself could not have explained why it was the helplessness of the uncultured man who had trusted to her generosity, which spoke from these lines with an unconscious reproach, which pierced deeper than any complaint. And she had no answer to this reproach, save the tears which now flowed constantly from her eyes. Laying her head upon the page, she wept at last. She remained long in this attitude. A sorrowful peace surrounded her, nothing stirred within or without. The spirits seemed reconciled by what they now beheld. The dead Countess Wildenau in the next room had risen noiselessly. She was no longer there. She was flying far, far beyond the mountains, seeking the lost husband, the poor, innocent husband, who had resigned for her sake all that constitutes human happiness and human dignity, anxious for one thing only, her deliverance from what, in his childlike view of religion, he could not fail to consider a heavy, unforgivable sin. She was flying through a broad portal. In the air it was the rainbow formed of the tears of love shed by sundered human hearts for thousands of years. Even so looked the rainbow, which had arched above her head when she stood on the peak with the royal sun of the mountains, high above the embers of the forest, through which he had borne her, ruling the flames. They had spared him, but she had had no pity. They had crouched at his feet like fiery lions before their tamer, but the woman for whom he had fought trampled on him. Yet above them arched the rainbow, the symbol of peace and reconciliation, and she had made the oath which she now intended to break. The dead Countess Wildenau, however, saw the gleaming bow again, and was soaring through it to her husband, for she had no further knowledge of earthly things. She knew only the old, long-denied, all-conquering love. Suddenly the clock on the writing table began to strike. The penitent dreamer started. It was striking 9. The clock was still going. He had wound it. It was a gift from her. He had left all her gifts, he wrote. That would be terrible. Surely he had not gone without any means? The key of the writing table was in the lock. She opened the drawer. There lay all his papers, books, the rest of the housekeeping money, and accounts, all in the most conscientious order, and, beside them, that she must see it, a little purse containing his savings and a savings bank book, which she herself had once jestingly pressed upon him. The little book was wrapped in paper, on which was written, "To keep the graves of my dear ones in Countess Wildenau's chapel." "Oh, you great, noble heart, which I never understood," sobbed the guilty woman, restoring the little volume to its place. But she could not rest. She must search on and on. She must know whether he had left her as a beggar. Against the wall beside the writing table stood a costly old armoire, richly ornamented, which had seen many generations of the Prankenbergs come and pass away. Madeline von Wildenau turned the lock. With an effort there hung all his clothing, just as he had received it from her or purchased it with his own wages. Nothing was missing save the poor little coat, hat, and cane, with which he had left Oberammergau with the owner of a fortune numbering millions. He had wandered forth again as poor as he had come. Sinking on her knees, she buried her face, overwhelmed with grief and shame, in her clasped hands. "Freyer, Freyer, I did not want this, not this." Now the long-repressed grief which she had inflicted upon herself burst forth unrestrained. Here she could shriek it out, here no one heard her. "Oh, that you should leave me thus unreconciled, without a farewell, with an aching heart not even protected from want. And I let you go without one kind word. I did not even return your last glance. Was it possible that I could do it?" The old Prankenberg lion on the coat of arms on the armoire had doubtless seen many mourners scan the garments whose owners rested under the sod, but no one of all the women of that failing race had wept so bitterly over the contents of the armoire as this, last of her name. The candle had burned low in the socket. A star glinting through the torn clouds shone through the uncurtained windows. Beyond the forest the first flashes of spring lightning darted to and fro. Madeline von Wildenau rose and stood for a while in the middle of the room, pondering. What did she want here? She had nothing more to find in the empty house. The dead Countess Wildenau was once more sleeping in the adjoining room, and the living one no longer belonged to herself. Could it be true, that she had thrust out the peaceful inmate of this house? Thrust him forever from the modest home she had established for him? "Husband, father of my child, where are you?" No answer. He was no longer hers. He had risen from the humiliation she inflicted upon him. He had stripped off the robe of servitude and gone forth, scorning her and all else, a poor but free man. She must return to the slavery of her own guilt and of prosaic existence, while he went farther and farther away, like a vanishing star. She felt that her strength was failing. She must go, or she would sink dying in this place of woe alone, without aid or care. She folded the marriage certificate and Freyer's letter together, and without another glance around the room, the ghost of her awakened conscience was stirring again. She took the dying candle and hurried down. The steps again creaked behind her, as though someone was following her downstairs. She had ordered the carriage at 9. It must have been waiting a long time. Her foot faltered at the door of the sitting-room, but she passed on. It was impossible for her to enter it again. She called, but the maid-servant had gone to her work in the stables. Nothing save her own trembling voice echoed back through the passages. She went out. The carriage was standing at the side of the house. The rain had ceased, the forest was slumbering, and all the creatures which animated it by day with it. The Countess locked the door. "Now interweave your boughs and shut it in," she said to the briars and pines which stood closely around it. "Spread out your branches and compass it with an impenetrable hedge, that no one may find it. The sleeping beauty who slumbers here nothing must ever rouse." Chapter 30. The Wieschurl. High above the rushing Weilbach, where the stream bursts through the crumbling rocks and in its fierce rush sends heavy stones grinding over one another. A man lay on the damp cliff, which trembled under the shock of the falling masses of water. The rough precipices, dripping with spray, pressed close about him, shutting him into the cool, moss-grown ravine, through which no patch of blue sky was visible, no sunbeam stole. Here the wanderer, deceived in everything, lay resting on his way home. With his head propped on his hand, he gazed steadfastly down into the swirl of the foaming, misty, ceaseless rush of the falling water. On the rock before him lay a small memorandum book, in which he was slowly writing sorrowful words, just as they welled from his soul slowly and sluggishly, as the resin oozes from the gashed trees. Wherever a human heart receives a deep, fatal wound, the poetry latent in the blood of the people streams from the hurt. All our sorrowful old folk songs are such drops of the heart's blood of the people. The son of a race of mountaineers who sung their griefs and joys was composing his own mournful wayfaring ballad, for not one of those which he knew and cherished in his memory expressed the unutterable grief he experienced. He did not know how he wrote it. He was ignorant of rhyme and meter. When he finished, that is, when he had said all he felt, it seemed as though the song had flown to him, as the seed of some plant is blown upon a barren cliff, takes root and grows there. But now, after he had created the form of the verses, he first realized the full extent of his misery. Hiding the little book in his pocket, he rose to follow the toilsome path he was seeking high among the mountains where there were only a few scattered homesteads, and he met no human being. While Countess Wildenau in the deserted hunting castle was weeping over the cast-off garments with which he had flung aside the form of a servant, the free man was striding over the heights, fanned by the night breeze. Lashed by the rain in his thin coat, free but also free to be exposed to grief, to the elements, to hunger. Free but so free that he had not even a roof beneath which to shelter his head within four protecting walls. Both love and faith have fled, for I, like chaff by wild winds swept away, naught is left me here below save keen remorse and endless woe. No home have I on the wide earth, a ragged beggar fare I forth, in midnight gloom, by tempests met, broken my staff, my star has set. With raiment tattered by the sleet, my brain scorched by the sun's fierce heat, my heart torn by a human hand, a shadow I glide through the land. Homeward I turn, white is my hair, of love and faith my life is bare. Whoe'er beholds me makes the sign of the cross, God save a fate like mine. So the melancholy melody echoed through the darkness of the night, from peak to peak along the road from the Grise to Oberammergau. And wherever it sounded, the birds flew startled from the trees deeper into the forest, the deer fled into the thickets and listened, the child in the cradle started and wept in its sleep. The dogs in the lonely courtyards barked loudly. That was no human voice, it was a shot deer or an owl, the peasants said to their trembling wives, listening for a time to the ghostly, wailing notes dying faintly away till all was still once more and the spectre had passed. But when morning dawned and the time came when the matin bells drove all evil spirits away, the song, too, ceased, and only its prophecy came true. Whoever recognized in the emaciated man, with hollow eyes and cheeks, the Christus Frere of Oberammergau, doubtless made the sign of the cross in terror, exclaiming, "Heaven preserve us!" But the lighter it grew, the farther he plunged into the forest. He was ashamed to be seen. His gait grew more and more feeble, his garments more shabby by his long walk in the rain and wind. He still had a few pennies in his pocket, the exact sum he possessed when he left Oberammergau. He was keeping them for a night's lodgings, which he must take once during the 24 hours. He could have reached Oberammergau easily by noon, but he did not want to enter it in broad day as a ragged beggar. So he rested by day and walked at night. At a venerable old inn, the Shield, on the road from Steingaden to Oberammergau, he asked one of the servants if he might lie a few hours on the straw to rest. The latter hesitated before granting permission. The man looked so doubtful. At last he said, "Well, I won't refuse you, but see that you carry nothing off when you go away from here." Frere made no reply. The wrath which had made him hurl the lackey from the countess' door no longer surged within him. Now it was his home which was punishing him, speaking to him in her rude accents. Let her say what she would, He accepted it as a son receives a reproof from a mother. He hung his drenched coat to dry in the sun, which now shone warmly again, then slipped into the barn and lay down on the hay. A refreshing slumber embraced him. Poverty and humility took the sorrowing soul into their maternal arms, as a poor man picks up the withered blossom the rich one has carelessly flung aside, and carrying it home makes it bloom again. Rest, weary soul. You no longer need to stretch and distort the noble proportions of your existence to fit them to relations to which they were not born. You need be nothing more than you are, a child of the people, suckled by the sacred breast of nature, and can always return there without being ashamed of it. Poverty and lowliness extend their protecting mantle over you and hide you from the looks of scorn and contempt which rend your heart. A peaceful expression rested upon the sleeper's face, but his breathing was deep and labored as if some powerful feeling was stirring his soul under the quiet repose of slumber, and from beneath his closed lids stole a tear. During several hours the exhausted body lay between sleeping and waking, unconscious grief and comfort. Opposite, on the Wise, 15 minutes' walk from the Shield, a bell rang in the church where the pilgrims went. There an ancient Christ, our Lord of the Wise, called simply the Wischerl, carved from moldering, painted wood, was hung from the cross by chains which rattled when the image was laughed at incredulously, and with real hair, which constantly grew again when an impious hand cut it. At times of special visitation it could sweat blood, and hundreds journeyed to the Wise, trustfully seeking the wonder-working Wischerl. It was a terrible image of suffering, and the first sight of the scourged body and visage contorted by pain caused an involuntary thrill of horror increased by the black beard and long hair, such as often grows in the graves of the dead. The face stared fixedly at the beholder with its glassy eyes, as if to say, "Do you believe in me?" The emaciated body was so lifelike that it might have been an embalmed corpse placed erect. But the horror vanished when one gazed for a while, for an expression of patience rested on the uncanny face. The lashes of the fixed eyes began to quiver, the image became instinct with life, the chains swayed slightly, and the drops of blood again grew liquid. Why should they not? The heart, which loves forever, can also, to the eye of faith, bleed forever. Hundreds of wax limbs and silver hearts, consecrated bones and other anomalies bore witness to past calamities where the Wischerl had lent its aid. But he could also be angry, as the rattling of his chains showed, and this gave him a somewhat spectral, demoniac aspect. Under the protection of this strange image of Christ, whose power extended over the whole mountain plateau, the living image of Christ lay unconscious. Then the vesper bells, ringing from the church, roused him. He hastily started up and, in doing so, struck against the block where the wood was split. A chain flung upon it fell. Freyer raised and held it a moment before replacing it on the block, thinking of the scourging in the Passion Play. "Heavens, the Wischerl!" shrieked a terrified voice, and the door leading into the barn, which had been softly opened, was hurriedly shut. "Father, father, come quick, the Wischerl is in the barn!" screamed someone in deadly fright. "Silly girl," Freyer heard a man say. "Are you crazy? What are you talking about?" "Really, father, on my soul, just go there. The Wischerl is standing in the middle of the hay. I saw him. By our Lord and the Holy Cross. Amen." Freyer heard the girl sink heavily on the bench by the stove. The father answered angrily, silly thing," and went to the door in his hobnailed shoes. "Is anyone in here?" he asked. But as Freyer approached, the peasant himself almost started back in terror. "Good Lord, who are you? Why do you startle folks so? Can't you speak?" "I asked the man if I might rest there, and then I fell asleep." "I don't see why you should be so lazy, turning night into day. Tramp on and sleep off your drunkenness somewhere else. I want no miracles and no Wischerl in my house." "I'll pay for everything," said Freyer humbly, almost beseechingly, holding out his little stock of ready money, for he was overpowered with hunger and thirst. "What do I care for your pennies?" growled the tavern keeper angrily, closing the door. There stood the hapless man, in whom the girl's soul had recognized with awe the martyred Christ, but whom the rude peasant turned from his door as a vagrant hungry and thirsty, worn almost unto death, and with a walk of 5 hours before him. He took his hat and his staff, hung his dry coat over his shoulder, and left the barn. As he went out he heard the last notes of the vesper bell, and felt a yearning to go to him for whom he had been mistaken. It seemed as if he were calling in the echoing bells, "Come to me, I have comfort for you." He struck into the forest path that led to the Wischerl. The white walls of the church soon appeared, and he stepped within, where the showy, antiquated style of the last century mingled with the crude notions of the mountaineers for and by whom it was built. Skulls, skeletons of saints, chubby-cheeked cupids, cruel martyrdoms, and Arcadian shepherdesses, nude penitents and fiends dragging them down into the depths, lambs of heaven and dogs of hell were all in motley confusion. Above the chaotic medley arched on fantastic columns the huge dome with a gate of heaven painted in perspective, which, according to the beholder's standpoint, rose or sank, was foreshortened or the opposite. A wreath of lucernes beautifully ornamented, through which the blue sky peeped and swallows building their nests flew in and out, formed as it were the jewel in the architecture of the cornice. Even the eye of God was not lacking, a tarnished bit of mirror inserted above the pulpit in the center of golden rays, and intended to flash when the sun shone on it. And there in a glass shrine directly beneath all the tinsel rubbish, on the gilded carving of the high altar, the poor, plain little Wischerl hung in chains. The two, the wooden image of God, and the one of flesh and blood, confronted each other. The Christ of the Ammergau play greeted the Christ of the wise. It is true, they did resemble each other, like suffering and pain. Freyr knelt long before the Wischerl, and what they confided to each other was heard only by the God in whose service and by whose power they wrought miracles each in his own way. "You are happy," said the Wischerl. "Happier than I. Human hands created and faith animated me. Where that is lacking, I am a mere dead wooden puppet, only fit to be flung into the fire. But you were created by God, you live and breathe, can move and act, and highest of all suffer like him whom we represent. I envy you." "Yes," cried Freyr, "you are right, to suffer like Christ is highest of all. My God, I thank thee that I suffer." This was the comfort the Wischerl had for his sorely tried brother. It was a simple thought, but it gave him strength to bear everything. It is always believed that a great grief requires a great consolation. This is not true. The poorer the man is, the more value the smallest gift has for him, and the more wretched he is the smallest comfort. To the husbandman whose crops have been destroyed by hail, it would be no comfort to receive the gift of a blossom, which would bring rapture to the sultry attic chamber of a sick man. In a great misfortune we often ask, what gave the person strength to endure it? It was nothing save these trivial comforts which only the unhappy know. The soul lamenting the loss of a loved one while many others are left is not comforted when the lifeless figure of a martyr preaches patience but to the desolate one, who no longer has aught which speaks to him. The lifeless wooden image becomes a friend, and its mute language a consolation. Beside the altar stood an alms-box. The gifts for which it was intended were meant for repairs on the church and the preservation of the Wischerl, who sometimes needed a new cloth about his loins. Freyr flung into it the few coins which the innkeeper had disdained, because he looked like the Wischerl. Now they should go to him. He felt as if he should need no more money all his life, as if the comfort he had here received raised him far above earthly need and care. Twilight was gathering, the sun had sunk behind the blue peaks of the Frontner Mountains, and now the hour struck, the sacred hour of the return home. Already he felt with joy the throbbing of the pulses of his home, a mysterious connection between this place and distant Ammergau. And he was right. Childish as was the representation of the divine ideal, it was, nevertheless, the rippling of one of those hidden springs of faith which blend in the Passion Play, forming the great stream of belief which is to supply a thirsting world. As on a barren height, amid tangled thickets, we often greet with delight the low murmur of a hidden brook which in the valley below becomes the mighty artery of our native soil. So the returning wanderer hurried on longingly toward the mysterious spring which led him to the mother's heart. But his knees trembled, human nature asserted its rights. He must eat or he would fall fainting. But where could food be had? The last pennies were in the alms-box. He could not have taken them out again, even had he wished it. There was no way save to ask someone for bread. He dragged himself wearily to the parsonage. He would try there. The priest would be less startled by the wee churl than the peasant. Thrice he attempted to pull the bell, but very gently. He fancied the whole world could hear that he was ringing to beg. Yet, if it did not sound, no one would open the door. At last, with as much effort as though he was pulling the bell rope in the church steeple, he rang. The bell echoed shrilly. The pastor's old cook appeared. Frere raised his hat. "Might I ask you for a piece of bread?" he murmured softly, and the tall figure seemed to droop lower with every word. The cook, who was never allowed to turn a beggar from the door, eyed him a moment with mingled pity and anxiety. Directly, she answered, and went in search of something, but prudently closed the door, leaving him outside as we do with suspicious individuals. Frere waited, hat in hand. The evening breeze swept chill across the lofty mountain plateau and blew his hair around his uncovered head. At last the cook came, bringing him some soup and a bit of bread. Frere thanked her and ate it. When he had finished, he gave the little dish back to the woman, but his hand trembled so that he almost let it fall and his brow was damp. Then he thanked her again, but without raising his eyes, and quietly pursued his way. Chapter 31. The Return Home. The Wise towered like an island from amid a gray sea of clouds. All the mountains of Trochgau and Front, Alga and Tyrol, which surround it like distant shores and cliffs, had vanished in the mist. The windows in the comfortable tavern were lighted, and a fire was blazing on the hearth. One little lamp after another shone from the quiet farmhouses. The lonely church now lay silent. Silent, too, was the wee churl in his glass shrine, while the wayfarer pressed steadily down through the mist toward home and the cross. Frere moved on more and more swiftly across the hillsides and through the woods till he reached the path leading down the mountain to the Halbammer, which flowed at its base. Gradually he emerged from the strata of mist, and now a faint ray of moonlight fell upon his path. Hour after hour he pursued his way. One after another the lights in the houses were extinguished. The world sank into slumber, and the villages were wrapped in silence. In the churches only the ever-burning lamps still blazed, and he made them his resting places. The clock in the church steeple of Altenau struck 12 as he passed through. A belated Tiplo approached him with the reeling step of a drunkard, but started back when he saw his face, staring after him with dull, bewildered eyes as if he beheld some specter of the night. "An image of horror I glide through the land," Frere murmured softly. Tonight he did not sing his song. This evening his pain was soothed, his soul was preparing for another paean on the cross. Now the little church of Kappel appeared before him on its green hill, like a pious signpost pointing the way to Oberammergau. But patches of snow still lingered amid the pale green of the spring foliage, for it is late ere the winter is conquered by the milder season, and the keen wind swept down the broad highway, making the wayfarer's teeth chatter with cold. He felt that his vital warmth was nearly exhausted. He had walked 2 days with no hot food. For the soup at the parsonage that day was merely lukewarm. He stood still a moment. Surely he had dreamed that he could not have begged for bread? Yes, it was even so. A tremor shook his limbs. "Have you fallen so low?" He tried to button his thin coat. His fingers were stiff with cold. 10 years ago, when he left Ammergau, it was midsummer. Now winter still reigned on the heights. "Only let me not perish on the highway," he prayed. "Only let me reach home." It was now bright, cold moonlight. All the outlines of the mountains stood forth distinctly. The familiar contours of the Ammergau peaks became more and more visible. Now he stood on the Ammer Bridge, where what might be termed the suburb of Ammergau, the hamlet of Lower Ammergau, begins. The moonlit river led the eye in a straight line to the center of the Ammer Valley. There lay the sacred mountains of his home, the vast side scenes of the most gigantic stage in the world, the Kofel with its cross, and the other peaks. Opposite on the left, the quiet chapel of St. Gregory amid boundless meadows, beside the fall of the Lane, the Ammer's wilder sister. There he had watched his horses when a boy, down near the chapel where the blue gentians had garlanded his head, when he flung himself on the grass, intoxicated by his own exuberant youth and abundance of life. He extended his arms as if he would fain embrace the whole infinite scene. "Home, home, your lost son is returning, receive him." Do not fall, ye mountains, and bury the beloved valley ere I reach it. One last effort, one short hour's walk. Hold out, wearied one, this 1 hour more. The highway from Lower Ammergau stretched endlessly toward the goal. On the right was the forest, on the left the fields where grew thousands of meadow blossoms, the Eden of his childhood where a blue lake once lured him, so blue that he imagined it was reflecting a patch of the sky. But when he reached it, instead of water, he beheld a field of forget-me-nots. Oh, memories of childhood reconciling angel of the tortured soul. There stands the cross on the boundary with the thorny bush whence Christ's crown was cut. How will you fare? Will the community receive you, admit you to the blissful union of home powers, if you sacrifice your heart's blood for it? Freyr asked himself, and it seemed as if some cloud, some dark foreboding came between him and his home. Well for him who no longer expects his reward from this world. What are men? They are all variable and weak. Thou alone art the same. Thou who dost create the miracle from our midst, and thou, sacred soil of our ancestors, ye mountains from whose peaks blows the strengthening breath which animates our sublime work, it is not human beings but ye who are home. Now the goal was gained, he was there. Before him in the moonlight lay the Passion Theater, the consecrated space, where once for hours he was permitted to feel himself a god. The poor, cast-off man, deceived in all things, flung himself down, kissed the earth, and laid a handful of it on his head, as though it were the hand of a mother, while from his soul gushed like a song sung by his own weeping guardian angel, thy soil I kiss, beloved home, which erst my father's feet have trod, where the good seed devoutly sown sprang forth at the command of God. Thy lap fain would I rest upon, though faithlessly from thee I fled, still thy chains draw thy wandering son, O mother, back where'er his feet may tread. And though no ray of light, no star, illumes the future and its gloom, thou wilt not grudge, after life's war, a clod of earth upon my tomb. He rested his head thus a long time on the cold earth, but he no longer felt it. It seemed as though the soul had consumed the last power of the exhausted body, and bursting its fetters blazed forth like an aureole. Hosanna, Hosanna, rang through the air, and the earth trembled under the tramp of thousands. On they came in a long procession bearing palm branches, the shades of the fathers, the old actors in the Passion play from its commencement, and all who had lived and died for the cross since the time of Christ. Hosanna, Hosanna to him who died on the cross. Many are called, but few chosen. But you belong to us, sang the chorus of martyrs till the notes rang through earth and heaven. Hosanna, Hosanna to him who suffers and bleeds for the sins of the world. Freyr raised his head. The moon had gone behind a cloud, and white mists were gathering over the fields. He rose, shivering with cold. His thin coat was damp with the night frost which had melted on his uncovered breast, and his feet were sore, for his shoes were worn out by the long walk. He still fancied he could hear, far away in the infinite distance, the chorus of the Hosanna to the crucified. And raising his arms to heaven, he cried, O my Redeemer and Master, so long as thou dost need me to show the world thy face, let me live then, take pity on me, and let me die on the cross. Die for the sins of one, as thou didst die for the sins of the world. He opened the door leading to the stage. There in the dim moonlight lay the old cross. Sobbing aloud, he embraced it, pressing to his breast the hard wood which had supported him, and now, as of yore, was surrounded by the mysterious powers which so strongly attracted him. Oh, had I been but faithful to thee, he lamented, all the blessings of this world, even were it the greatest happiness, would not outweigh thee. Now I am thine, praise thyself with me, and bear me upward, high above all earthly woe. The clock in the church steeple struck 3. He must still live and suffer, for he knew that no one could play the Christus as he did, because no one bore the Redeemer's image in his heart like him. But could he go farther? His strength had failed. He felt it with burdened breast. He took up his hat and staff and tottered out. Where should he go? To Ludwig Gross, the only person to whom he was not ashamed to show himself in his wretchedness. Now for the first time he realized that he could scarcely move farther. Yet it must be done, he could not lie there. Step by step, he dragged himself in his torn shoes along the rough village street. When halfway down, he heard music and singing alternating with cries and laughter, echoing from the tavern. It was a wedding, and they were preparing to escort the bride and groom home. He learned this from the talk of some of the lads who came out. Was he really in Oberammergau? His soul was yet thrilling with emotion at the sight of the home for which he had so long yearned, and now this contrast. Yet it was natural. They could not all devote themselves to their task with the same fervor. Yet it doubly wounded the man who bore in his heart such a solemn earnestness of conviction. He glided noiselessly along in the shadow of the houses, that no one should see him. Did not the carousers notice that their Christ was passing in beggar's garb? Did they not feel the gaze bent on them from the shadow through the lighted window, silently asking, "Are these the descendants of those ancestors whose glorified spirits had just greeted the returning son of Oberammergau?" The unhappy wanderer's step passed by unheard, and now Freyr turned into the side street, where his friend's house stood, the luckless house where his doom began. It was not quite 3:30. The confused noise did not reach the quiet street. The house, shaded by its broad, projecting roof, lay as if wrapped in slumber. Except during the Passion, Ludwig always slept in the room on the ground floor, formerly occupied by the Countess. Freyr tapped lightly on the shutter, but his heart was beating so violently that he could scarcely hear whether anyone was moving within. If his friend should not be there, had gone away on a journey, or moved, what should he do then? He had had no communication with him, and only heard once through Josepha that old Andreas Gross was dead. He knocked again. Ludwig was the only person whom he could trust. If he had lost him, all would be over. But no, there was a movement within. The well-known voice asked sleepily, "Who is there?" "Ludwig, open the window, it is I, Freyr," he called under his breath. The shutters were flung back. "Freyr, is it possible?" "Wait, Joseph, wait, I'll admit you." He heard his friend hurriedly dressing 2 minutes after the door opened. Not a word was exchanged between the two men. Ludwig grasped Freyr's hand and drew him into the house. "Freyr, am I dreaming? You hear what brings you? I'll have a light directly." His hand trembled with excitement as he lighted a candle. Freyr stood timidly at the door. The room grew bright, the rays streamed full on Freyr. Ludwig started back in horror. "Merciful heaven, how you look!" The friends long stood face to face, unable to utter a word, Freyr still holding his hat in his hand. Ludwig's keen eye glided over the emaciated form, the shabby coat, the torn shoes. Freyr, what has befallen you?" "My poor friend, do you return to me thus?" With unutterable grief, he clasped the unfortunate man in his arms. Freyr could scarcely speak. His tongue refused to obey his will. "If I could rest a little while," he faltered. "Yes, come and lie down on my bed. I have slept as much as I wish." "I shall not lie down again," replied Ludwig, trembling with mingled pity and alarm, as he drew off his friend's miserable rags as quickly as possible. Then, leading him to his own bed, he gently pressed him down upon it. He would not weary the exhausted man with questions. He saw that Freyr was no longer master of himself. His condition told his friend enough. "You are kind," stammered Freyr. "Oh, I have learned something in the outside world." "What would have you learned?" asked Ludwig. A strange smile flitted over Freyr's face. To beg, his friend shuddered. "Don't talk any more now, you need rest," he said in a low, soothing tone, wrapping the chilled body in warm coverlets. But a flash of noble indignation sparkled in his eyes, and his pale lips could not restrain the words, "I will ask no questions, but whoever sent you home to us must answer for it to God." The other did not hear, or if he did, his thoughts were too confused to understand. "Freyr, only tell me what I can do to strengthen you. I'll make a fire and give you anything to eat that you would like. Whatever you have." Freyr gasped with much difficulty. "May God help us, he is starving." Ludwig could scarcely control his tears. "Keep quiet, I'll come presently and bring you something," he said, hurrying out to get all the modest larder contained. He would not wake his sisters. This was no theme for feminine gossip. He soon prepared with his own hands a simple bread porridge into which he broke a couple of eggs. He had nothing else, but at least it was warm food. When he took it to his friend, Freyr had grown so weak that he could scarcely hold the spoon, but the nourishment evidently did him good. "Now sleep," said Ludwig. "Day is dawning. I'll go down to the village and see if I can get you some boots and another coat." A mute look of gratitude from Freyr rewarded the faithful care, then his eyes closed, and his friend gazed at him with deep melancholy. Chapter 32. To the village. The burgomaster's house, with its elaborate fresco, Christ before Pilate, still stood without any signs of life in the gray dawn. The burgomaster was asleep. He had been ill very frequently. It seemed as if the attack brought on by Freyr's flight had given him his death blow. He had never rallied from it. And as his body could not recuperate, his mind could never regain its tone. When Ludwig Gross' violent ring disturbed the morning silence of the house, the burgomaster's wife opened the door with a face by no means expressive of pleasure. "My husband is still asleep," she said to the drawing master. "Yes, I cannot help it, you must wake him. I've important business." The anxious wife still demurred, but the burgomaster appeared at the top of the staircase. "What is it?" "I am always to be seen if there is anything urgent." "Good morning. Go into the sitting room. I'll come directly." Ludwig Gross entered the low-ceiled but cheerful apartment, where flowers bloomed in every window. Against the wall was the ancient glass cupboard, the showpiece of furniture in every well-to-do Oberammergau household, where were treasured the wife's bridal wreath and the husband's goblet, the wedding gifts cups with gilt inscriptions, in perpetual remembrance, which belonged to the wife, and prizes won in shooting matches, or gifts from visitors to the Passion Play, the property of the husband. In the ivy-grown niche in the corner of the room was an ancient crucifix, below it a wooden bench with a table, on which lay writing materials. On the pier table between the widows were a couple of images of saints, and a pile of playbills of the rehearsals which the burgomaster was arranging. Against the opposite wall stood a four-legged piece of furniture covered with black leather, called the sofa, and close by the huge tiled stove, behind which the burgomaster's wife had set the milk to thicken. Nearby was a wall cupboard with a small writing desk, and lastly a beautifully polished winding staircase, which led through a hole in the ceiling directly into the sleeping room, and was the seat of the family cat. This was the home of a great intellect, which reached far beyond these narrow bounds, and to which the great epics of the Passion Play were the only sphere in which it could really live, where it had a wide field for its talents and ambition, where it could find compensation for the 10 years' prose of petty, narrow circumstances. But the intervals of 10 years were too long, and the elderly man was gradually losing the elasticity and enthusiasm which could bear him beyond the deprivations of a decade. He tried all sorts of ventures in order at least to escape the petty troubles of poverty, but they were unsuccessful, and thereby he only became burdened the more. Thus, in the strife with realism, constantly holding aloft the standard of the ideal, involved in inward and outward contradictions, the hapless man was wearing himself out like most of the natives of Oberammergau. "Well, what is it?" he now asked, entering the room. "Sit down. Don't be vexed, but you know my husband must have his coffee, or he will be ill." The burgomaster's wife brought in the breakfast and set it on the table before him. "Don't let it get cold," she said warningly, then prudently retreated, even taking the cat with her, that the gentleman might be entirely alone and undisturbed. "Drink it, pray drink it," urged Ludwig, and waited until the burgomaster had finished his scanty breakfast, which was quickly done. "Well? What is it?" asked the latter, pushing his cup aside. "I have news for you. Freyr is here." The burgomaster started, and an ominous flush crimsoned his face. His hand trembled nervously as he smoothed his hair, once so beautiful, now gray. "Freyr? How did he get here?" "I don't know." The question died on my lips when I saw him. "Why? Oh, he is such a spectacle, ill, half-starved in rags, and _ecce homo_. I thought my heart would break when I saw him. A Hasso nemesis is here already." "Oh, do not speak so. Such a nemesis is too cruel. I do not know what has befallen him. I could ask no questions, but I do know that Freyr has done nothing which deserves such a punishment. You can have no idea of the man's condition. He is lying at home unable to move a limb. The burgomaster shrugged his shoulders. What have I to do with it? You know that I never sympathize with self-created sorrows. You need not. Only you must help me obtain some means of livelihood for the unfortunate man. He still has his share of the receipts of the last Passion play. He was not present at the distribution, but he played the Christus from May until August. To the best of my recollection, his portion was between 700 and 800 marks. Quite right. But as he had run away and moreover very generously bequeathed all his property to the poor, I could not suppose that I must save the sum for a rainy day, and that he would so soon be in the position of becoming a burden upon the community. What did you do with the money? Don't you know? I divided it with the rest. Ludwig stamped his foot. Oh, heaven! That was my only hope. But he must have assistance. He has neither clothing nor shoes. I haven't a penny in the house except what we need for food. He cannot be seen in these garments. He would rather die. We cannot expose him to mockery. We must respect ourselves in him. He was the best Christus we ever had, and though the play was interrupted by him, we owe him a greater success and a larger revenue than we formerly obtained during a whole season. And, in return, should we allow him to go with empty hands like the poet in Schiller's Division of the Earth, because he came too late? Yes. The burgomaster twisted his mustache with his thin fingers. I am sorry for him, but the thing is done and cannot be changed. It must be changed. The people must return the money, cried the drawing master vehemently. The burgomaster looked at him with his keen eyes, half veiled by their drooping lids. Ask them, he said calmly and coldly. Go and get it if it can be had. Ludwig bit his lips. Then something must be done by the parish. That requires an agreement of the whole parish. Call a meeting then. The burgomaster smiled. That is no easy matter. What do you think the people will answer if I say, her Freyer ran away from us, interrupted the performances, made us lose about 100,000 marks, discredited the Passion play in our own eyes and those of the world, and asks in return the payment of 800 marks from the parish treasury? Ludwig let his arms fall in hopeless despair. Then I don't know what to do. I must support my helpless old sisters. I cannot maintain him, too, or I would ask no one's aid. I think it should be a point of honor with us Oberammergau people not to leave a member of the parish in the lurch, when he returns home poor and needy, especially a man like Freyer, whom we have more cause to thank than to reproach. Say what you will. We are not a penal institution. No, nor an asylum. Well, we need be neither, but merely a community of free men, who should be solely ruled by the thought of love, but unfortunately have long ceased to be so. The burgomaster leaned quietly back in his chair. The drawing master became more and more heated, as the other remained cold. You always take refuge behind the parish. When you don't wish to do anything, but when you desire it, the parish never stands in your way. The burgomaster pressed his hand to his brow, as if thinking wearied him. He belonged to the class of men whose hearts are in their heads. If anything made his heart ache, it disturbed his brain too. He remained silent a long time while Ludwig paced up and down the room, trembling with excitement. At last, not without a touch of bitter humor, he said, I am well aware of that. You always say so whenever I do anything that does not suit you. I should like to see what would become of you, with your contradictory, impulsive artist nature. Today, Hosanna, and tomorrow, crucify him, if I did not maintain calmness and steadiness for you. If I, who bear the responsibility of acting, changed my opinions as quickly as you do and converted each of your momentary impulses into an act, I ought at least to possess the power to kill today, and tomorrow, when you repented, restore the person to life. 10 years ago, when Freyer left us in the lurch for the sake of a love affair, and dealt a blow to all we held sacred, you threw yourself into my arms and wept on my breast over the enormity of his deed. Now, because I am not instantly touched by a few rags and tatters, and the woebegone air of a penitent recovering from a moral debauch, you will weep on your friend's bosom over the harshness and want of feeling of the burgomaster. I'm used to it. I know you Hotspurs. He drew a pair of boots from under the stove. There I am the owner of just 2 pairs of boots. You can take one to your protégé, that he may at least appear before me in a respectable fashion to discuss the matter. I don't do it at the cost of the parish, however. And I can give you an old coat too. I was going to send it to my Anton, but no matter. Only I beg you not to tell him from whom the articles come, or he will hate me because I was in a situation to help underscore him underscore instead of he underscore me underscore dot. Oh, how little you know him, cried Ludwig. The burgomaster smiled. I know the Ammergau people and he is one of them. I thank you in his name, said Ludwig, instantly appeased. Yes, you see you thank me for that, yet it is the least important thing. This is merely a private act of charity which I might show any rascal I pitied. But when I, as burgomaster, rigidly guard the honor of Ammergau and consider whom I recommend to public sympathy, you reproach me for it. Before I call a parish meeting and answer for him officially, I must know whether he is worthy of it and what his condition is. He again pressed his hand to his head. Send him to me at the office then, we will see. Ludwig held out his hand. No offense, surely we know how we feel toward each other. When the drawing master had gone, the burgomaster drew a long breath and remained for some time absorbed in thought. Then he glanced at the clock, not to learn the hour but to ascertain whether the conversation had lasted long enough to account for his headache and exhaustion. The result did not seem to soothe him. Where will this end? His wife looked in. Well, father, what is it? The burgomaster took his hat. Freyer is here. Good heavens! She clasped her hands in amazement. Yes, it was a great excitement to me. Tell Anastasia that she may not learn the news from strangers. She has long been resigned, but of course this will move her deeply. And above all, don't let anything be said about it in the shop. I don't want the tidings to get abroad in the village, at least through us. Farewell. The burgomaster's family enjoyed a small prerogative, the salt monopoly, and a little provision store where the tireless industry of the self-sacrificing wife collected a few groschen. If I don't make something, who will? She used to say, with a keen thrust at her husband's absence of economy. So the burgomaster did not mention his extravagance in connection with the boots and coat. He could not bear even just reproaches now. A man was often compelled to exceed his means in a position like his, but women did not understand that. Therefore, as usual, he fled from domestic lectures to the inaccessible regions of his office. The burgomaster's sister no longer lived in the same house. As she grew older, she had moved into one near the church which she inherited from her mother, where she lived quietly alone. Yes, who's to run over to Stasi, lamented the burgomaster's wife, when we all have our hands full. As if she wouldn't hear it soon enough. He'll never marry her. Rosal. The burgomaster's youngest daughter, the predestined Mary of the future, came in from the shop. Run up to your aunt and tell her that her Freyer has come back. Your father says so. Will he play the Christus again? Asked the child. How do I know your father didn't say? Perhaps so they have no one. Oh dear, this passion play will be your father's death. The shop bell, pleasantest of sounds to the anxious woman, rang. Customers must not be kept waiting, even for a little package of coffee. She hurried into the shop, and Rosal to her Aunt Stasi. This was a good day to the burgomaster's worthy wife. The whole village bought something in order to learn something about the interesting event which the Gross sisters, of course, had told early in the morning. And, as the burgomaster's wife maintained absolute silence, what the people did not know they invented, and of course the worst and most improbable things. Ere noon the wildest rumors were in circulation, and parties had formed who disputed vehemently over them. The burgomaster's wife was in the utmost distress. Everybody wanted information from her, and how easily she might let slip some incautious remark. In her task of keeping silence, she actually forgot that she really had nothing at all to conceal because she knew nothing herself. Yet the fear of having said a word too much oppressed the conscientious woman so sorely that afterward, much to her husband's benefit, she was remarkably patient and spared him the usual reproach of not having thought of his wife and children. When she discovered that he had given away his boots and coat, thus in the strange little village the loftiest and the lowliest things always go hand in hand. But the noble often succumbs to the petty, when it lacks the power to rise above it. Chapter 33. Received again. All through the morning the street where Ludwig's house stood was crowded with people. Toward noon a whisper ran through the throng. "He is coming," and Freyr appeared. Many pressed forward curiously, but shrank back again as Freyr drew near. "Good heavens, how he looks!" Freyr tottered past them, raising his hat in greeting, but spite of his modest bearing and simple garb, he seemed to have become so aristocratic a gentleman that no one ventured to accost him. Something emanating from him inspired reverence, as if in the presence of the dead. He was dead at least to the world. The people felt this, and the gossip suddenly ceased. The parties formed in an envious or malicious spirit were reconciled. "He won't live long." This was the magic spell which soothed all contention. If he had any sin on his conscience, he would soon atone for it. If he had more money than the rest, he must soon leave it behind, and if he desired to take a part, he could not keep it long. Only the children, who meanwhile had grown into tall lads and lasses, ran trustfully to meet him, holding out their hands with the grace and charm peculiar to the Oberammergau children. And, because the grown people followed him, the little ones did the same. He stopped and talked with them, recognizing and calling by name each of the older ones, while their bright eyes gazed searchingly into his, as sunbeams pierced dark caverns. "Have you been ill, Herr Freyr?" "No, my dear children, or yes, as people may regard it, but I shall get well with you." And, clasping half a dozen of the little hands in his, he walked on with them. "Will you play the divine friend of children with us again?" asked one of the larger girls beseechingly. "When Christmas comes, we will all play it again." A strange smile transfigured Freyr's features, and tears filled his eyes. "Will you stay with us now?" they asked. "Yes." It was only a single word, but the children felt that it was a vow, and the little band pressed closer and closer around him. "Yes, now you must never go away." Freyr lifted a little boy in his arms and hid his face on the child's breast. "No, never never more." A solemn silence reigned for a moment. The grief of a pure heart is sacred, and a child's soul feels the sacredness. The little group passed quietly through the village, and the children formed a protecting guard around him, so that the grown people could not hurt him with curious questions. The children showed their parents that peace must dwell between him and them, for the Oberammergau people knew that in their children dwelt the true spirit, which they had lost to a greater or less degree in the struggle for existence. The children had adopted him now he was again at home in Oberammergau. No parish meeting was needed to give him the rights of citizenship. The little procession reached the town hall. Freyr put the child he was carrying on the ground. It did not want to leave him. The grown people feared him, but the children considered him their own property and were reluctant to give him up. Not until after long persuasion would they let him enter. As he ascended the familiar stairs, his heart throbbed so violently that he was obliged to lean against the wall. A long breath, a few steps more than a walk through the empty council room to the office, a low knock, the well-known "come in." And he stood before the burgomaster. It is not the custom among the people of Oberammergau to rise when receiving each other. "Good morning," said the burgomaster, keeping his seat as if to finish some pressing task, but really because he was struggling for composure. "Directly." Freyr remained standing at the door. The burgomaster went on writing. A furtive glance surveyed the figure in his coat and shoes, but he did not raise his eyes to Freyr's face. The latter would have seen it. At last he gained sufficient composure to speak, and now feigned to be aware for the first time of the newcomer's identity. "Ah, Herr Freyr," he said, and the eyes of the two men met. It was a sad sight to both. The burgomaster, once so strong and stately, aged, shrunken, prematurely worn. Freyr an image of suffering which was almost startling. "Herr Burgomaster, I do not know whether I may still venture. Pray take a chair, Herr Freyr," said the burgomaster. Freyr did so, and sat down at some distance. "You do not seem to have prospered very well," said the other, less to learn the truth than to commence conversation. "You doubtless see that." "Yes." "I could have wished that matters had resulted differently." Both were silent, overpowered by emotion. At the end of a few minutes the burgomaster continued in a low tone, "I meant so well by you, it is a pity. Yes, you have much to forgive me, No one knows that better than I, but you will not reject a penitent man if he wishes to make amends for the wrong. The burgomaster rubbed his forehead. I do not reject you, but I have already told the drawing master. I only regret that I can do nothing for you. You are not ill. I cannot support you from the fund for the sick, and it will be difficult to accomplish anything with the parish. Oh, Herr Burgomaster, I never expected to be supported. Only, when I arrived yesterday, I was so weary that I could explain nothing to Ludwig. Otherwise, he would surely have spared you and me the step which his great sympathy induced him to take. The clothing with which you have helped me out of embarrassment for the moment, I will gratefully accept as _loaned_, but I hope to repay you later. Pray let us say no more about it, answered the burgomaster, waving his hand. Yes, for it can only shame me if you generously bestow material aid and yet cherish resentment against me in your heart for the wrong I have done. What my sick soul most needs is reconciliation with you and my home. And for that I can ask. I am not implacable, Herr Freier. You have done me no personal wrong. You have merely injured the cause which lies nearest to my heart of anything in the world. This is a grief which must be fought down, but for which I cannot hold you responsible, though it cost me health and life. I feel no personal rancor for what had no personal intention. If a man flings a stone at the image of a saint and unintentionally strikes me on the temple, I shall not make him responsible for that, but for having aimed at something which was sacred to others. To punish him for it, I shall leave to a higher judge. Permit me to remain silent. You must regard the matter thus from your standpoint, and I can show you no better one. The right of defense is denied me. Only I would fain defend myself against the reproach that what is sacred to others is not to me. Precisely because it is sacred to me, perhaps more sacred than to others, I have sinned against it. That is a contradiction which I do not understand. And I cannot explain. Well, it is not my business to pry into your secrets and judge your motives. I am not your confessor. I told you that I left God to judge such things. My duty as burgomaster requires me to aid any member of the parish to the best of my ability in matters pertaining to earning a livelihood. If you will give me your confidence, I am ready to aid you with advice and action. I don't know what you wish to do. You gave your little property to our poor. Do you wish to take it back? Oh, never, Herr Burgomaster, I never take back what I give, replied Freier. But you will then find it difficult, more difficult than others, to support yourself, the burgomaster continued. You went to the carving school too late to earn your bread by wood carving. You know no trade. You are too well educated to pursue more menial occupations, such as those of a day laborer, street sweeper, etc., and you would be too proud to live at the expense of the parish, even if we could find a way of securing a maintenance for you. It is really very difficult. One does not know what to say. Perhaps a messenger's place might be had. The carrier from Lindehof has been ill a long time. Have no anxiety on that score, Herr Burgomaster. During my absence, I devoted my leisure time mainly to drawing and modeling. I also read a great deal, especially scientific works, so that I believe I could support myself by carving if I keep my health. If that fails, I'll turn woodcutter. The forest will be best for me. That gives me no anxiety. The burgomaster again rubbed his forehead. Perhaps if the indignation roused by your desertion has subsided, it may be possible to give you employment at the Passion Theatre as superintendent, assistant, or in the wardrobe room. Freier rose, a burning blush crimsoned his face, instantly followed by a death-like pallor. You are not in earnest, Herr Burgomaster. I render menial service in the Passionei? Then woe betide the home which turns her sons from her threshold with mockery and disgrace, when they seek her with the yearning and repentance of mature manhood. Freier covered his face with his hands. Grief robbed him of speech. The burgomaster gave him a moment's time to calm himself. Yes, Herr Freier, but tell me, do you expect, after all that has occurred, to be made the Christus? What else should I expect? For what other purpose should I come here than to aid the community in need? For my dead cousin Josepha received a letter from one of our relatives here, stating that you had no Christus and did not know what to do. It seemed to me like a summons from heaven, and I knew at that moment where my place was allotted. Life had no farther value for me. One thought only sustained me, to be something to my home, to repair the injury I had done her, atone for the sin I had committed, and this time I should have accomplished it. I walked night and day, with one desire in my heart, one goal before my eyes, and now to be rejected thus, oh, it is too much, it is the last blow. Her Freyr, I am extremely sorry, and can understand how it must wound you, yet you must see yourself that we cannot instantly give a man who voluntarily, not to say willfully deserted us and remained absent so long that he has become a stranger, the most important part in the play when want forces him to again seek a livelihood in Ammergau. I am become a stranger because I remained absent 10 years? May God forgive you, Herr Burgomaster. We must both render an account to him of our fulfillment of his sacred mission. He will then decide which of us treasured his image more deeply in his heart, you here or I in the world outside. That is very beautiful and sounds very noble, but, Herr Freyr, you prove nothing by your appeal to God. He is patient, and the day which must bring this decision is, I hope, still far distant from you and myself. It is perhaps nearer to me than you suppose, Herr Burgomaster. Such phrases touch women, but not men, Herr Freyr. Freyr straightened himself like a bent bush, which suddenly shakes off the snow that burdened it. I have not desired to touch anyone. My conscience is clear, and I do not need to appeal to your compassion. A person may be ill and feeble enough to long for sympathy, without intending to profit by it. I thought that I might let my heart speak, that I should be understood here. I was mistaken. It is not I who have become estranged from my home has grown alienated from me and you, as the ruling power in the community, who might mediate between us, sever the last bond which united me to it. Answer for it one day to Ammergau, if you expel those who would shed their heart's blood for you, and to whom the cause of the passion play is still an earnest one. Oh, Herr Freyr, it would be sad indeed if we were compelled to seek earnest supporters of our cause in the ranks of the deserters who abandoned us from selfish motives. Herr Burgomaster, Freyr reflected a moment. It was difficult to fathom what was passing in his mind. It seemed as if he were gathering strength from the inmost depths of his heart to answer this accusation. It is a delicate matter to speak in allegories. Where deeds are concerned, you began it out of courtesy to me, and I will continue from the same motive. Though figurative language is not to my taste, we strike a mark in life, without having aimed. But to keep to your simile, I have only deserted in my own person, if you choose to call it so, and have now voluntarily returned. But you, Herr Burgomaster, how have you guarded, in my absence, the fortress entrusted to your care? The Burgomaster flushed crimson, but his composure remained unshaken. Well, you have opened your gates to the most dangerous foes, to everything which cannot fail to destroy the good old Ammergau customs. You have done everything to attract strangers and help Ammergau in a business way. It was well meant in the material sense, but not in the ideal one which you emphasize so rigidly in my case. The more you open Ammergau to the influences of the outside world, the more the simplicity, the piety, the temperance will vanish, without which no great work of faith like the Passion Play is possible. The world has a keen appreciation of truth. The world believes in us, because we ourselves believe in it. As soon as we progress so far in civilization that it becomes a farce to our minds, we are lost, for then it will be a farce to the world also. You intend to secure in the Landrath the cutting of a road through the Edel mountain. That would be a great feat, one might say. Faith removes mountains, for on account of the Passion Play consent would perhaps be granted, then your name, down to the latest times, would be mentioned in the history of Ammergau with gratitude and praise. But do you know what you will have done? You will have let down the drawbridge to the mortal foe of everything for which you battle, removed the wall which protected the individuality of Ammergau, and amid all the changes of the times, the equalizing power of progress has kept it that miracle of faith to which the world makes pilgrimages. For a time the world will come in still greater throngs by the easier road, but in a few decades it will no longer find the Ammergau it seeks. Its flood will have submerged it, washed it away, and a new, prosperous, politic population will move upon the ruins of a vanished time and a buried tradition. Freyr. The Burgomaster was evidently moved. You see the matter in two dark colors. We are still the old people of Ammergau, and God will help us to remain so. No, you are so no longer. Already there are traces of a different, more practical view of life, of so-called progress. I read today at Ludwig's the playbills of the practice theater, which you have established during the last 10 years since the Passion Play. Herr Burgomaster, have you kept in view the seriousness of the mission of Ammergau when you made the actors of the Passion buffoons? Freyer. The Burgomaster drew himself up haughtily. Well, Herr Burgomaster, have you performed no farces, or at least comic popular plays? Was the carver of Ammergau which for 2 years you had publicly performed on the consecrated ground of the Passion Theatre, adapted to keep the impression of the Passion Play in the souls of the people of Ammergau? No, the last tear of remembrance, which might have lingered, would be dried by the exuberant mirth, which once roused would only too willingly exchange the uncomfortable tiara for the lighter fool's cap. And you gave the world this spectacle, Herr Burgomaster. You showed the personators of the story of our Lord and Saviour's sufferings in this guise to the strangers, who came, still full of reverence, to see the altar on which the sacred fire had smoldered into smoke. I know you will answer that you wish to give the people a little breathing space after the terrible earnestness of the Passion Play, and, from your standpoint, this was prudent, for you will be the gainer if the community is cheerful under your rule. Happy people are more easily governed than grave, thoughtful ones. I admit that you have no other desire than to make the people happy according to your idea, and that your whole ambition is to leave Ammergau great and rich. But, Herr Burgomaster, you cannot harmonize the two objects of showing the world, with convincing truth, the sublime religion of pain and resignation, and living in ease and careless frivolity. The divine favor cannot be purchased without the sacrifice of pleasure and personal comfort. Otherwise, we are merely performing a puppet show with God, and his blessing will be withdrawn. Freyer paused and stood gazing into vacancy with folded arms. The Burgomaster watched him calmly a long time. I have listened to you quietly because your view of the matter interested me. It is the idea of an enthusiast, a character becoming more and more rare in our prosaic times. But pardon me, I can give it only a subjective value. According to your theory, I must keep Ammergau, as a bit of the Middle Ages, from any contact with the outside world, rob it of every aid in the advancement of its industrial and material interests in order, as it were, to prepare the unfortunate people, by want and trouble, to be worthy representatives of the Passion. This would be admirable if, instead of Burgomaster of Ammergau, I were Grand Master of an order for the practice of spiritual asceticism, and Ammergau were a Trappist monastery. But as Burgomaster of a secular community, I must first of all provide for its prosperity, and that this would produce too much luxury there is not, as yet, unfortunately, the slightest prospect. My task as chief magistrate of a place is first to render it as great, rich, and happy as possible. That is a direct obligation to the village and an indirect one to the state. Not until I have satisfied this can I consider the more ideal side of my office in my capacity as director of the Passion Play. But even there I have no authority to exercise any moral constraint in the sense of your noble but fanatical and unpractical view. You must have had bitter experiences, Herr Freyer, that you hold earthly blessings so cheap, and you must not expect to convert simple-hearted people, who enjoy their lives and their work, to these pessimistic views. As if we could serve our God only with a troubled mind. We must let a people, as well as a single person, retain its individuality. I want to rear no hypocrites, and I cannot force martyrdom on anyone, in order to represent the Passion Play more naturally. Such things cannot be enforced. For that very reason you need people who will do them voluntarily. And though, thank heaven, they still exist in Ammergau, you have not such an oversupply that you need repel those who would fain increase the little band. Believe me, I have lived in closer communion with my home in the outside world than if I had remained here and been swayed by the various opposing streams of our brothers' active lives. Do you know where the idea of the Passion Play reveals itself in its full beauty? Not here in Ammergau but in the world outside, as the gas does not give its light where it is prepared, but at a distance. Therefore, I think you ought not to measure a son of Ammergau's claim according to the time he has spent here, but according to the feeling he cherishes for Ammergau, and in this sense even the stranger may be a better representative of Ammergau than the natives of the village themselves. Yes, Freyer, you are right, but _1_Frank word deserves another. You have surprised and touched me, but although I am compelled to make many concessions to circumstances and the spirit of the times, which are in contradiction to my own views and involve me in conflicts with myself, of which you younger men probably have no idea, nothing in the world will induce me to be faithless to my principles in matters connected with the passion. Forgive the harsh words, Freyr, but I must say it, your actions do not agree with the principles you have just uttered, and you cannot make this contradiction appear plausible to anyone. Who will credit the sincerity of your moral rigor after you have lived 9 years in an equivocal relation with the lady with whom you left us? Freyr, a man who has done that can no longer personate the Christ. Freyr stood silent as a statue. The burgomaster held out his hand. You see that I cannot act otherwise, do you not? Rather let the play die out utterly than a Christus on whom rests a stain. So long as you cannot vindicate yourself, Freyr drew himself proudly, and that I will never do. You must renounce it. Yes, I must renounce it. Farewell, Herr Burgomaster. Freyr bowed and left the room. He was paler than when he entered, but no sound betrayed the mortal anguish gnawing at his heart. The burgomaster, too, was painfully moved. His poor head was burning. He was sorry for Freyr, but he could not do otherwise. Just as Freyr reached the door, a man hurried in with a letter. Freyr recognized the large, well-known chirography on the envelope as he passed Countess Wildenau's handwriting. His brain reeled, and he was compelled to cling to the doorpost. The burgomaster noticed it. Please sit down a moment. Herr Freyr, the letter is addressed to me, but will probably concern you. The man retired. Freyr stood irresolute. The burgomaster read the contents of the note at a glance, then handed it to Freyr. Thank you, I do not read letters which are not directed to me. Very well, then I must tell you. The Countess Wildenau, not having your address, requests me to take charge of a considerable sum of money, which I am to invest for you in landed property or in stocks, according to my own judgment. You were not to hear of it until the gift had been legally attested. But I deem it my duty to inform you of this. Freyr stood calmly before him, with a clear, steadfast gaze. I cannot be forced to accept a gift if I do not desire it, can I? Certainly not. Then please write to the Countess that I can accept neither gifts nor any kind of assistance from strangers, and that you, as well as I, will positively decline every attempt to show her generosity in this way. Freyr, cried the burgomaster, will you not some day repent the pride which rejects a fortune thus flung into your lap? I am not proud. I begged my bread on my way here, Herr Burgomaster, and if there were no other means of livelihood, I would not be ashamed to accept the crust the poorest man would share with me, but from Countess Wildenau I will receive nothing. I would rather starve. The burgomaster sprang from his chair and approached him. His gaunt figure was trembling with emotion, his weary eyes flashed with enthusiasm. He extended his arms. Freyr, now you belong to us once more. Now you shall again play the Christus. Silently, in unutterable, mournful happiness, Freyr sank upon the burgomaster's breast. His home was appeased. Chapter 34. At Dasenberger's grave. It was high noon. The children were at school, the grown people had gone to their work. The village was silent, and no one stopped Freyr as he hurried down the broad old Ossergasse, as the main street of the place was called, with its painted houses, toward the graveyard and the church. In the cemetery beside the church stands a simple monument with a bronze bust. An unlovely head with all sorts of lines, as if nature had intentionally given this soul an ugly husk, out of wrath that it was not to be hers, that she could not have as much power over it as over other dust-born mortals, for this soul belonged to heaven. Earth had no share in it. But no matter how nature strove to disfigure it, its pure beauty shone through the physical covering so radiantly that even mortal eyes perceived only the beauty and overlooked the ugliness. This soul, which might also be called the soul of Oberammergau, for it cherished the whole population of the village, lived for the people, gave them all and kept nothing for itself. This noble spirit, to whom the gratitude of the survivors, and they embraced the whole community, had created a monument, was Alois Dasenberger, the reformer of the Passion Play. It is a peculiar phenomenon that the people of Oberammergau, in contrast to all others, are grateful only for intellectual gifts, while they punish physical benefits with scorn. It offends their pride to be compelled to accept such trifling donations, and they cherish a suspicion that the donor may boast of his benefits. Whoever has not the self-denial to allay this suspicion by enduring all sorts of humiliations and affronts must not try to aid the Oberammergau villagers. He who has done any good deed has accomplished nothing not until he has atoned for it, as though it were something evil, does he lend it its proper value and appease the offended pride of the recipient. This was the case with Dasenberger. He bore with saintly patience all the angularities and oddities of these strange characters, and they honored him as a saint for it. He had the eye of genius for the natural talent, a heart for the sufferings, appreciation of the intellectual grandeur of these people. And he gave security for it, for no worldly honor, no bishopric which was offered could lure him away. What was it that outweighed everything with which church and government desired to honor him? Whoever stands in the quiet graveyard, fanned by the keen mountain air which brings from the village stray notes of a requiem, that is being practiced, surrounded by snow-clad mountain peaks gazing dreamily down on the little mound with its tiny cross, whoever gazes at the monument with its massive head, looking down upon the village from beneath a garland of fresh blue gentians, is overwhelmed by a mournful suspicion that here is concealed a secret in which a great intellect could find the satisfaction of its life. But it seems as if the key rested in Dasenberger's grave. To this grave Freyer hastened. The first errand of the returned personator of Christ was to his author. The solitary grave lay forgotten by the world. It is a genuine work of faith and love when the author vanishes in his creation and leaves the honor to God. The whole world flocks to the Passion Play, but no one thinks of him who created for it the form which renders it available for the present time. It is the Oberammergau, not the Dasenberger, Passion Play. He gave to the people of Ammergau not only his life and powers, but also that which a man is most loath to resign, his fame. He was one to whom earth could neither give anything, nor take anything away. Therefore there were few who visited his grave in the little Ammergau churchyard. The grace and beauty of his grand and noble artist's soul weave viewless garlands for it. Freyer knelt in mute devotion beside the grave and prayed, not for himself, not even for him who was one of the host of the blessed, but to him, that he might sanctify his people and strengthen them with the sacred earnestness of their task. The longer he gazed at the iron, yet gentle face, without seeing any change in the familiar features, which had once smiled so kindly at him when he uttered for the first time the words expelling the money changers from the temple, the greater became his grief. As if the soul of his people had died with Dasenberger, as if Ammergau were only a graveyard and he the sole mourner. Oh, great, noble soul, which had room for a world, and yet confined yourself to this narrow valley in order to create in it for us a world of love. Here lies your unworthy Christus, moistening with his tears the stone, which no angel will roll away, that we may touch your transfigured body, and say, "Give us thy spirit." Then, as if the metal mouth from which he implored an answer spoke with a brazen tongue, a bell echoed solemnly on the air. It was 12 o'clock. What the voice said could not be clothed in words. It had exhorted him when, in baptism, he was received into the covenant of him whom he was chosen to personate. It had consoled him when, a weeping boy, he followed his father's bier. It had threatened him when on Sunday with his schoolmates he pulled too violently at the bell rope. It had warned him when he had lingered high up on the peaks of the Kofel or Lauber searching for alpine roses, or, shouting exultantly, climbing after chamois. A smile flitted over his face as he thought of those days. And then that very bell had pealed resonantly, like a voice from another world, on the morning of the Passion, at the hour when he stood in the robes of the Christ behind the curtain with the others to repeat the Lord's Prayer before the performance, the lofty, fervent prayer that God would aid them, that all might go well for his honor. And again it had rung solemnly and sweetly, when he saw the beautiful woman praying at dawn in the garden to the imaginary God, which he was not underscore. Then it seemed as if the bell burst. There was a shrill discord, a keen pang through brain and heart. Oh, memory the past! Angel and fiend at once, why do you conjure up your visions before one dedicated to the cross and to death? Why do you rouse the longing for what is irrevocably lost? Freyer, groaning aloud, rested his damp brow against the cold stone, and the bronze bust, as if in pity, dropped a blue gentian from its garland on the penitent's head with a light touch, like a kiss from spirit lips. He took it and placed it in his pocketbook beside the child's fair curl, the only thing left him of all his vanished happiness. Then a hand was laid on his shoulder. "I thank you that this was your first visit." The sexton stood before him. "I see that you have remained a true son of Ammergau. May God be with you." Freyr's tears fell as he grasped the extended hand. "Oh, noble blood of Dasenberger, thank you 1,000 times. And you, true son of Ammergau, nephew of our dead guardian angel, tell me in his name, will you receive me again in your midst and in the sacred work?" "I do not know what you have done and experienced," said the sexton, gazing at him with his large, loyal brown eyes. "I only saw you at a distance, praying beside my uncle's grave, and I thought that whoever did that could not be lost to us. By this dear grave, I give you my hand. Will you work with me, live, and if need be die for the sacred will of this dead man, for our great task, as he cherished it in his heart?" "Yes, and amen. Then may God bless you." The two men looked earnestly and loyally into each other's eyes, and their hands clasped across the consecrated mound, as though taking an oath. Suddenly a woman, still beautiful though somewhat beyond youth, appeared, moving with dignified cordiality toward Freyr. "Good day, Herr Freyr. Do you remember me?" she said in a quiet, musical voice, holding out her hand. "Mary," cried Freyr, clasping it. "Anastasia, why should I not remember you? How do you do? But why do you call me Herr Freyr? Have we become strangers? I thought I ought not to use the old form of speech. You have been away so long," and she paused an instant, looking at him with a pitying glance, as if to say, "and are so unhappy." For delicate natures respect misfortune more than rank and wealth, and the sufferer is sacred to them. The sexton looked at the clock. "I must go. The vesper service begins again at 1 o'clock. Farewell till we meet again. Are you coming to the gymnasium this evening?" "Hardly. I am not very well. But we shall see each other soon. Are you married now?" "I have not asked." The sexton's face beamed with joy. "Yes, indeed, and well married. I have a good wife. You'll see her when you call on me." "A good wife, you are a happy man," said Freyr in a low tone. "She has a great deal to do just now for the little one." "Ah, you have a child, too. And such a beautiful one," added Anastasia. "A lovely little girl. She will be a Mary some day. But the sexton's wife is spoiling her. She hardly lets her out of her arms." "A good mother that must be beautiful," said Freyr, with a strange expression, as if speaking in a dream. Then he pressed his friend's hand and turned to go. "Will you not bid me good-bye, too?" asked Anastasia. The sexton sadly made a sign behind Freyr's back, as if to say, "He has suffered sorely," and went into his church. Freyr turned quickly. "Yes, I forgot, my Mary. I am rude, am I not?" "No, not rude, only unhappy," said Anastasia, while a pitying look rested upon his emaciated face. "Yes," replied Freyr, lowering his lids as if he did not wish her to read in his eyes _ unhappy. But she saw it nevertheless. For a time the couple stood beside Dasenberger's grave. "If he were only alive, he would know what would help you." Freyr shook his head. "If Christ himself should come from heaven, he could not help me, at least except through my faith in him." "Joseph, will you not go home with me? Look down yonder, there is my house. It is very pretty, come with me. I shall consider it an honor if you will stop there." She led the way. Freyr involuntarily followed, and they soon reached the little house. "Then you no longer live with your brother, the burgomaster?" "Oh, no. After I grew older, I longed for rest and solitude, and at my sister-in-law's there is always so much bustle on account of the shop, and the children, one hears so many painful things said." She paused in embarrassment. Then, opening the door into the little garden, they went to the rear of the house where they could sit on a bench undisturbed. "What you heard was undoubtedly about me, and you could not endure it. You faithful soul, was not that the reason you left your relatives and lived alone?" said Freyr, seating himself. "Be frank, were you not obliged to hear many things against me, till you at last doubted your old schoolmate?" "Yes, many evil things were said of you and the princess, but I never believed them. I do not know what happened, but whatever it was, you did nothing wrong. Mary, where did you obtain this confidence? Why, she answered smiling, surely I know my son and what mother would distrust her child. Freyr was deeply moved. Oh, you virgin mother. Marvel of heaven, when in the outside world a mother abandoned her own child, here a child was maturing into a mother for me, a mother who would have compassion on the deserted one. Mary, pure maidservant of God, how have I deserved this mercy? I always gave you a mother's love from the time we played together, and I have mourned for you as a mother all the 9 years. But I believed in you and hoped that you would someday return and close your old mother's eyes, and, though 20 years had passed, I should not have ceased to hope. I was right, and you have come. I would not let myself dream that I should ever play with you again in the passion, ever hold my Christus in my arms and support his weary head when he is taken down from the cross. That happiness transcends every other joy. True, I am an old maid now, and I wonder that they should let me take the part again. I am 39, you know, rather old for the Mary, yet I think it will be more natural, for Mary, too, was old when Christ was crucified. 39, and still unmarried, such a beautiful creature. How did that happen, Mary? She smiled. Oh, I did not wish to marry anyone. I could not care for anyone as I did for my Christus. Great heaven, is this on my conscience too? A whole life wasted in silent hope, love, and fidelity to me, smiling and unreproachful. This soul might have been mine. This flower bloomed for me in the quiet home valley, and I left it to wither while searing heart and brain in the outside world. Mary, I will not believe that you have lost your life for my Saki. You are still so beautiful. You will yet love and be happy at some good man's side. Oh no, what fancy have you taken into your head? That was over long ago, she answered gaily. I am a year older than you, too old for a woman. Look, when the hair is gray, one no longer thinks of marrying. And pushing back her thick brown hair from her temples, she showed beneath white locks as white as snow. Oh, you have grown gray, perhaps for me, he said, deeply moved. Yes, maternal cares age one early. He flung himself in the grass before her, unable to speak. She passed her hand gently over his bowed head. If my poor son had only returned a happy man, how my heart would have rejoiced. If you had brought back a dear wife from the city, I would have helped her, done the rough work to which she was not accustomed, and if you had had a child, how I would have watched and tended it. If it had been a boy, we would have trained him to be the Christus, would we not? Then for 20 years he could have played at your image. Freyr started as though the words had pierced his inmost soul. She did not suspect it, and went on, then perhaps the Christus might have descended from child to grandchild in your family. That would have been beautiful. He made no reply. A low sob escaped his breast. I have often imagined such things during the long years when I sat alone through the winter evenings. But unfortunately it has not resulted so. You return a poor, lonely man, and silver threads are shining in your hair too. When I look at them, I long to weep. What did those wicked strangers in the outside world do to you, my poor Joseph, that you are so pale and ill? It seems as if they had crucified you and taken you down from the cross ere life had wholly departed, and now you could neither live nor die, but moved about like one half dead. I fancy I can see your secret wounds, your poor heart pierced by the spear. Oh, my suffering child, rest your head once more on the knee of her who would give her heart's blood for you. She gently drew his head down and, placing one hand under it, like a soft cushion, lovingly stroked his forehead as if to wipe away the bloodstains of the crown of thorns, while tear after tear fell from her long lashes on her son, the son of a virgin mother. Silence reigned around them. There was a rustling sound above their heads, as if the wind was blowing through palms and cedars. A weeping willow spread its boughs above them, and, from the churchyard wall, the milkwort nodded a mute greeting from Golgotha. Chapter 35. The Watchword. While the lost son of Oberammergau was quietly and sadly permitting the miracle of his home to produce its effect upon him, and rising from one revelation to another along the steep path which again led him to the cross, the Countess was languishing in the oppressive atmosphere of the capital and its relations. 3 days had passed since the parting from Freyr, but she scarcely knew it. She lived behind her closed curtains and in the evening sat in the light of lamps subdued by opalescent shades, as if in a never-changing white night, in which there could be neither dusk nor dawn. And it was the same in her soul. Reason cold, joyless reason, with its calm, monotonous light, now ruled her. She had exhausted all the forces of grief in those farewell hours. For grief, too, is a force which can be exhausted, and then the soul will rest in indifference. Everything was now the same to her. The sacrifice and the cost of the sacrifice. What did the world contain that was worth trouble and anxiety? Nothing. Everything she had hoped for on earth had proved false and treacherous. Life had kept its promise to her in nothing. There was no happiness. Only he who had no desires was happy, a happiness no better than death. And she had not even reached that stage. She still wanted so many things: honor, power, beauty, and luxury, which only wealth procures, and therefore this also. Now she flung herself into the arms of beauty, seeking in it the divine, and the man who offered her his hand in aid would understand how to obtain for her, with taste and care, the last thing she expected from life: pleasure. Civilization had claimed her again. She was the woman of the century, a product of civilization. She desired nothing more. A marriage of convenience with a clever, aristocratic man, with whom she would become a patron of art and learning, a life of amusement and pleasurable occupation she now regarded as the normal one and the only one to be desired. While Freyr, among his own people, was returning to primitiveness and simplicity, she was constantly departing farther from it, repelled and terrified by the phenomena with which nature, battling for her eternal rights, confronted her. For nature is a tender mother only to him who deals honestly with her. Woe betide him who would trifle with her. She shows him her terrible earnestness. Only despise reason and learning, the highest powers of mankind. How often the Mephistopheles within her soul had jeeringly cried. Yes, he was right. She was punished for having despised and misunderstood the value of the work of civilization at which mankind had toiled for years. She would atone for it. She had turned in a circle, the will had almost crushed her, but at least she was glad to have reached the same spot whence she started 10 years ago. At least so she believed. In this mood the Duke found her on his return from Frankenberg. Good news, the danger is over. The old pastor was prudent enough to die with the secret, he cried, radiant with joy as he entered. Nothing was to be found. There is nothing in the church record. The Wildenaws have no proof and can do nothing unless her Freyr plays us a trick with the marriage certificate. That anxiety is needless, replied the Countess, taking from her writing table the little package containing Freyr's farewell note, the marriage certificate, and the account book. There, read it. Her face wore a strange expression as she handed it to him, a look as if she were accusing him of having tempted her to murder an innocent person. She was pale, and there was something hostile, reproachful, in her attitude. The Duke glanced through the papers. "This is strange," he said very gravely. "Is the man so great or so small?" "So great," she murmured under her breath. I should not have expected it of him. Is this no farce? Has he really gone?" "Yes. And here is something else." She gave him the burgomaster's letter. "This is the answer I received today to my offer to provide for Freyr's future." If this is really greatness, then, the prince drew a long breath as if he could not find the right word, then I don't know whether we have done right. The Countess felt as if a thunderbolt had struck her. Say that. The Duke rose and paced up and down the room. "I always tell the truth. If this man was capable of such an act, then I reproach myself, for he deserved better treatment than to be flung overboard in this way, and we have incurred a great responsibility." "Good heavens, and you say this now, when it is too late," groaned the unhappy woman. "Be calm. The fault is mine, not yours. I will assume the whole responsibility, but it oppresses me the more heavily because, ever since I went to Frankenberg, I have been haunted by the question whether this was really necessary. My object was first of all to save you. In this respect I have nothing for which to reproach myself. But I overestimated your danger and undervalued Freyr. I did not know him. Now that I do, my motive dissolves into nothing. He cast another glance at Freyr's farewell note and shook his head. It is hard to understand. What must it have cost thus at one blow to resign everything that was dear, give up without conditions the papers which at least would have made him a rich man, and all without one complaint, without any boastfulness, simply, naturally. Madeline, it is overwhelming. It is _shameful to us. The Countess covered her face. Both remained silent a long time. The Duke still gazed at the letter. Then, resting his head on his hand and looking fixedly into vacancy, he said, "There is a constraining power about this man, which draws us all into its spell and compels us not to fall behind him in generosity. But how is this to be done? He cannot be reached by ordinary means. I am beginning now to understand what bound you to him, and unfortunately I must admit that, with the knowledge, my guilt increases. My justification lay only in the misunderstanding of what now forces itself upon me as an undeniable fact, that Freyr was not so unworthy of you, Madeline, as I believed." He read the inscription on the little bank book, "To keep the graves of my dear ones," and was silent for a time as if something choked his utterance. How he must have suffered. "When I think how I love you, that you have never been mine, and he once called you his, resigned you, and went away, with death in his heart. Oh, you women! Madeline, how could you do this in cold blood? If it had been for love of me, but that illusion vanished long ago." Condemned by you," moaned the Countess in terror. "I do not condemn you, Madeline, I only marvel that you could do it, if you knew the man as he is." "I did not know him in this guise," said the Countess proudly. "But I will not be less honest than you, Duke. I am not sure that I could have done it, had I known him as I do now. The Duke passed his handkerchief across his brow, which was already somewhat bald. "One thing is certain, we owe the man some reparation. Something must be done." "What shall we do?" "He will refuse anything we offer, though it were myself. That is evident from the burgomaster's letter." She closed her eyes to keep back the tears. "All is vain. He can never forgive me." "No, he certainly cannot do that. But the man is worthy of having us fulfill the only wish he has expressed to you, and that is to defer our marriage until the first anguish of his grief has had time to pass away." The Countess drew a long breath, as if relieved of a heavy burden. "Duke, that is generous and noble. If you had been legally wedded and were obliged to be legally divorced, we could not be united in less than a year. Let us show the poor man the honor of regarding him as your lawfully wedded husband, and pay him the same consideration as if he were. That is all we can do for him at present, and I shall make it a point of honor to atone, by this sacrifice, in some degree for the heavy responsibility which is undeniably mine, and which, as an honest man, I neither can nor desire to conceal from myself." He went to her and held out his hand. "I see by your radiant eyes, Countess, that this does not cost you the sacrifice which it does me. I will not pretend to be more unselfish than I am, for I hope by means of it to gain in your esteem what I lose in happiness by this time of delay." He kissed her hand with a sorrowful expression which she had never seen in him before. "Permit me to take leave of you for today. I have an engagement with Prince Hohenheim. Tomorrow we will discuss the matter farther. _bonsoir_." The Countess was alone. An engagement with Prince Hohenheim. When had an engagement with anyone taken precedence of her? Duke Emile was using pretexts. She could not deceive herself. He was not really cold, but chilled. What a terrible reproach to her! What neither time, nor any of her great or trivial errors had accomplished, what had not happened even when she preferred a poor low-born man to the rich noble, occurred now, when she rejected the former for the latter. Many a person does not realize the strength of his own moral power, and how it will baffle the most crafty calculation. Every tragical result of a sin is merely the vengeance of these moral forces, which the criminal had undervalued when he planned the deed. This was the case with the Duke. He had advised a breach with Freyr, advised it with the unselfish intention of saving her, but when the Countess followed his advice, and he saw by Freyr's conduct a heart she had broken, he could not instantly love the woman who had been cruel enough to do an act which he could not pardon himself for having counseled. Madeline Wildenau suspected this. though not to its full extent. The Duke was far too chivalrous to think for a moment of breaking his plighted troth, or letting her believe that he repented it. But the delay which he proposed as an atonement to the man whom they had injured said enough. Must abandon her every bridge on which she stepped break? Had she lost by her act even the man of whom she was surer than of anything else in the world? How terrible then this deed must have been! Madeline von Wildenau blushed for herself. Yet as there are certain traits in feminine nature which are the last a woman gives up, she now hated Freyr, hated him from a spirit of contradiction to the Duke, who espoused his cause. And as the feminine nature desires above all things else that which is denied, she now longed to bind the Duke again because she felt the danger of losing him. The fugitive must be stopped. The sport might perhaps lend her charmless, wretched life a certain interest. An unsatisfactory one, it is true, for even if she won him again, what then? What would she have in him? Could he be anything more to her than a pleasant companion who would restore her lost power and position? She glanced at her mirror. It showed her a woman of 38, rouged to seem 10 years younger, but beneath this rouge were haggard cheeks. She could not conceal from herself that art would not suffice much longer. She had faded, her life was drawing toward evening, age spared no one. But when she no longer possessed youth and beauty, when the time came that only the moral value of existence remained, what would she have then? To what could she look back in? What find satisfaction? Peace? Society? It was always the same, with its good and evil qualities. To one who entered into an ethical relation with it, it contained besides its apparent superficiality boundless treasures and resources. The snow is hard enough to bear, people say in the mountains when, in the early spring, the loose masses have melted into a firm crust. Thus, under the various streams, now cold, now warm, the surface of society melts and forms that smooth icy rind of form over which the light foot glides carelessly, unconscious that beneath the thin surface are hidden depths in which the philosopher and psychologist find material enough for the study of a whole life. But when everything which could serve the purposes of amusement was exhausted, the Countess' interest in society also failed. Once before she had felt a loathing for it, when she was younger than now. How would it be when she was an old woman? The arts? Already their spell had been broken, and she had fled to nature, because she could no longer believe in their beautiful lies. The sciences? They were least suited to afford pleasure. Had she not grown so weary of her amateur toying with their serious investigations that she fled, longing for a revelation, to the childish miracles of Oberammergau? She was again, after the lapse of 10 years, standing in the selfsame spot, seeking her God as in the days when she fancied she had found his footprints. The trace proved elusive, and must she now begin again where 10 years before she ended in weariness and discontent? Must she, who imagined that she had embraced the true essence, return to searching, doubting? No, the flower cannot go back into the closed bud. The feeling which caused the disappointment impelled onward to truth. Love for God had once unfolded, and though the object proved deceptive, the feeling was true, and struggled to find its goal as persistently as the flower seeks the sun after it has long vanished behind clouds. But had she missed her way because she thought she had reached the goal too soon? She had followed the trace no longer, but left it in anger discouragement, at the first disappointment. What if the path which led her to Ammergau was the right one? And the guide along it had been sent by God? What if she had turned from the path because it was too long and toilsome, rejected the guide because he did not instantly bring God near to her impatient heart, and she must henceforth wander aimlessly without consolation or hope? And when the day of final settlement came, what imperishable goods would she possess? When the hour arrived which no mortal can escape, what could aid her in the last terror, save the consciousness of dwelling in the love of God, of going out of love to love, out of longing to fulfillment? She had rejected love, she had turned back in the path of longing and contented herself with earthly joys, and when she left the world she would have nothing, for the soul which does not seek will not find. A life which has not fulfilled its moral task is not finished only broken off. Death to it is merely destruction not completion. The miserable woman flung herself down before the mirror, which showed her the transitoriness of everything earthly and, for the first time in her life, looked the last question in the face and read no answer save despair. "Help my weakness, O God," she pleaded. "Help me upward to thee. Show me the way, send me an angel, or write thy will on the border of the clouds. Work a miracle, O Lord, for a despairing soul." Thus she awaited the announcement of the divine will in flaming characters and angel tongues, and did not notice that a poor little banished household sprite was standing beside her, gazing beseechingly at her with tearful eyes, because it had the word which would aid her. The watchword which she could find nowhere, only a simple phrase, underscore the fulfillment of duty, underscore yet, because it was as simple and unassuming as the genius which brought it, it remained unheeded by the proud, vain woman who, in her arrogance, spite of the humiliations she had endured, imagined that her salvation needed a messenger from heaven of apocalyptic form and power. Chapter 36. Memories. Amid conflicts such as those just described, the Countess lived, passing from one stage of development to another and unconsciously growing older, mentally maturing. Several weeks had now passed since her parting with Freyr, but the apathy with which, from that hour, she had regarded all external things still remained. She left the Duke to arrange the affair with the Wildenau's, which, a short time ago, she had considered of sufficient importance to sacrifice Freyr. She admired the Duke's tact and cleverness, but it seemed as if he were not acting for her but for some other person. When he brought the news that the Wildenau's, owing to the obstinacy of the witness Martin, had given up their plan of a legal prosecution on the ground of Josepha's deposition, and were ready for an amicable settlement, she did not rejoice over anything save the old servant's fidelity. Everything else she accepted as a just recompense of fate in return for an unwarrantably high price she had paid. She was not annoyed because obliged to pay those whom she had injured a sum so large as considerably to lessen her income. She did not care for the result. Her father was now a dying man, and the vast sums he had used were again at her disposal. After all, what did it matter? If she married the Duke in a year, she would be obliged to give up the whole property. But need she marry him? If the Wildenau's could prove nothing against her? She sank into a dull reverie. But when the Duke mentioned the cousin's desire for the little hunting castle, life suddenly woke in her again. "Never, never," she cried, while a burning blush crimsoned her face. "Rather all my possessions than that." A flood of tears suddenly dissolved her unnatural torpor. "But, dearest Madeline, you will never live there again," said the Duke consolingly. "No, neither I nor any living mortal will enter it again. But, Duke, must I say it? There sleeps my child. There sleeps the dream of my heart. It is the mausoleum of my love. No, leave me that no stranger's foot must desecrate it. I will do anything, will give the Wildenau's twice, thrice as much. They may choose any of my estates, only not that one, and even if I marry you, when I must resign everything, I will ask you to buy it from my cousins, and you will not refuse my first request." The prince gazed at her long and earnestly. For the first time a ray of the old love shone in his eyes. "Do you know that I have never seen you so beautiful as at this moment? Now your own soul looks out from your eyes. Now I absolve you from everything. Forgive me, I was mistaken in you, but this impulse teaches me that you are still yourself. It does me good. Oh, Duke! There is little merit when the living was not allowed his rightful place to secure it to the dead. Well, it is at least an act of atonement. Madeline, there cannot be more joy in heaven over the sinner who repents than I felt just now at your words. Yes, my poor friend, you shall keep the scene of your happiness and your grief untouched. I will assure you of it, and will arrange it with the Wildenau's." "Duke! Oh, you are the best, the noblest of men," she exclaimed, smiling through her tears. "Do you know that I love you as I never did before? I thought it perfectly natural that you could not love me as you saw me during those days. I felt it, though you did not intend to let me see it." She had not meant to assume it, but these words expressed the charming artlessness which had formerly rendered her so irresistible, and the longer the Duke had missed it, the less he was armed against the spell. "Madeline," he held out his arms, and did she know how it happened? Was it gratitude, the wish to make at least _1 person happy. She threw herself on his breast for the first time. He held her in his embrace. Surely she was his betrothed bride. But she had not thought of what happened now. The Duke's lips sought hers. She could not resist. Like a girl of 16, he would have considered it foolish coquetry. So she was forced to submit. _Honi soit Kamal y pence. He murmured, kissing her brow, her hair and her lips. But when she felt his lips press hers, it suddenly seemed as though someone was saying dos beside her. _you. It was the word Freyr always uttered when he embraced her, as though he knew of nothing better or higher than that one word, in which he expressed the whole strength of his emotion. You echoed constantly in her ears with that sweet, wild fervor which seemed to threaten, the next instant you will be consumed in my ardor. Again he stood before her with his dark flaming eyes and the overwhelming earnestness of a mighty passion, which shadowed his pale brow as the approaching thunderstorm clouded the snow-clad peaks of his mountains. And she compared it with the light, easy tenderness, the _Honi soit Kamal y pence of the trained squire of dames who was pressing his first kiss upon her lips, and she loathed the stranger. She released herself with a sudden movement, approached the window and looked out. As she gazed, she fancied she saw the dark figure of the deserted one, illumined by the crimson glare of the forest conflagration, holding out his hand with a divinely royal gesture to raise and shelter her on his breast. Once more she beheld him gaze calmly down at the charred timber and heard him say smiling, "The wood was mine." Then she beheld in the distant east a sultry room, shaded by gay awnings, surrounded by rustling palm trees, which drew their sustenance from the soil on which the Redeemer's blood once flowed. He sat beside the bed of the mother of a newborn child, whispering sweet, earnest words, and the mother was she herself. The babe was his. Then she beheld this same man kneeling by the coffin of a child, the rigid, death-white face buried under his raven locks. It was the child born on the consecrated soil of the burning east, which she had left to pine in the cold breath of the western winter. She withdrew from it the mother heart, in which the tender plant of the south might have gained warmth. She had left that father's child to die. Yet he did not complain, uttered no reproach. He remained silent. She saw him become more and more solitary and silent. The manly beauty wasted, his strength failed at last. She saw him noiselessly cross the carpeted floor of this very room and close the door behind him, never to return. No, it could not be. All that had happened was false. Nothing was true save that he was the father of her child, her husband, and no one else could ever be that, even though she was separated from him forever. "Duke," she cried imploringly, "leave me to myself. I do not understand my own feelings. I feel as if arraigned before the judgment seat of God. Let me take counsel with my own heart. Forgive me, I am a variable, capricious woman, one mood today and another tomorrow. Have patience with me, I entreat you." The Duke looked gravely at her and answered, nodding, "I understand, or rather I am afraid to understand. Duke, I am not suited to marry. Let the elderly woman go her way alone. I believe I can never again be happy. I long only for rest and solitude. You need rest and composure. I will give you time and wait your decision, which can now be absolutely untrammeled, since your business affairs are settled and the peril is over. Do not be angry with me, Duke, and do not misunderstand me. Oh heaven, you might think that I had only given my promise in the dread of poverty and disgrace, and now that the peril was past, repented." The Duke hesitated a moment. Then he said in a low, firm tone, "Surely you know that I am the man of sober reason, who is surprised by nothing. Tout comprendre, c'est tout pardonner _. So act without regard to me, as your own feeling dictates." He held out his hand. "There was a time when I seriously believed that we might be happy together. That is now past. You will destroy no illusion if you assert the contrary." "Perhaps not even a sincere desire of the heart," replied the Countess, smiling. The Duke became deeply earnest. "That suggestion is out of place here. Am I to wound you from gallantry and increase the measure of your self-reproaches by showing you that I suffer? Or tell a falsehood to lessen your responsibility? We will let all that rest. If you want me, send for me. Meanwhile, as your faithful attorney, I will arrange the matter of the hunting castle. Duke, how petty I am in your presence, how noble you are. That is saying far too much, Countess. I am content if you can bear me witness that at least I have not made myself ridiculous. He left the room cold, courteous, stoical as ever. Madeline von Wildenau hurried to the window and flung it open. Pour in light and air, mighty consolers, ah, now I breathe, I live again. Once more she could freely show her face, had no occasion to conceal herself. The danger of a scandal was over, thanks to the lack of proof. She need no longer shun the Wildenau's. Old Martin was faithful, and her husband, the most dangerous witness, had gone, disappeared. Now she had nothing more to dread. She was free, mistress of her fortune, mistress of her will. She breathed once more as if newborn. Liberty, yes, this underscore was happiness. She believed that she had found it at last, and she would enjoy it. She need not reproach herself for breaking her troth to the prince. He had told her so. If thereby she could appease the avenging spirits of her deed to Freyr, they must have the sacrifice. True, to be reigning duchess of a country was a lofty position, but could she purchase it at the cost of being the wife of a man whom she did not love? Why not? Was she a child, a foolish girl? A crown was at stake, and should she allow sentimental scruples to force her to sacrifice it to the memory of an irrevocably lost happiness? She shook her head, as if she wanted to shake off a bandage. She was ill from the long days spent in darkness and confinement like a criminal. That was the cause of these whims. Up and out into the open air, where she would again find healthy blood and healthy thoughts. She rang the bell. A new servant appeared. My arrival can now be announced. Tell Martin to bring the carriage round. I will go to drive. Very well, Your Highness. She seemed to have escaped from a ban. She had never known liberty. Until she married the Count von Wildenau, she had been under the control of a governess. Then, in her marriage with the self-willed old man, she was a slave, and she had scarcely been a widow ere she forged new fetters for herself. Now, for the first time, she could taste liberty. The decision was not pressing. The cool stoic who had waited so long would not lose patience at the last moment, so she could still do what she would. So the heart, struggling against the unloved husband, deceived the ambitious, calculating reason which aspired to a crown. The carriage drove up. It was delightful to hear a pair of spirited horses stamping before a handsome equipage, to be assisted to enter by a liveried servant, and to be able to say, "This is yours once more." The only shadow which disturbed her was that on Martin's face, a shadow resting there since she had last visited her castle of the Sleeping Beauty. She well knew for whom the old man was grieving. It was a perpetual reproach, and she avoided talking with him from a certain sense of diffidence. She could justify herself to the keen intelligence of the Duke, to the simplicity of this plain man she could not. She felt it. It was a delightful May evening. A sea of warm air and spring perfumes surrounded her, and crowds thronged the streets, enjoying the evening, after their toilsome work, as if they had just waked from their winter sleep. On the corners groups paused before huge placards which they eagerly studied, one pushing another away. What could it be? Then old Martin, as if intentionally, drove close to the sidewalk, where the people stood in line out to the street before those posters. There was a little movement in the throng. People turned to look at the splendid equipage, thus leaving the placard exposed. The Countess read it. The blood congealed in her veins. There, in large letters, stood the words, Oberammergau Passion Play. What did it mean? She leaned back in the carriage, feeling as if she must shriek aloud with homesickness, with agonized longing for those vanished days of a great blissful delusion. Again she beheld the marvelous play. Again the divine sufferer appeared to the world. The mere name on that wretched placard was already exerting its spell, for the pedestrians, pausing on their errands, stopped before it by hundreds, as if they had never read the words Passion Play before. And the man who helped create this miracle, to which a world was again devoutly pilgrimaging, had been clasped in her arms, had loved her, been loyally devoted to her alone, and she had disdained him. Now he was again bringing the salvation of the divine word and miracle. She alone was shut out. She had forfeited it by her own fault. She was as in his wonderful gift of divination. He had once said one of the foolish virgins who had burned her oil, and now the heavenly bridegroom was coming, but she stood alone in the darkness, while the others were reveling at the banquet. The rattle of wheels and the trampling of the crowds about her were deafening, and it was fortunate, for, in the confused uproar, the cry which escaped the tortured heart of the proud lady in the coronet carriage died away unheard. Lilacs and roses, why do you send forth so intoxicating a fragrance? Why do you still bloom? Can you have the heart to smile at a world in which there is such anguish? But lilacs, roses, and a beautiful mason laughed on. The world was devoutly preparing for the great pilgrimage to Oberammergau. She only was exiled and returned to her stone palace, alone, hopeless, with infinite desolation in her heart. A note from the Duke awaited her. He took his leave for a few weeks in order to give her time to understand her own heart clearly. Now she was utterly alone. Chapter 37. The measure is full. From that day the Countess showed an unwonted degree of interest in the newspapers. The first question when she waked in the morning was for the papers. But the maid noticed that she opened only the pages containing the reports from Oberammergau. "Your Highness seems to be very much interested in the Passion Play," the woman ventured to remark. The Countess blushed, and her yes was so curt and repellent that the maid was alarmed at her own presumption. One thing, however, was certain: her mistress, after reading these reports, always looked pale and worn. And in truth the unhappy woman, while reading the descriptions of this year's performances, felt as if she were drinking a cup of wormwood drop by drop. Freyr's name was echoing throughout the world. Not only did the daily press occupy itself with him, but grave men, aesthetes of high rank, found his acting so interesting that they wrote pamphlets about it and made it the subject of scientific treatises. The Countess read them all. Freyr was described as the type in which art, nature, and religion joined hands in the utmost harmony. As he himself stands above the laws of theatrical routine, he raises us far above what we term stage effect, as it were into a loftier sphere. He does not act, he is the Christ. The power of his glance, the spirituality of the whole figure, and an indefinable spell of the noblest sorrow which pervades his whole person, are things which cannot be counterfeited, which are no play, but truth. We believe what he says, because we feel that this man's soul does not belong to this world, that its own individual life has entered into his part. Because he thinks, feels, and lives not as Joseph Freyr, but as the Christus is the source of the impression which borders upon the supernatural. Madeline von Wildenau had just read these words, which cut her to the heart. When strangers, critics, men said such things, surely she had no cause to be ashamed. Who would reproach her, a weak, enthusiastic woman, for yielding to this spell? Surely no one. Rather, she would be blamed for not having arrested the charm, for having, with a profane hand, destroyed the marvel that approached her, favoring her above the thousands who gazed at it in devout reverence. She leaned her head on her hand and gazed mournfully out of the window at which she sat. They had now been playing 6 weeks in Oberammergau. It was June. The gardens of the opposite palace were in their fullest leafage, and the birds singing in the trees lured her out. Her eyes followed a little swallow flying toward the mountains. "Oh, mountain air and blue gentian's earthly paradise," she sighed. What was she doing here in the hot city when all were flying to the mountains? She saw no society, and the Duke had gone away. She, too, ought to have left long before. But where should she go? She could not visit Oberammergau, and she cared for no other spot. It seemed as though the whole world contained no other place of abode than this one village, with its gay little houses and low windows, as if in all the world there were no mountains, and no mountain air save in Ammergau. A few burning tears ran down her cheeks. Doubtless there was mountain air, there were mountain peaks higher, more beautiful than in Ammergau, but nowhere else could be found the same capacity for enjoying the magnificence of nature. Everywhere there is a church, a religion, but nowhere so religious an atmosphere as there. Oh, my lost paradise, my soul greets you with all the anguish of the exiled mother of my sex and my sin, she sighed. And yet, what was Eve's sin to hers? Eve at least atoned in love and faith with the man whom she tempted to sin. Therefore God could forgive her and send to the race, which sprung from her fall, a messenger of reconciliation. Eve was a wife and a mother. But what was she? Not even that. She had abandoned her husband and lived in splendor and luxury while he grieved alone. She had given him only one child, and even to that had acted no mother's part, and finally had thrust him out into poverty and sorrow, and led a life of wealth and leisure, while he earned his bread by the sweat of his brow. No, the mother of sin was a martyr compared to her, a martyr to the nature which she denied, and therefore she was shut out from the bond of peace and pity which Eve's atonement secured. Someone knocked. The Countess started from her reverie. The servant announced that His Highness' nurses had sent for her. They thought death was near. "I will come at once," she answered. The prince lived near the Wildenau Palace, and she reached him in a few minutes. The sick man's mind was clearer than it had been for several months. The watery effusions in the brain which had clouded his consciousness had been temporarily absorbed, and he could control his thoughts. For the first time he held out his hand to his daughter. "Are you there, my child?" It touched her strangely, and she knelt by his side. "Yes, father." He stroked her hair with a kindly, though dull expression. "Are you well?" "In body, yes, papa. I thank you. Are you happy?" The Countess, who had never in her life perceived any token of paternal affection in his manner, was deeply moved by this first sign of affection in the hour of parting. She strove to find some soothing reply which would not be false and yet satisfy his feeble reasoning powers, but he had again forgotten the question. "Are you married?" he asked again, as if he had been absent a long time and saw his daughter today for the first time. The nurses withdrew into the next room. The father and daughter were alone. Meantime his memory seemed to be following some clue. "Where is your husband?" "Which one?" asked the Countess, greatly agitated. "Wildenau." No, the other one. Let him come." He put out his hand gropingly, as if he expected someone to clasp it. "Say farewell, father," sobbed the Countess, laying the seeking hand gently back on the coverlet. "He cannot bid you farewell. He is not here." "Why not?" "I should have been glad to see him, son-in-law, grandson, no one here." "Father, poor father." The Countess could say no more. Laying her head on the side of her father's bed, she wept bitterly. Murmured the invalid, and a glance of intelligence suddenly flashed from his dull eyes at his daughter. "My child, are you weeping?" He reflected a short time, then his mind seemed to grow clear again. "Oh yes. No one must know. Foolish weaknesses. Tell him I sincerely ask his pardon. He must forgive me. Prejudiced, old. I am very sorry. Can't you send for him?" "Oh, papa, I would gladly bring him, but it is too late, he has gone away." Then I shall not see him again. I am near my end." The Countess could not speak, but pressed her lips to her father's cold hand. "Don't grieve, you will lose nothing in me. Be happy. I spend a great deal of money for you women, gaming, dinners. What value are they all?" He made a gesture of loathing. "What are they now?" A chill ran through his veins, and his breath grew short and labored. "I'm curious to see how it looks up there." He pondered for a time. "If you knew of any sensible pastor, you might send for him. Such men often know something." "Certainly, father." The Countess hurried into the next room and ordered a priest to be sent for to give extreme unction. "You wish to confess and take the communion too, do you not, papa?" "Why, yes. One doesn't wish to take the old rubbish when starting on the great journey. We don't carry our soiled linen with us when we travel. I have much on my conscience, Magdalena, my child, most of all, sins committed against you. Don't bear your foolish old father ill will for it." "No, father, I swear it by the memory of this hour." "And your husband," he shook his head, "he is not here. It's a pity." Then he said no more, but lay quietly, absorbed in his own thoughts, till the priest came. Madeline withdrew during the confession. What was passing in her mind during that hour she herself could not understand. She only knew that her father's inquiry in his dying hour for his despised, disowned son-in-law was the keenest reproach which had been addressed to her. The sacred ceremony was over, and the priest had left the house. The sick man lay with a calm, pleasant expression on his face, which had never rested there before. Madeline sat down by the bed and took his hand. He gratefully returned her gentle pressure. "How do you feel, dear father?" she asked gently. "Very comfortable, dear child. Have you made your peace with God?" "I hope so, my child. So far as he will be gracious to an old sinner like me." He raised his eyes with an earnest, trustful look, then a long agonizing death struggle came on. But he held his daughter's hand firmly in his own, and she spent the whole night at his bedside without stirring, resolute and faithful, the first fulfillment of duty in her whole life. The struggle continued until the next noon ere the daughter could close her father's eyes. A number of pressing business matters were now to be arranged, which detained her in the house of mourning until the evening, and made her sorely miss her thoughtful friend, the Duke. At last, at 9 o'clock, she returned to her palace, wearied almost unto death. The footman handed her a card. "The gentleman has been here twice today, and wished to see your highness, on very urgent business. He was going to leave by the last train, but decided to stay in order to see you. He will try again after 9 o'clock. The Countess carried the card to the gas jet and read, "Ludwig Gross, drawing teacher." Her hand trembled so violently that she almost dropped it. "When the gentleman comes, admit him." She was obliged to cling to the balustrade as she went upstairs. She was so giddy. Scarcely had she reached her boudoir when she heard the lower bell ring, then footsteps. A familiar voice. Someone knocked as he had done 10 years ago in the Gross house. But the man whom he then brought, nothing would ever bring again. She did not speak, her voice failed, but she opened the door herself. Ludwig Gross stood before her. Both gazed at each other a long time in silence. Both were struggling for composure and for words, and from the cheeks of both every drop of blood had vanished. The Countess held out her hand, but he did not seem to see it. She pointed to a chair and said in a hollow tone, "Sit down," at the same time sinking upon a divan opposite. "I will not disturb you long, your highness," Ludwig answered, seating himself a long distance off. "If you disturbed me, I should not have received you." Ludwig felt the reproof conveyed in the words for the hostility of his manner, but he could not help it. "Perhaps your highness remembers a certain Freyer?" "Herr Gross, that question is an insult, but I admit that, from your standpoint, you have a right to ask it. At any rate, Freyer did not commission you to do so." "No, Countess, for he does not know that I am here. If he did, he would have prevented it. I beg your pardon if I perform my mission somewhat clumsily. I know it is unseemly to meddle with relations of which one is ignorant, for Freyer's reserve allowed me no insight into these. But here there is danger in delay, and where a human life is at stake, every other consideration must be silent. I have never been able to learn any particulars from Freyer. I only know that he was away 9 years, as it was rumored, with you, and that he returned a beggar. That, Herr Gross, is no fault of mine. Not that, Countess, but it must be your fault alone which has caused relations so unnatural that Freyer was ashamed to accept from you even the well-earned payment for his labor. You are right there, Herr Gross. And that would be the least, Countess, but he has returned, not only a beggar, but a lost man." "Ludwig." "Yes, Countess. That is the reason I determined, after consulting with the burgomaster, to come here and talk with you, if you will allow it. Speak, for heaven's sake, what has befallen him?" "Freyer is ill, Countess." "But how can that be? He is acting the Christus every week and delighting the world." "Yes, that is just it. He acts as a candle burns down while it shines. It is no longer the phosphorescence of genius. It is a light which feeds on his own life and consumes it. Merciful God. And he wishes to die. That is unmistakable. That is why it is so hard to aid him. He will heed no counsel, follow no advice of the physician, do nothing which might benefit him. Now matters have gone so far that the doctor told us yesterday he might fall dead upon the stage at any hour, and we ought not to allow him to go on playing. But he cannot be prevented. He desires nothing more than death." "What is the matter?" asked the pale lips of the Countess. "A severe case of heart disease, Countess, which might be arrested for several years by means of careful nursing, perfect rest, and strengthening food. but he has no means to obtain the better nourishment his condition requires, because he is too proud to be a burden on anyone, and he lacks the ease of mind necessary to relieve his heart. Nursing is out of the question. He occupies, having given his own home to the poor when he left Oberammergau, as you know, a miserable, damp room in a wretched tavern, just outside the village, and wanders about the mountains day and night. Of course, speedy death is inevitable, hastened, moreover, by the exertions demanded by his part. Ludwig Gross rose. I do not know how you estimate the value of a poor man's life, Countess, he said bitterly. I have merely done my duty by informing you of my friend's condition. The rest I must leave to you. Great heaven! What shall I do? He rejects everything I offer. Perhaps you do not know that I gave him a fortune and he refused it. Ludwig Gross fixed an annihilating glance upon her. If you know no other way of rendering aid here save by _money I have nothing more to say. He bowed slightly and left the room without waiting for an answer. Ludwig, she called, hear me. He had gone. He was right. Did she deserve anything better? No, no. She stood in the middle of the room a moment as if dazed. Her heart throbbed almost to bursting. Has it gone so far? I have left the man from whose lips I drew the last breath of life to starve and languish. I allowed the heart on which I have so often rested to pine within dark, gloomy walls, bleed and break in silent suffering. Murderess, did you hear it? He is lost, through your sin. Oh, God, where is the crime which I have not committed? Where is there a more miserable creature? I have murdered the most innocent, misunderstood the noblest, repulsed the most faithful, abused the most sacred, and for what? She sank prostrate. The measure was full, was running over. The angel with the cup of wormwood had overtaken her, as Freyer had prophesied, and was holding to her lips the bitter chalice of her own guilt, which she must drain, drop by drop. But now this guilt had matured, grown to its full size, and stood before her, grinning at her with the jeer of madness. Wings, oh God, lend me wings. While I am doubting and despairing here, it may be too late. The terrible thing may have happened. He may have died, unreconciled, with the awful reproach in his heart. Wings, wings, oh God. She started up and flew to the bell with the speed of thought. Send for the head groom at once. Then she hurried into the chamber, where the maid was arranging her garments for the night. Pack as quickly as possible whatever I shall need for a journey of 2 or 3 days or weeks. I don't know myself. Evening or street costumes? Asked the maid, startled by her mistress' appearance. Street dresses. Meantime the head groom had come. She hastened into the boudoir. Have relays of horses saddled and sent forward at once. It is after 10 o'clock. There is no train to Weilheim, but I must reach Oberammergau tonight. Martin is to drive. Send on 4 relays. I will give you 4 hours start. The men must be off within 10 minutes. I will go at 2 o'clock. I shall arrive there at 7. Your Excellency, that is scarcely possible, the man ventured to say. I did not ask whether it was possible. I told you that it must be done, if it kills all my horses. Quick, rouse the whole stable. Everyone must help. I shall wait at the window until I see the men ride away. The man bowed silently. He knew that opposition was futile, but he muttered under his breath, to ruin 6 of her best horses in one night just for the sake of that man in Oberammergau, she ought to be put under guardianship. The courtyard was instantly astir. Men were shouting and running to and fro. The stable doors were thrown open, lanterns flashed hither and thither, the trampling and neighing of horses were heard, the noise and haste seemed as if the wild huntsman was setting off on his terrible ride through the starless night. The Countess stood, watch in hand, at the lighted window, and the figure of their mistress above spurred every one to the utmost haste. In a few minutes the horses for the relays were saddled and the grooms rode out of the courtyard. The Victoria with the pair of blacks must be ready at 2, the head groom said to old Martin. You must keep a sharp lookout. I don't see how you will manage those fiery creatures in that light carriage. The Countess heard it at the window, but she paid no heed. If only she could fly there with the light carriage, the fiery horses, as her heart desired. Forward was her only thought. Must I go, too? Asked the maid, pale with fright. No, I shall need no one. The Countess now shut the windows and went to her writing desk, for there was much to be done within the few short hours. Her father's funeral, sending the announcements, all these things must now be entrusted to others, and a representative must be found among the relatives to fill her own place. She assigned as a pretext the necessity of taking a short journey for a day or two, adding that she did not yet know whether she could return in time for the funeral of the prince. Her pen fairly flew over the paper, and she finally wrote a brief note to the Duke, in which she told him nothing except her father's death. The 4 hours slipped rapidly away, and as the clock struck 2, the Victoria drove to the door. The Countess was already standing there. The lamps at the entrance shone brightly, but even brighter was old Martin's face, as he curbed the spirited animals with a firm hand. "To Oberammergau, Martin," said the Countess significantly as she entered the equipage. "Hi, but I'll drive now," cried the old man, joyously, not suspecting the sorrowful state of affairs, and off dashed the steeds as though spurred by their mistress' fears, while guilt and remorse accompanied her with the heavy flight of destiny. Chapter 38. On the way to the cross. It was Sunday. Again the throngs surged around the Passion Theatre, more devout, more numerous than ever. Slowly, as if his feet could scarcely support him, a tall figure, strangely like one who no longer belongs to the number of the living, tottered through the crowd to the door of the dressing-room, while all reverently made way for him. Yet everyone perceived that it must be the Christus. Whoever met his eye shuddered, as if the incarnation of woe had passed, as if he had seen the face of the god of sorrow. 8 o'clock had struck, the cannon had announced the commencement of the play, the waiting throng pressed in, crowding each other, and the doors were closed. Outside of the theater it was silent and empty. The carriages had driven away. The people who could get no tickets had dispersed. Only the vendors of photographs and eatables still sat in their booths, listening idly and sleepily to the notes of the music, which came in subdued tones through the board partition. Suddenly the ground trembled slightly under the wheels of a carriage driven at furious speed. A pair of horses covered with foam appeared in the distance. In a few seconds, a dusty Victoria stopped before the Passion Theatre. "STSD," said one of the box tenders, appearing at the top of the stairs and hurrying down to prevent farther disturbance. "Can I get a ticket?" asked the lady in the carriage. "I am very sorry, but unfortunately every seat is filled." "Oh, heaven. I lost an hour. One of the horses met with an accident. I have driven all night. I beg you, I must get in." The box tender shrugged his shoulders. "Unfortunately, it is impossible," he said with an offensively lofty manner. "I am not accustomed to find anything which I desire impossible, so far as it depends upon human beings to fulfill it," she answered haughtily. "I will pay any price, no matter whether it is 1,000 marks, more or less, if you will get me even the poorest seat within the walls." "It is not a question of price," was the smiling answer. "If we had the smallest space, we could have disposed of it 100 times over today." "Then take me on the stage." "Oh, it is no use to speak of that. No matter who might come, no one is allowed there." "Then announce me to the burgomaster. I will give you my card." "I am very sorry, but I have no admittance to the stage during the performance. In the long intermission at 12 o'clock you might be announced, but not before." The Countess' heart throbbed faster and faster. She could hear the notes of the music, she fancied she could distinguish the different voices, yet she was not permitted to enter. Now came the shouts of "Hosanna!" Yes, distinctly that was the entry into Jerusalem. Those were the exulting throngs who attended him. If she could only look through a chink. Now it was still then a voice. She would recognize those tones among thousands. A draught of air bore them to her through the cracks in the walls. Yes, that was he. A tremor ran through every limb. He was speaking. The world hung on his lips. Joy was in every eye, comfort in every heart. Within was salvation, and she must stand without and could not go to her own husband. But he was not her husband. That had been her own wish. Now it was granted. The foolish virgin outside the door burst into tears like a child. The man who had just refused her request so coldly pitied her. "If I only knew how to help you, I would do so gladly," he said thoughtfully. "I'll tell you. If it is so important, come during the intermission, but on __foot__, Without attracting attention, to the rear entrance of the stage then I'll try to smuggle you in, even if it is only into the passage for the chorus. Oh, sir, I thank you, said the Countess with the look which a lost soul might give to the angel who opened the gates of paradise. I will be there punctually at 12. Don't you think I might speak to her Freyer during the intermission? She asked timidly. A smile of sorrowful pity flitted over the man's face. Oh, he speaks to no one. We are rejoiced every time that he is able to get through the performance. Alas, is he so ill? Yes, replied the man in a tone very low as if he feared the very air might hear. Very ill. Then he went up the stairs again to his post. Where shall we drive now? Asked Martin. The Countess was obliged to reflect a short time ere she answered. I think it would be best to try to find a lodging somewhere, she said. Hesitatingly, still listening to the sounds from the theater to learn what was passing within, what scene they were playing, who was speaking. Drive slowly, Martin, she begged. She was in no hurry now. Stop, she called as Martin started. She had just heard a voice that sounded like _his_. Martin made the horses move very slowly as he drove on. Thus, at the most tardy pace, they passed around the Passion Theatre and then in the opposite direction toward the village. At the exit from the square an official notification was posted. No Monday performances will be given hereafter. Her Freyer's health will not permit him to play 2 days in succession. The Countess pressed her clasped hands upon her quivering heart. Bear it, it must be borne, it is your own fault, now suffer. A stranger in a private carriage, who was looking for lodgings on the day everybody else was going away, was a welcome apparition in the village. At every house to which she drove, the occupants who remained in it hastened to welcome her, but none of the rooms pleased her. For a moment she thought of going to the drawing master's, but there also the quarters were too low and narrow and she could not deceive herself. The tie between her and Ludwig Gross was sundered. He could not forgive what she had done to his friend. She avoided him as though he were her judge. And besides, she wanted quiet rooms, where an invalid could rest, and these were not easy to find now. At last she discovered them. A plain house, surrounded by foliage, in a secluded street, which had only 2 rooms on the ground floor, where they could live wholly unseen and unheard. They were plain apartments, but the ceilings were not too low, and the sunbeams shone through the chinks of the green shutters with a warm, yet subdued light. A peaceful, cheerful shelter. She hired them for an indefinite time, and quickly made an agreement with the elderly woman to whom they belonged. There was a little kitchen also, and the woman was willing to do the cooking. So for the next few days at least she had a comfortable home, and now would to heaven that she might not occupy it in despair. Well, now your highness is nicely settled, said old Martin, when the housewife opened the shutters, and he glanced down from his box into the pretty room. I should like such a little home myself. The Countess ordered the luggage to be brought in. Where shall I put up, your highness? Go to the old post house, Martin. Shan't I take you to the Passion Theatre? No, you heard that I must walk there. Martin shook his head. This seemed to him almost too humiliating to his proud mistress. But he did not venture to make any comment and drove off, pondering over his own thoughts. It was 9 o'clock. 3 hours before the long intermission. What might not happen during that time? Could she wait? Would not anxiety kill her or rob her of her senses? But nothing could be done. She must wait. She could not hasten the hour on which depended life and death, deliverance or doom. The nocturnal ride, the fright occasioned by the fiery horses which had upset the carriage and forced her to walk to the next relay, and thus lose a precious hour. Her agitation beside her father's sick bed now asserted themselves, and she lay down on one of the neat white beds in the room and used the time to rest and recover her strength a little. She was only a feeble woman, and the valiant spirit which had so long created its own law and battled for it was too powerful for a woman's feeble frame. It was fortunate that she was compelled to take this rest, or she would have succumbed. A restless slumber took possession of her at intervals, from which she started to look at the clock and mournfully convince herself that not more than 5 minutes had elapsed. The old woman brought in a cup of coffee, which she pressed upon her. No food had passed her lips since the day before, and the warm drink somewhat revived her. But the rapid throbbing of her heart soon prevented her remaining in bed, and rising, she busied herself a little in unpacking the first time in her life that she had ever performed such work. She remembered how she had wept 10 years ago in the gross house because she was left without a maid. At last the time of torture was over. The clock struck 11:45. She put on her hat, though it was still far too early, but she could not bear to stay in the room. She wished at least to be near the theater. When she reached the door, her breath failed, and she was obliged to stop and calm herself. Then, summoning all her courage, she raised her eyes to heaven and, murmuring, "In God's name," went to meet the terrible uncertainty. Now she repented that she did not use the carriage. She could scarcely move. It seemed at every step as if she were sinking into the earth. Instead of advancing, as if she should never reach the goal, as if the road stretched longer and longer before her. A burning noonday sun blazed down upon her head, the perspiration stood on her forehead and her lips were parched. Her feet were swollen and lame from the night watch at her father's bedside and the exhausting journey which had followed it. At last, with much effort, she reached the theater. The first part of the performance was just over. Throngs of people were pouring out of the sultry atmosphere into the open air and hurrying to get their dinners. But every face wore a look of the deepest emotion, and sorrow on every lip was the one word, Frere. The Countess stole through the throngs like a criminal, holding her sunshade lower and drawing her veil more closely over her face. Only let her escape recognition now, avoid meeting anyone who would speak to her. This was her mortal dread. If she could only render herself invisible. With the utmost exertion, she forced her way through, and now she could at least take breath after the stifling pressure. But everything around her was now so bare, she was so exposed. As she crossed the broad open space, she felt as though she were the target for every curious eye among the spectators. She clenched her teeth in her embarrassment. It was fairly running the gauntlet. She could no longer think or feel anything except a desire that the earth would swallow her. At last, tottering, trembling, almost overcome by heat and haste, she reached the welcome shade on the northern side of the theater and stopped. This was her goal. Leaning against the wall, she half concealed herself behind a post at the door. Women carrying baskets passed her. They were admitted because they were bringing their husbands food. They glanced curiously at the dusty stranger leaning wearily behind the door. Who can she be? Somebody who isn't quite right, that's certain. The tortured woman read this query on every face. Here, too, she was in a pillory. Oh, power and rank before the wooden fence surrounding the great drama of Christian thought. You crumble and are nothing save what you are in and through love. The Countess Wildenau waited humbly at the door of the Passion Theatre until the compassionate box opener should come to admit her. How long she stood there she did not know. Burning drops fell from brow and eyes, but she endured it like a suffering penitent. This was her way to the cross. The clock struck 1. The flood was surging back from the village. "Oh God, save me," she prayed, trembling. Her agony had reached its height. But now the man could not come until everyone was seated. And Frere, what was he doing in his dressing room, which she knew he never left during an intermission? Was he resting or eating some strengthening food? Probably one of the women who passed had taken him something. She envied the poor women with their baskets because they were permitted to do their duty. Then she scarcely dared to believe it. The box opener came running out. "I've kept you waiting a long time, haven't I? But everyone has had his hands full. Now come quick." He slipped stealthily forward, beckoning to her to follow, and led her through byways and dark corners, often concealing her with his own person when anyone approached. The signal for raising the curtain was given just as they reached a hidden corner in the proscenium, where the chorus entered. "Sit down there on the stool," he whispered. "You can't see much, it is true, but you can hear everything. It's not a good place, yet it's better than nothing." "Certainly," replied the Countess, breathlessly. She could not see, coming from the bright sunshine into the dusky space. She sank half fainting on the stool to which he pointed. She was on the stage of the Passion, near Frere. True, she said to herself, that he must not be permitted to suspect it, lest he should be unable to finish his task. but at least she was near him. Her fate was approaching its fulfillment. "You have done me a priceless service. I thank you." She pressed a bank note into the man's hand. "No, no, I did it gladly," he answered, noiselessly retreating. The exhausted woman closed her eyes and rested a few minutes from the torture she had endured. The chorus entered and opened the drama again. A tableau followed. Then the high priest and Annas appeared in the balcony of his house. Judas soon entered, but everything passed before her like a dream. She could not see what was occurring on her side of the stage. Thus lost in thought, she leaned back in her dark corner, forgetting the present in what the next hours would bring, failing to hear even the hosannas. But now a voice startled her from her torpor. "I spake openly to the world. I ever taught in the synagogue and in the temple." Merciful heaven, it was he. She could not see him, the side scenes concealed him, but what a feeling! His voice, which had so often spoken to her words of love, entreaty, warning, lastly of wrath and despair without heed from her, without waking an echo in her cold heart, now pealed like an angel's message into the dark corner where she sat concealed like a lost soul that had forfeited the sight of the Redeemer. She listened eagerly to the marvelous tones of the words no longer addressed to her while the speaker's face remained concealed, the face on which, in mortal dread, she might have read the runes engraved by pain and learned whether they meant life or death. And yet, at least she was near him, so near that she thought he must hear the throbbing of her own heart. Bear patiently. Do not disturb him in his sacred fulfillment of duty. It will soon be over. The play seemed endlessly long to her impatient heart. Christ was dragged from trial to trial. The mockery, the scourging, the condemnation, the tortured woman shared them all with him as she had done the first time, but today it was like a blind person. She had not yet succeeded in seeing him. He always stood so that she could never catch a glimpse of his face. Would he hold up? She fancied that his voice grew weaker hour by hour. And she dared not tend him, dared not offer him any strengthening drink, dared not wipe the moisture from his brow. She heard the audience weeping and sobbing. The scene of bearing the cross was at hand. The sky had darkened, and heavy sultry clouds hung low, forming natural soffits to the open front stage, as if heaven desired to conceal it from the curious gods, that they might not see what was passing today. Mary and John, the women of Jerusalem, and Simon of Cyrene assembled, waiting in anxious suspense for the coming of the Christ. Anastasia was again personating Mary. The Countess instantly recognized her pure, clear tones, and the meeting in the fields 10 years before came back to her mind not without a throb of jealous emotion. Now a movement among the audience announced the approach of the procession of the cross. This time the actors came from the opposite direction and upon the front stage. Every vein in her body was throbbing, her brain whirled. She struggled to maintain her composure. At last she was to see him for the first time. "It is he, O God, it is my son," cried Mary. Christ stepped upon the stage, laden with the cross. It was acting no longer, it was reality. His feet could scarcely support him under the burden. Panting for breath, he dragged himself to the proscenium. The Countess uttered a low cry of alarm. She fancied that she was looking into the eyes of a dying man, so ghastly was his appearance. But he had heard the exclamation and, raising his head, looked at her. His emaciated face quivered. He tottered. Fell he was obliged to fall. It was in his part. The Countess shuddered. It was too natural. "He can go no farther," said the executioner. "Here, strengthen yourself." The captain handed him the flask, but he did not take it. "You won't drink? Then drive him forward." The executioner shook him roughly, but Freyer did not stir. He ought not to move yet. Simon of Cyrene took the cross on his shoulders, and now the Christ should have risen, but he still lay prostrate. The cue was given. Repeated. A pause followed. A few of the calmer ones began to improvise. The man who was personating, the executioner, stooped and shook him. Another tried to raise him in vain. An uneasy movement ran through the audience. The actors gathered around and gazed at him. "He is dead. It has come upon us," ran in accents of horror from lip to lip. An indescribable confusion followed. The audience rose tumultuously from the seats. Caiaphas, the burgomaster, ordered in a low tone, "To the central stage, everyone. Quick," and then dropped the curtain. But no one heard him. He bent over the senseless figure. "It is only an attack of faintness," he called to the audience, but the excitement could no longer be allayed. All were pressing across the orchestra to the stage. The Countess could bear it no longer. Rank and station, the thousands of curious eyes to which she would expose herself were all forgotten. There is a cosmopolitanism which unites mortals in a common brotherhood more closely than anything else. A mutual sorrow. "Frere, Frere," she shrieked in tones that thrilled every nerve of the bystanders. "Do not die, oh, do not die." Rushing upon the stage, she threw herself on her knees beside the unconscious form. "Ladies and gentlemen, I must beg you to clear the stage," shouted Caiaphas to the throng, and turning to the Countess, whom he recognized, added, "Countess Wilden, I can permit no stranger to enter. I must beg you to withdraw." She drew herself up to her full height, composed and lofty. An indescribable dignity pervaded her whole bearing. "I have a right to be here. I am his wife." Chapter 39. Stations of Sorrow. I am his wife. Heaven and earth have heard it. She had conquered. The tremendous deed, fear of which had led her to the verge of crime, love had now done in a single moment, without conflict or delay. There was joy in heaven and on earth over the penitent sinner, and all the viewless powers which watch the way to the cross, wherever any human being treads it. All the angels, the guardian spirits of the now interrupted play, hastened to aid the new Magdalene, that she might climb the Mount of Calvary to the hill of Golgotha. And as if the heavenly hosts were rushing down to accompany this bearer of the cross, a gust of wind suddenly swept through the open space across the stage and over the audience, and the palms rustled in the breeze, the palaces of Jerusalem tottered, and the painted curtains swayed in the air. This one gust of wind had rent the threatening clouds so that the sun sent down a slanting brilliant ray like the dawn of light when chaos began to disappear. A light rain which, in the golden streaks, glittered like dusty pearls, fell, settling the dust and dispelling the sultriness of the parched earth. Silence had fallen upon the people on the stage and in the audience, and as a scorched flower thirstily expands to the cooling dew, the sick man's lips parted and eagerly inhaled the damp, refreshing air. "Oh, he lives," said the Countess in a tone as sweet as any mother ever murmured at the bedside of a child whom she had believed dead, any bride on the breast of her wounded lover. "He lives, oh, he lives," all the spectators repeated. Meanwhile the physician had come and examined the sufferer, who had been placed on a couch formed of cloaks and shawls. "It is a severe attack of heart disease. The patient must be taken to better lodgings than he has hitherto occupied. This condition needs the most careful nursing to avoid the danger. I have repeatedly called attention to it, but always in vain." "It will be different now, doctor," said the Countess. "I have already secured rooms, and begged to be allowed to move him there." The Countess, she suddenly heard a voice exclaim behind her, and when she glanced around, Ludwig Gross stood before her in speechless amazement. "Can it be? I have just arrived by the train from Munich, but I did not see, I suppose, so I drove here last night. But do not call me Countess any longer, Herr Gross, my name is Magdalena Frere." The drawing master made no reply, but knelt beside the sick man, who was beginning to breathe faintly, and bent over him a long time. "If only it is not too late," he muttered bitterly, still unappeased. The burgomaster approached the Countess and held out his hand, gazing into her eyes with deep emotion. "Such an act can never be too late. Even if it can no longer benefit the individual, it is still a contribution to the moral treasure of the world," he said consolingly. "I thank you." "You are very kind," she answered, tears springing to her eyes. A litter had now been obtained, and the physician ordered the sufferer to be lifted gently and laid upon it. "We will first take him to the dressing-room and give him some food before carrying him home." The Countess had mentioned the street. It is some little distance to the house. The command was obeyed, and the litter was carried to the dressing-room. The friends followed with the Countess. On the way a woman timidly joined her and gazed at her with large, sparkling eyes. "I don't know whether you remember me? I only wanted to tell you how glad I am that you are here." Oh, how well he has deserved it. Mary, said the Countess, shamed and overpowered by the charm of this most unselfish soul, clasping both her hands, Mary, Mother of God. And her head sank on her companion's virgin breast. Anastasia passed her arm affectionately around her and supported her as they moved on. Yes, we two must hold together, like Mary and Magdalene. We will aid each other. It is very hard, but our two saints had no easier lot. And if I can help in any way. They had reached the dressing room. The group paused. The Countess pressed Anastasia's hand. Yes, we will hold together, Mary. Then she hastened to her husband's side, but the doctor motioned to her to keep at a distance, that the sudden sight of her might not harm the sick man when he recovered his consciousness. He felt his pulse. Scarcely 50 beats. I must give an injection of ether. He drew the little apparatus from his pocket, thrust the needle into Freyr's arm, and injected a little of the stimulating fluid. The bystanders awaited the result in breathless suspense. Bring wine, eggs, bouillon, anything you can get, only something strong, which will increase the action of the heart. The drawing master hurried off. The pastor, who had just heard of the occurrence, now entered. Is the sacrament to be administered? He asked. No, there is no fear of so speedy an end, the physician answered. Rest is the most imperative necessity. The burgomaster led the pastor to the Countess. This is her Freyr's wife, who has just publicly acknowledged her marriage. He said in a low tone, Countess Wildenau. These are certainly remarkable events. Well, I can only hope that God will reward such love. The priest replied with delicate tact. You have made a great sacrifice, Countess. Oh, if you knew, she paused. Hark, he is recovering his consciousness. She clasped her hands and bent forward to listen. May God help us now. How do you feel, Herr Freyr? Asked the doctor. Tolerably well, doctor. Are you weeping, Mary? Did I frighten you? He beckoned to her, and she hastened to his side. The Countess' eyes grew dim as he whispered something to Anastasia. This was the torture of the damned. Mary might be near him, his first glance, his first words were hers, while she, his wife, stood banished at a distance. And she had made him suffer this torture for years without compassion. Oh, God, thou art just, and thy scales weigh exactly. But the all-wise Father does not only punish, he also shows mercy. Where is she? Anastasia repeated his words in a clear, joyous tone. You thought you saw her in the passage through which the chorus passed. Oh, you must have been mistaken, she added at a sign from the physician. Yes, you are right. How could she be there? It is impossible. The Countess tried to move forward, but the physician authoritatively stopped her. The burgomaster gently approached him. My dear Freyr, what could I do for you? Have you no wish? Nothing except to die. I would willingly have played until the end of the performances for your sake, but I am content. The drawing master brought in the food which the physician had ordered. The latter went to him with a glass of champagne. Drink this, Herr Freyr. It will do you good, and then you can eat something. But the sick man did not touch the glass. Oh no, I will take nothing more. Why not? You must eat something, or you will not recover. I cannot, certainly you can. Very well, will not. Freyr, cried Ludwig beseechingly, don't be obstinate. What fancy have you taken into your head? And he again vainly offered the strengthening draught. Shall I live if I drink it? Asked Freyr. Certainly, then I will not take it. Not even if I entreat you, Freyr? Asked the burgomaster. Oh, do not torture me, do not force me to live longer, pleaded Freyr with a heart-rending expression. If you knew what I have suffered, you would not grudge the release which God now sends me. I have vowed to be faithful to my duty until death, did I not, Sexton, on Dasenberger's grave? I have held out as long as I could, now let me die quietly. Oh, my friend, said the sexton, must we lose you? The strong man was weeping like a child. Live for _us if not for yourself. No, sexton, if God calls me, I must not linger, for I have still another duty. I have lived for you, I must die for another. But, Herr Freyr, said the pastor kindly, suppose that this other person should not be benefited by your death? Freyr looked as if he did not understand him. If this other of whom you speak had come to nurse and stay with you, the pastor continued. Freyr raised himself a little. A blissful presentiment flitted over his face like the coming of dawn. Suppose that your eyes did not deceive you, the burgomaster now added gently. Am I not dreaming? Was it true? Is it possible? If you don't excite yourself and will keep perfectly calm, said the physician, I will bring your wife. My wife? You are driving me mad. I have no wife. No wife you have no wife cried a voice as if from the depths of an ocean of love and anguish, as the unhappy woman who had forced her own husband to disown her sank sobbing before him. A cry, my dove, and his head drooped on her breast. A breathless silence pervaded the room. Everyone's hands were clasped in silent prayer. No one knew whether the moment was fraught with life or death. But it was to bring life, for the Christus must not die on the way to the cross, and Mary Magdalene must still climb to its foot, the last, steepest portion, that her destiny might be fulfilled. The husband and wife were whispering together. The others modestly drew back. And you wish to die? It was not enough that you vanished from my life like a shadow, you wish to go out of the world also, she sobbed. Do you believe that I could then find rest on earth or in heaven? Oh, dear one, I am happy. Let me die, I have prayed for it always. God has mercifully granted it. When I am out of the world you will be a widow, and can marry another without committing a sin. Oh, heaven, Joseph! I will marry no other, I love no one save you. He smiled mournfully. You love me now because I am dying. Had I lived, you would have gone onward in the path of sin and been lost. No, my child, I must die, that you may learn, by my little sacrifice, to understand the great atonement of Christ. I must sacrifice myself for you, as Christ sacrificed himself for the sins of mankind. Oh, that is not needed. God has taken the will for the deed, and given it the same power. Your lofty, patient suffering has conquered me. You need not die. I mistook you for what you were not, a god, and did not perceive what you were. Now I do know it. Forgive my folly. To save me you need be nothing save a man, a genuine, noble, lovable man. As you are, then no god will be required. Do you believe that? Freyr looked at her with a divine expression. Do you believe you could be content with a mortal man? No, my child, the same disappointment would follow as before. The flame that blazes within your soul does not feed upon earthly matter. You need a God, and your great heart will not rest until you have found him. Therefore be comforted. The false Christ will vanish, and the true one will rise from his grave. No, do not wrong me so, do not die, let me not atone for my sin to the dead, but to the living. Oh, do not be cruel, do not punish me so harshly. You are silent. You are growing paler still. You will go. And leave me standing alone halfway along the road, unable either to move forward or back. Joseph, I have broken every bond with the Duke, have cast aside everything which separated us, have become a poor, helpless woman, and you will abandon me now, when I have given you my whole existence, when I am nothing but your wife. Freyr raised himself. Give me the wine now, I long to live. A universal movement of delight ran through the group of friends, and the Countess held the foaming cup to his lips and supported his head with one hand, that he might drink. Then she gave him a little food and arranged him in a more comfortable position. Come, let your wife nurse you, she said so tenderly that all the listeners were touched. Then she laid a cooling bandage on his brow. Ah, that does me good, he said, but his eyes rested steadily on hers, and he seemed to be alluding to something other than the external remedies, though these quickly produced their effect. His breathing gradually became more regular, his eyes closed. Weakness asserted itself, but he slept soundly and quietly. The physician withdrew to soothe the strangers waiting outside by an encouraging report. Only Freyr's friends and the pastor remained. The Countess rose from beside the sleeper's couch and stretched her arms towards heaven. Lend him to me, merciful God. I have forfeited my right to him, I say it in the presence of all these witnesses, but be merciful and lend him to me long enough for me to atone for my sin, that I may not be doomed to the torture of eternal remorse. She spoke in a low tone in order not to rouse the slumberer, but in a voice which could be distinctly heard by the others. Her hands were clasped convulsively, Her eyes were raised as if to pierce to the presence of God. Her noble bearing expressed the energy of despair, striving with eternity for the space of a moment. Oh God, leave him with me. Hold back thy avenging hand, grant a respite. Omnipotent One, first witness my atonement, first try whether I may not be saved by mercy. Friends, pray with me. She clasped their hands as if imploring help. Her strength was failing. Trembling, she sank beside Ludwig and pressed her forehead, bedewed with cold perspiration, against his arm. All bared their heads and prayed in a low tone. Madeline's breast heaved in mortal anguish and, almost stifled by her suppressed tears, she could only falter, half unconsciously, "Have pity upon us." Meanwhile, the doctor had made all necessary preparations and was waiting for the patient to wake in order to remove him to his home. The murmured prayers had ceased and the friends gathered silently around the bed. The Countess again knelt beside the invalid, clasping him in a gentle embrace. Her tears were now checked lest she might disturb him, but they continued to flow in her heart. Her lips rested on his hand in a long kiss. The hand, which had once supported and guided her, now lay pale and thin on the coverlet, as if it would never more have strength to clasp hers with a loving pressure. "Are you weeping, dear wife?" That voice. She raised her head, but could not meet the eyes which gazed at her so tenderly. Dared she the condemned one, enjoy the bliss of that look? No, never. And, without raising an eyelash, she hid her guilty brow with unutterable tenderness upon his breast. The feeble hand was raised and gently stroked her cheek, touching it as lightly as a withered leaf. "Do not weep," he whispered with the voice of a consoling angel. "Be calm, God is good. He will be merciful to us also. Oh, trumpet of the judgment day, what is thy blare to the sinner, compared to the gentle words of pardoning love from a wounded breast?" The Countess was overpowered by the mild, merciful judgment. A living lane had formed in front of the theater. He was to be carried home, rumor said, and the people were waiting in a dense throng to see him. At last a movement ran through the ranks. "He is coming. Is he alive?" "Yes, they say he is." Slowly and carefully the men bore out the litter on which he lay, pale and motionless as a dead man. The pastor walked on one side, and on the other, steadying his head, the Countess. She could scarcely walk, but she did not avert her eyes from him. As on the way to Golgotha, low sobs greeted the little procession. "Oh, dear, poor fellow." "Ah, just one look, one touch of the hand," the people pleaded. "Wait just one moment." As if by a single impulse the bearers halted and the people pressed forward with throbbing hearts, modestly, reverently touching the hanging coverlet and gazing at him with tearful eyes full of unutterable grief. The Countess, with a beautiful impulse of humanity, gently drew his hand from under the wraps and held it to the sorrowing spectators who had waited so long, that they might kiss it, and every one who could get near enough eagerly drank from the proffered beaker of love. Grateful eyes followed the Countess, and she felt their benediction with the joy of the saints, when God lends their acts the power of divine grace. She was now a beggar, yet never before had she been rich enough to bestow such alms. "Yes, kiss his hand, he deserves it," she whispered, and her eyes beamed with a love which was not of this earth, yet which blended the world, and everything it contained into a single, vast, fraternal community. Freyr smiled at her, and now she bore the sweet, tender gaze, for she felt as if a time might come when she would again deserve it. At last they reached the pretty quiet house where she had that morning hired lodgings for him and herself. Morning love had followed him to the spot. The throng had increased so that the bearers could scarcely get in with the litter. "Farewell, poor sufferer, may God be with you," fell from every lip as he was borne in, and the door closed behind him. The spacious room on the lower floor received the invalid. The landlady had hurriedly prepared the bed, and he was laid in it. As the soft pillows arranged by careful hands yielded to the weary form, and his wife bent over him, supporting his head on her arm, he glanced joyously around the circle, unable to think or say anything except, "Oh, how comfortable I am." They turned away to hide their emotion. The Countess laid her head on the pillow beside him, no longer restraining her tears, and murmuring in his ear, "Angel, you modest, forgiving, loving angel." She was silent, forcing herself to repress the language of her heart, for the cry of her remorse might disturb the feeble invalid. Yet he felt what moved her. He had always read her inmost soul. So long as she loved him, not until strangers came between them did he fail to comprehend her. Now he felt what she must suffer in her remorse and pitied her torture. He thought only of how he might console her. But this moved her more than all the reproaches he had a right to make, for the more noble his nature revealed itself to be, the greater her guilt became. The friends were to take turns in helping the Countess watch the invalid through the night, and now left him. The doctor said that there was no immediate danger and went away to get more medicines. When all had gone, she knelt beside the bed and said softly, "Now I am yours. I do not ask whether you will forgive me, for I see that you have already done so. I ask only whether you will again take the condemned, sin-laden woman to your heart. In my deed today, I chose the fate of poverty. I can offer you nothing more in worldly wealth. I can only provide you with a simple home, work for you, nurse you, and atone by lifelong love and fidelity for the wrong I have done you. Will you be content with that?" Freyr drew her toward him with all his feeble strength. Tears of unutterable happiness were trickling down his cheeks. "I thank thee, God, thou hast given her to me today for the first time. Come, my wife, place your fate trustfully in God's hands and your dear heart in mine, and all will be well. He will be merciful and suffer me to live a few years that I may work for you, not you for me." Oh, blissful words, work for my wife, they make me well again. And now, while we are alone, the first sacred kiss of conjugal love. He tried to raise his head, but she pressed it with gentle violence back upon the pillow. "No, you must keep perfectly quiet. Imagine that you are a marble statue and let me kiss you. Remain cold and let all the fervor of a repentant, loving heart pour itself upon you." She stooped and touched his pale mouth gently, almost timidly, with her quivering lips. "Oh, that was again an angel's kiss," he murmured, clasping his hands over the head bowed in penitent humility. Chapter 40. Near the goal. From that hour Magdalena Freyr never left her husband's bedside. Though friends came in turn to share the night watches, she remained with them. After a few days the doctor said that unless an attack of weakness supervened, the danger was over for the present, though he did not conceal from her that the disease was incurable. She clasped her hands and answered, "I will consider every day that I am permitted to keep him a boon, and submissively accept what God sends." After that time she always showed her husband a smiling face, and he, perfectly aware of his condition, practiced the same loving deception toward her. Thus they continued to live in the salutary school of the most rigid self-control, she bearing with dignity a sad fate for which she herself was to blame, he in the happiness of that passive heroism of Christianity, which goes with a smile to meet death for others. An atmosphere of cheerfulness surrounded the sickbed, which can be understood only by one who has watched for months beside the couch of incurable disease, and felt the gratitude with which every delay of the catastrophe, every apparent improvement is greeted, the quiet delight afforded by every little relief given the beloved sufferer, every smile which shows us he feels somewhat easier. This cup of anguish the penitent woman now drained to the dregs. True, a friendly genius always stood beside it to comfort her, the hope that, though not fully recovered, he might still be spared to her. How many thousands who have heart disease, with care and nursing, live to grow old? This thought sustained her. Yet the ceaseless anxiety and sleepless nights exhausted her strength. Her cheeks grew hollow, dark circles surrounded her eyes, but she did not heed it. "I still please my husband," she said, smiling, in reply to all entreaties to spare herself on account of her altered appearance. "My dove," Freyr said one evening, when Ludwig came for the night watch, "now I must show a husband's authority and command you to take some rest. You cannot go on in this way." "Oh, never mind me if I should die for you. What would it matter? Would it not be a just atonement?" "No, that would be no atonement," he said tenderly, pushing back the light fringe of curls that shaded her brow, as if he wished to read her thoughts on it. "My child, You must live for me, that is your atonement. Do you think you would do anything good if you expiated your fault by death and said, there you have my life for yours, now we are quits, you have no farther claim upon me? Would that be love, my dove? He drew her gently toward him. Or would you prefer that we should be quits thus and that I should desire no other expiation from you than your death? She threw her arms around him, clasping him in a closer and closer embrace. There was no need of speech. The happy, blissful throbbing of her heart gave sufficient answer. He kissed her on the forehead. Now sleep, beloved wife, and rest, do it for my sake, that I may have a fresh, happy wife. She rose as obediently as a child, but it was hard for her, and she nodded longingly from the door as if a boundless, hopeless distance already divided them. Ludwig, said Freyr, gazing after her in delight, Ludwig is this love? Yes, by heaven, replied his friend, deeply moved. Happy man, I would bear all your sorrows for 1 hour like this. Have you now forgiven what she did to me? Yes, from my very soul. Magdalena, cried Freyr. Come in again, you must know it before you sleep. Ludwig is reconciled to you. Ludwig, said the Countess, my strict, noble friend, I thank you. Leading him to the invalid, she placed their hands together. Now we are again united, and everything is just as it was 10 years ago, only I have become a different person, and a new and higher life is beginning for me. She pressed a kiss upon the brow of her husband and friend, as if to seal a vow, then left them alone. Oh, Ludwig, if I could see you so happy. Do not be troubled. Whoever has experienced this hour with you needs nothing for himself, he answered, an expression of the loftiest, most unselfish joy on his pallid face. The Countess, before retiring, sent for Martin, who was still in Oberammergau, awaiting her orders, and went out into the garden that Freyr might not hear them talking in the next room. Martin, she said with quiet dignity, though there was a slight tremor in her voice, it is time for me to give some thought to worldly matters. During the last few days I could do nothing but devote myself to the sickbed. Drive home, my good Martin, and give the carriage and horses to the Wildenau's. Tell them what has happened. If they do not yet know it, I cannot right now. Meanwhile, you faithful old servant, tell them to take all I have, my jewels, my palace, my whole private fortune. Only I should like, for the sake of my sick husband, to have them leave me, for humanity's sake, enough to get him what he needs for his recovery. Here her voice failed. Countess, oh, don't call me that. Yes, for the Countess will always be what she is, even as her Freyr's wife. I only wanted to say, Your Highness, that I wouldn't do that. If I were you, I wouldn't give them a single kind word. I'll take back the carriage and horses and say that they can have everything which belongs to you. But I won't beg for my Countess. I think it would be less disgrace if you should condescend to accept something from a plain man like myself, who would consider it an honor and whom you needn't thank. He laughed awkwardly, I only want to say, if you won't take offense, that I bargained for a little house today. But I did it in your name, so that your Highness needn't be ashamed to live with me. I haven't any kith and kin, and it will belong to you. Martin, the proud woman humbly bent her head. Be it so. You shall help me if all else abandons me. I will accept it as a loan from you. I can paint. I will try to earn something, perhaps from one of the fashion journals, to which I have always subscribed. The maid once told me I might earn my living by it. It was a prophecy. So I can, God willing, repay you at some future day. Oh, we won't talk about that, cried Martin joyously, kissing the Countess' hands. If I may have a little room under the roof for myself, we'll call it the interest. And I have something to spare besides, for you must eat too. The Countess covered her face with her trembling hands. Now I'll drive home, and in your Highness' name throw carriage, horses, and all the rest of the rubbish at the Wildenau's feet. Then I'll come back and bring something nice for our invalid, which can't be had here, and my livery, for Sundays and holidays, so that we can make a good appearance. And I'll look after the garden and house, and do whatever else you need. Oh, I've never been so happy in my life. He left her, and the Countess stood gazing after him a long time, deeply shamed by the simple fidelity of the old man, who wished to wear her livery and be her servant, while he was really her benefactor. In truth, high or low human nature is common to all. Martin returned. Doesn't your highness wish to bid farewell to the horses? Shan't I drive past, or will it make you feel too badly? Beautiful creatures, a tone of melancholy echoed in her voice as she spoke. No, Martin, I don't want to see them again. Yes, yes. Martin had understood her, and pitied her more than for anything else, for it seemed to him the hardest of sacrifices to part with such beautiful horses. The Countess remained alone in the little garden. The stars were shining above her head. She thought of the diamond stars which she had once flung to Freyr in false atonement, to place in the dead child's coffin if she had them now to use their value to support her sick husband. That would be the fitting atonement. Only do not let him starve, oh God. If I were forced to see him starve. Oh, God, spare me that, if it can be, she prayed, her eyes uplifted with anxious care to the glittering star-strewn vault. How is he? A woman's figure suddenly emerged from the shadow at her side. Oh, Mary Anastasia. How is he? Better, I think. He was very cheerful this evening, and you, Frau Freyr, how is it with you? It is hard, is it not? There are things to which we must become accustomed. Yes, I can understand. But do not lose confidence, God is always with us. And I will pray to the Virgin Mary, whom I have so often personated. But if there is need of anything where human power can aid, I may help, may I not? Mary Angel, be my teacher sister. No, mother, said Anastasia smiling, for if Freyr is my son, you must be my daughter. Oh, you two poor hearts, I am and shall now remain. Your mother, Mary. Mother Mary, the Countess repeated, and the two women held each other in a loving embrace. The week was drawing to a close, and the burgomaster was now obliged to consider the question of the distribution of parts. He found the patient out of bed and wearing a very cheerful, hopeful expression. I don't know, Herr Freyr, whether I can venture to discuss my important business with you, he began timidly. Oh, I understand you wish to know when I can play again? Next Sunday. You are not in earnest, said the burgomaster, almost startled. Not in earnest? Herr Burgomaster, what would be the value of all my oaths, if I should now retreat like a coward? Do you think I would break my word to you a second time, so long as I had breath in my body? Certainly not, so long as it is in your power to hold out. But this time you cannot. Ask the doctor, he will not allow it so soon. Am I to ask him when the question concerns the most sacred duty? I will consult him about my life, but my duties are more than my life. Only thus can I atone for the old sin which 10 years ago made me a renegade. And you say this now when you are so happy? Herr Burgomaster, replied Freyr with lofty serenity, a man who has once been so happy and so miserable as I, learns to view life from a different standpoint. No joy enraptures, no misfortune terrifies him. Everything to which we give these names is fluctuating, and only happiness is certain, to do one's duty until death. Herr Freyr, that is a noble thought, but if your wife should hear it, would she agree? Surely, for she thinks as I do. If she did not, we should never have been united. She would never have cast aside wealth, rank, power, and all worldly advantages to live with me in exile. Do you believe she did so for any earthly cause? She thinks so, but I know better. The cross allured her as it does all who come in contact with it. What are you saying about the cross? Asked the Countess, entering the room. Good morning, friend Burgomaster. My wife. He will not believe that you would permit me to play the Christus again, even should it cost my life. The Countess turned pale with terror. Oh, heaven, are you thinking of doing so? Yes, replied the Burgomaster. He will not be dissuaded from it. Joseph, said the Countess mournfully, will you inflict this grief upon me now, when you have scarcely recovered? I assure you that I have played the Christus when I felt far worse than I do now, thanks to your self-sacrificing care, dear wife. Tears filled the Countess' eyes, and she remained silent. My dove, do we not understand each other? Yes, she said after a long, silent struggle. Do it, my beloved husband, give yourself to God, as I resign you to him. He has only loaned you to me. I dare not keep you from him, if he desires to show himself again to the world in your form. I will cherish and tend and watch over you, that you may endure it. And when you are taken down from the cross, I will rub your strained limbs and bedew your burning brow with the tears of all the sorrows Mary and Magdalene suffered for the crucified one, and when you have rested and again raise your eyes to mine with a smile, I will rest your head upon my breast in the blissful feeling that you are no god who will ascend to heaven but a man, a tender, beloved man, and underscore my own underscore. Oh, God cannot destroy such happiness, and if he does, he will only draw you to himself, that I may therefore long the more fervently for you, for him, who is the source of all love then. Her voice was stifled by tears as she laid her head on his breast. Then your wife will not murmur, but wait silently and patiently till she can follow you. Leaning on his breast, she wept softly, clasping him in her arms that he might not be torn from her. Dear wife, he answered gently, and the wonderfully musical voice trembled with the most sacred emotion. We will accept whatever God sends loyal to the cross you and I, beloved, high-hearted woman. Do not weep, my dove. Being loyal to the cross does not mean only to be patient, it means also to be strong. Does not the soldier go bravely to death for an earthly king, and should not I joyfully peril my life for my God? Yes, my husband, you are right, I will be strong. Go, then, holy warrior, into the battle for the ideal and put yourself at the disposal of your brave fellow combatants. She slowly withdrew her arms from his neck as if taking a long, reluctant farewell. The burgomaster resolutely approached. We people of Oberammergau must bow to this sacred zeal. This is indeed a grandeur which conquers death. Whoever sees this effect of our modest play on souls like yours cannot be mistaken in believing that the power which works such miracles does not emanate from men, and must proceed from a God. But as he is a God of love, he will not accept your sacrifice. Freyr must not take the part which might cost him his life. We will find a Christus elsewhere and thus manage for this time. Freyr fixed his eyes mournfully on the ground. Now the crown has indeed fallen from my head. God has no longer accepted me, I am shut out from the sacred work. The burgomaster placed his wife in his arms. Let it be your task now to guard this soul and lead it to its destination. This, too, is a sacred work. Yes, and amen, said Freyr. ******, the ex-countess and the former Christus, both divested of their temporary dignity, verified his words, attaining in humility true dignity. Freyr rallied under the care of his beloved wife, and they used the respite allotted to them by leading a life filled with labor, sacrifice, and gratitude toward God. You ask me, dear friend, the Countess wrote a year later to the Duke of Barnheim, whether you can assist me in any way? I thank you for the loyal friendship, but must decline the noble offer. Contentment does not depend upon what we have, but what we need, and I have that, for my wants are few. This is because I have obtained blessings, which formerly I never possessed and which render me independent of everything else. Much as God has taken from me, he has bestowed in exchange 3 precious gifts: contempt for the vanities of the world, appreciation of the little pleasures of life, and recognition of the real worth of human beings. I am not even so poor as you imagine. My faithful old Martin, who will never leave me, helped me out of the first necessity. Afterwards the Wildenaws were induced to give up my private property, jewels, dresses, and works of art, and their value proved sufficient to pay Martin for the little house he had purchased for me and to establish for my husband a small shop for the sale of wood carving, so that he need not be dependent upon others. When he works industriously, which he is only too anxious to do at the cost of his delicate health, we can live without anxiety, though, of course, very simply. I know how many of my former acquaintances would shudder at the thought of such a prosaic existence. To them I would say that I have learned not to seek poetry in life, but to place it there. Yes, tell the mocking world that Countess Wildenaw lives by her husband's labor and is not ashamed of it. My friend, to throw away a fortune for love of a woman is nothing but to toil year in and year out, with tireless fidelity and sacrifice, to earn a wife's daily bread in the sweat of one's brow. Something. Do you know what it is to a woman to owe her life daily to her beloved husband? An indescribable happiness. You, my friend, would have bestowed a principality upon me, and I should have accepted it as my rightful tribute, without owing you any special gratitude, but the hand which toils for me I kiss every evening with a thrill of grateful reverence. So do not grieve for me. Would the lovable and charming Princess Amelie of whom you wrote, and should you ever come with your young wife into the vicinity of the little house surrounded by rustling firs, under the shadow of the Kofel, I should be cordially glad to welcome you. Farewell. May you be as happy, my noble friend, as you deserve, and leave to me my poverty and my wealth. You see that the phantom has become reality, the ideal is attained. Your old friend, Magdalena Frere. When the Duke received this letter, his valet saw him, for the first time in his life, weep bitterly. Conclusion. From illusion to truth. For 10 years God granted the loving wife her husband's life. It seemed as if he had entirely recovered. At last the day came when he required it again. For the third time the community offered Frere the part of the Christus. He was still a handsome man, and spite of his 48 years, as slender as a youth, while his spiritual expression, chaste and lofty, rendered him more than ever an ideal representative of Christ. God bestowed upon him the full cup of the perfection of his destiny, and it was completed as he had longed. Not on a sickbed succumbing to lingering disease, but high on the cross, as victor over pain and death. God had granted him the grace of at last completing the task he had held out this time until the final performance. Then, when they took him down from the cross for the last time under the falling leaves, amid the first snow of the late autumn, he did not wake again. On the cross the noble heart had ceased to beat. He had entered into the peace of him whom he personated, passed from illusion to truth, from the copy to the prototype. Never did mortal die a happier death. Never did a more beautiful smile of contentment rest upon the face of a corpse. It is finished. You have done in your way what your model did in his. You have sealed the sacred lesson of love by your death, my husband, said the pallid woman who pressed the last kiss upon his lips. The semblance had become reality, and Mary Magdalene was weeping beside her Redeemer's corpse. On the third day after the crucifixion, when the true Christ had risen, Frere was borne to his grave. But, like the phoenix from its ashes, on that day the real Christ rose from the humble sepulchre for the penitent. When wilt thou appear to me in the spring garden, redeeming love? She had once asked. Now she was in the autumn garden beside the grave of all happiness. When the coffin had been lowered and the pallbearers approached the worn, drooping widow, the burgomaster asked, "Where do you intend to live now, madam?" "Where, except in Oberammergau, here where his foot has marked for me the path to God." "Oh, my Gethsemane." "But," said the pastor, "will you exile yourself forever in this quiet village? Do you not wish to return to your own circle and the world of culture? You have surely atoned sufficiently." "Atoned?" "No, your reverence, not atoned, for the highest happiness is no atonement. Expiation is beginning now. She turned toward the Christ which hung on the wall of the church, not far from the grave, and extending her arms toward it murmured, "Now I have nothing save the. Thou hast conquered idea of Christianity, thy power is eternal." The cloud of tears hung heavily over Oberammergau, falling from time to time in damp showers. Evening had closed in. Through the lighted windows of the ground floor of a little house, surrounded by rustling pines, 2 women were visible, Mary and Magdalena. The latter was kneeling before the mother, whose clasped hands were laid upon her head in comfort and benediction. The lamps in the low-roofed houses of the village were gradually lighted. The peasants again sat in their ragged blouses on the carvers' benches, toiling, sacrificing, and bearing their lot of poverty and humility, proud in the consciousness that every 10 years there will be a return of the moment which strips off the yoke and lays the purple on their shoulders. The moment when in their midst the miracle is again performed which spreads victoriously throughout a penitent world, the moment which brings to weary, despairing humanity peace and atonement on the cross. Footnotes. Footnote 1. Chips from a German workshop. Volume I. Essays on the Science of Religion. Footnote 2. A dish made of flour and water fried in hot lard, but so soft that it is necessary to serve and eat it with a spoon. Footnote 3. A drama. Hamerling is better known in America as the author of his famous novel Aspasia. Footnote 4. Part of these lines of Cadman were put into modern English by Robert Spence Watson. Footnote 5. Fra is the god of peace. When its mythological significance was lost, it became an epithet of honor for princes and is found frequently applied to our Lord and God the Father. The end.